Tut, 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 yeah. Tut, 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 yeah.
Know the game, no guesses. No, they won't forget us. Form a roll like dominoes, they wanna get that precious. Follow me now, cause I know where to go. All the phones they lit up, look at how they glitter. In a VIP, you know, with me it's always better. Follow me now if you just join the show. Don't need a miracle to change your whole life. I ain't no mystery, sophisticated type. I'm just doing things the way that I like. Ooh, I just do my own thing. Ooh, I just do my own thing. I don't care what they think. All the way, no pressure. No, my taste is special. When the light goes, let the night go, light the highs forever. Follow me, cause I know where we're going. Bag your phone, no pictures. Won't forget, won't miss it. On the door, say you know me like Sesame, they'll let you ride in. You can skip all the rules. Don't need a miracle to change your whole life. I ain't no mystery, sophisticated type. I'm just doing things the way that I like. Ooh, I just do my own thing. Ooh, I just do my own thing. I don't care what they think. We don't need no education. We already know how to make it. We just do our own thing. And I know they hear us in the basement. Well, you just wait until the basic. What you think? What you think? How'd you like it when I do my own thing? How about we all just do our own thing? Do our own thing, just do our own thing. Don't you like it when I do my own thing? If you want, we can be on the same thing. Ooh, I just do my own thing. Ooh, I just do my own thing. I don't care what they think. Ooh, I just do my own thing. Ooh, I just do my own thing. I don't care what they think.
Durch die Nacht, ey. Durch die Nacht, ey. Durch die Nacht, ey. Bordstein, Kante, Sipping, Limoncello Spritz. North Face, Jacke, Innentasche, feines Gift. Unser Glück ist nur geliehen. Ist mir egal, Baby, lass uns weiterziehen. Yeah. Durch die Nacht, ey. Limoncello Spritz, Rauchen im Laternenlicht. Die M10 fährt die Legenden meiner Straßen durch den Kiez. Need for Speed, Tokyo Drift, CO2 hat uns gefickt. Ich schlaf bei dir, ich schlaf bei dir. Ich will nicht heim, da wartet nichts. Bordstein, Kante, Sipping, Limoncello Spritz. North Face, Jacke, Innentasche, feines Gift. Unser Glück ist nur geliehen. Ist mir egal, Baby, lass uns weiterziehen. Durch die Nacht, ey. Ist die perfekte Rettung in einem schwarzen Vintage-Shirt. In der Nacht ist alles besser, ich weiß, wo ich hingehör. Trag die Retro-Jordan-Sneaker für das Feeling, dass ich flieh. Zieh Kapuze ins Gesicht, wir laufen rum wie Shaolin-Shit. Fest auf, Schwalben fliegen tief, der Himmel reißt auf. Ey, yeah. Bordstein, Kante, Sipping, Limoncello Spritz. North Face, Jacke, Innentasche, feines Gift. Unser Glück ist nur geliehen. Ist mir egal, Baby, lass uns weiterziehen. Durch die Nacht, ey. Bordstein, Kante, Sipping, Limoncello Spritz. North Face, Jacke, Innentasche, feines Gift. Unser Glück ist nur geliehen. Ist mir egal, Baby, lass uns weiterziehen. Durch die Nacht, ey.
eine Bar, ist egal wo, Hauptsache noch was im Start. Joe holt die erste Runde und wir trinken Sea of Facts. Ist doch klar, dass es mundet. Und dann wir trinken kein Becks, nein, tut mir leid, doch so sind wir hier nicht, don't waste my motherfucking time, ey. Und plötzlich geht es wieder los, sprich auf die Brüder ein, Toast und es heißt nur, Der Abend fängt an um Mitternacht, wir schlafen nie, sind immer wach, uns geht es gut, das Leben smooth auf den Dächern in den Stadt. Der Abend fängt an um Mitternacht, wir schlafen nie, sind immer wach, uns geht es gut, das Leben smooth auf den Dächern in den Stadt. Kein Ende in Sicht, denn wir ziehen immer weiter und Schluck für Schluck fällt's leichter. Noch kein Plan, wo die Reise uns hinzieht, doch ist egal, bis dahin in der City. Am Tisch sammeln sich Gläser, Drinks gehen auf die Leber, alles dreht sich und dreht sich, die Morgensonne rückt näher. Und plötzlich geht es wieder los, sprich auf die Brüder ein, Toast und es heißt nur, Der Abend fängt an um Mitternacht, wir schlafen nie, sind immer wach, uns geht es gut, das Leben smooth auf den Dächern in den Stadt. Der Abend fängt an um Mitternacht, wir schlafen nie, sind immer wach, uns geht es gut, das Leben smooth auf den Dächern in den Stadt.
You know I'm a lady, but sugar lately I'm getting naughty in my mind. Do you wanna play me a little crazy? You don't have to be so shy. How about tonight we switch it up? I want you to think outside the box. Can I get a sneak peek? Show me what you got. When we're in the bed sheets, don't you ever stop. When you're underneath me, get a little freaky. Yeah, I need a sneak peek of your love. Sneak peek, show me what you got. Sneak peek. Can I get a sneak peek? Yeah, I need a sneak peek. Boy, I wanna feel you and get to know you. I could be your fantasy. What if I let you do it the way you want it? We're getting lost in ecstasy. How about tonight we switch it up? I love it when you think outside the box. Can I get a sneak peek? Show me what you got. When we're in the bed sheets, don't you ever stop. When you're underneath me, get a little freaky. Yeah, I need a sneak peek of your love. Sneak peek, show me what you got. Sneak peek. Can I get a sneak peek? Yeah, I need a sneak peek. Do you wanna play me a little crazy? How about tonight we switch it up? I love it when you think outside the box. Can I get a sneak peek? Show me what you got. When we're in the bed sheets, don't you ever stop. When you're underneath me, get a little freaky. Yeah, I need a sneak peek of your love. Sneak peek, show me what you got. Sneak peek. Can I get a sneak peek? Yeah, I need a sneak peek.
I've put you on a throne for way too long. You have made us roll just for fun. I've let you sit above me, but now I quit being a trophy. I push you down and take a seat, 'cause the crowns will serve for me. It will never, ever, ever be your way. Never, ever. So better, better, better start to pray. I will be the only one to spit on hands. I'll never let anything be unsaid, 'cause now it's my crown. I will be the only one to spit on hands. I will be the make up for the pain I won't miss. You can beg for mercy, you can beg on your knees, stay you down like you did. Now you're found in my grip. It will never, ever, ever be your way. So better, better, better start to pray. I will be the only one to spit on heads. I'll never let anything be unsaid. 'Cause now it's my crown. I will be the only one to spit on heads. I will be the one to make you wish you were dead. 'Cause now it's my crown. Spit, spit on his head. Spit on his head. I will be the only one to spit on heads. I'll never let anything be unsaid. 'Cause now it's my crown. I will be the only one to spit on heads. I will be the one to make you wish you were dead. 'Cause now it's my crown. Spit, spit, spit on heads. What wish you were?
I'm a lover, not a fighter. I see the future so much brighter. If your back's against the wall and the demons come to call, I'm gonna be there. When you're lonely in the night and the demons come to bite, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there. Gonna be there. I'm ready to lift you up when you need it most. I'm ready to lift you up when you need it most. You can call on me. I'm a lover, not a fighter. I see the future. I see the future. So much brighter. It's so much brighter. If your back's against the wall and the demons come to call, I'm gonna be there. When you're lonely in the night and the demons come to bite, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there. Gonna be there. Gonna be there. I'm ready to lift you up when you need it most. I'm ready to lift you up when you need it most. I'm ready to lift you up when you need it most. I'm ready to lift you up when you need it most. You can call on me.
Can you feel it from across the room? Is it real? I gotta be near you. Tell me how I get from far to next to you in this bar. I think that you should know me. I think that we should maybe get closer. Oh, can we get closer? Tell me what you think, yeah. Say it to my face, then grab onto my waist so we can get a little closer. Oh, can we get closer? Come on, say goodbye face. You're gonna take me to that place. I think that we should maybe get closer. Can we get closer? Tell me what you think, yeah. Say it to my face, then grab onto my waist so we can get a little closer. Can we get closer? Come on, take a point and show me what you like. Best friends for the night. All you gotta do is come on over, we can get we can get a little closer. Can we get closer? Come on, take a point and show me what you like. Best friends for the night. All you gotta do is come on over, we can get.
Holding hands, matching clothes, funny jokes, love knows. Holding hands, it used to be us. Making plans, lovers dance, jealous calls, where the hell are you? Making plans, it used to be us. Making plans, lovers dance, jealous calls, where the hell are you? Making plans, that used to be us. That used to be us. So how comes you don't love me anymore? You stab me in my core. The pain I feel is raw. I'm torn, and how can you pretend like nothing?
Everyone, welcome to the Team Fight Tactics Monsters Attack Championship. Today, 32 players are gonna compete against each other to see who's got that special ingredient and make it to the top to be our new champion. I'm Calypso, I'm gonna be hosting this amazing competition, and with me, it's Makes and Iberia to help me get all the juicy details in the composition, the meta, and of course the player and the regions. Guys, how excited are you today?
Well, I gotta be honest, normally I hate wearing suits. It's not my fashion style. I really like wearing some more out there things. But I am absolutely covered head to toe in flamingos, and I could not be happier. I also even have like a cartoon character on my sock that I'll not reveal, but if anyone spots it, let me know.
Yeah, I think that's a great intro.
Fun little mini game.
Yeah, I mean, I was very impressed with your entire outfit, but Matt, I'm sorry to break it to you. I was more impressed with our players.
You know what? That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Thank you. Okay, so we've been waiting this event for the past 6 months. It's a big deal, and for the first time, like again, I'm feeling the tension. It's adrenaline we're living, and we have a lot of variety in the talent. That's what I'm thinking right now. But we want to know what you think about the competition. You can join the hashtag TFT Championship in our social medias. You can talk about us as who are you cheering for, rooting for, your favorite region, for example, or composition. We can have a feedback, a light conversation about meta right now. All of that in our social media, that is Play TFT in every one.
Radar fits. You know, we've got 3 great outfits on show. We're going to have a bunch more later. Just
Not all you're going to talk about today.
Dude, we have a stylist. Why else would we have a stylist if we're not going to talk about the outfits? I got the flamingos. You've got this stunning blue thing. You're looking like Ariel. It's just
She looks like a
fantastic.
candy, is what I said. But I want to
Beautiful
hear from you
mermaid
guys.
Mandy.
Candy little mermaid. I have little things, but yeah, I'm living and breathing for this. But yeah, Matt wanted to talk about the outfits, but I really want to enjoy a little bit more of the moment of the variety of talents that we are gonna see today. And remember, this is just the first day of competition. In screen, we are showing now all the players, the 32 players are gonna be together. This is breathtaking. We've seen a dominant China in sets before, but now I think that every region has a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Froden said it best yesterday on Twitter that every single one of the regions has a good chance to make it into those top 8. But looking at this, there's a new region on the table, Matt.
Yeah, Southeast Asia coming in for the first time to the Global Championship, and I think they have a really good chance. They've been competing across in several other regions as well. I want to highlight 2 players coming in that are not the regional champion, who is Jazz Latte. Namzi, first of all, has had incredibly consistent performances throughout the regionals, eventually placing 2nd. And I think YBY1 is a player to keep your eyes on if you're going through this tournament and want to know who from C could surprise you the most. Of course, taking 4th in the regionals, so wasn't able to qualify directly, but went through that Eastern Last Chance qualifier and fought some incredible players, including Here We Go, who of course got 4th place at the Dragonlance Championship, so no slouch by any means.
We have new fresh faces, but also like all competitors that are here to maybe have the game again. And let's not forget Kurt Fussell, our last spot in the last chance qualifier, that even he was surprised and was super happy about it. And that's what I really like about the players. We have many personalities here. We have many different histories to tell today.
Yeah, and if you maybe have already a favorite, I'm going to say his name's Eddie for me, in case you know what I mean. But you can tell us about it on the Pick'em site. It's still live for 15 more minutes over on riot.com/TFT Worlds. And get those in there. There's prizes to be won.
I'm feeling real rough for all y'all in PST. 4:45 a.m. Let me tell you what you should do. All right, you're going to go online, you're going to go into those pick'ems, and then take a nap, man. We've got like a couple more minutes till the games. After that 15-minute power nap, get yourself ready for the games. It's going to be a long day. Y'all don't need to be up from 4 a.m. Take a break.
Okay, but while you take a break or not and stay here with us, I think we need we're in the perfect time for me to have a salad, a starting dish before the games started. I don't want the main dish, right? So we can warm up a little bit with the region, talk about the backgrounds, because it's not just the player, but also what we see as the regionals we have, for example, in here, Korea and Japan. They've been always stretched side to side with China, and we see same of the level, but somehow on championship they couldn't make it since a really long time.
Well, I think Tidal has something to disagree there. But speaking of Tidal, there was one challenger coming out of Japan that only started competing because he was so annoyed that Tidal didn't win, which is the best story ever. I have more to say about this. But Japan and Korea in the scrims have found a new unique friendship with Shikame and Bintum being in 60 scrims together. And the last time I checked, Bintum called Shikame his old brother, which is really, really cute. Korea coming in with, of course, Bintum and Dr. O, 2 players that have been to Worlds before, which is going to be definitely 2 people to look out for, but there's more.
And I'm so into healthy competition of I imagine them being at the lobby you're the best. No, you're the best. No, you're the best. You got it. But yeah, the units we have in the game are limited. So if you have same compositions, and we are in our trouble with that, having friends, it helps a lot. No, Matt, we have to address the big elephant in the room. I'm talking about China region that in 3 championships in a row won every single time. And you can agree with me that top China players are always in the top 8. What can you say about them?
Yeah, I mean, the common consensus is that the gap is closing between China and the other regions, and while that may or may not be true, I think there's 3 players that you're going to want to look out for this championship. Of course, Lilo, our Gizmos and Gadgets championship, has done incredibly previously, but only got 4th in the regionals, so we're not sure where he's going to fare on this international stage, but a player that I'm really looking out for is Hongnian, who took 1st place in the regionals and also played a really cool composition, Mecha Mordekaiser, so he loves to play these really weird lines. And the 3rd player I want to highlight, Frodan will be really happy about this, is Flancy, who got 2nd place in the regionals, has been a strong player for several sets in a row, and last set, every single TOC4 event he participated in, he got top 8. So incredible consistency he's shown in the past, and a great cap he's shown in the regionals this set.
Yeah, and we talked with a couple of players on this tournament, and they say like this tournament might be it to take down China's ruin. Like, it's amazing how this is the most close we have of having a different competitor from another region and makes changing to another region. Let's talk about Brazil. That somehow they are so well placed on the regionals. They have a really good performance, but getting into championship, what we've seen before, is not enough compared to the rest of the competition. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so Brazil has a really long history in TFT. Shoutouts to Slooper, and we are seeing a very, very strong contender coming in from that region with BCLF. He's at the championship his 3rd time, so back to back to back after starting to compete. And out of all of our players, he has the best average placement across the entire set 8 with an average placement of 3.08, which is incredibly good. So we're going to see how he is going to fight it out. But of course, I also want to shout out Dobbs here, who we had on the championship last time and who we just all very much love.
Yes, of course. We need to see actually how the playstyles from each player cross against each other, because it's a meta that we need to say. For example, if we go for AD compositions, the 3-star reroll compositions are not that strong maybe, so there's going to be a lot of fighting into this legendary. So I don't want to talk much about it because I want to save a little bit more for the dessert. But we talked before about the PieHat predictions, and we, our casters, made our own predictions that we are going to see on the screen. And just like we are seeing this I want to emphasize on OCE that has been quite overrated the past championships, but the players like I think they have different playstyles than the rest of the competition, and you bet for him, and I think it's a great option. Tell us about it.
Yeah, you mean underrated?
Underrated.
So they have been incredibly strong. Every single championship, they come in with 2 players only, and every single championship, they make it really, really far. And I'm a huge fan of Kade. He's barely missed out on the championship qualification the last 2 sets. This time, however, he is here, and he's here to fight. Although leaning towards AP a little bit more, I think he has what it takes. Of course, Skillfulism also a player that is going to be very strong, but we'll see how it goes, and hopefully we get another really good placement coming out of it.
And it really depends on the hero augment too. If I may ask, for example, Kade or other players that play AP, we've seen this Lulu reroll, but it's like top 1 or top 8. There's no in between. Sometimes you have to be really, really careful about it. But I think it's time to show the people how the format works, because we have a long journey. It's 3 days we're gonna see. So let's check a video with someone special made it.
Yes, I know, it's been a tough time fighting those monsters, but Spatulopolis is finally freed, thanks to you, heroes. So it is time to celebrate this victory with a monster cook-off at the Monsters Attack Championship. A 3-day festival starting May 26th, where the 32 best tacticians from around the world will compete for the biggest piece of the cake. And of course, the cherry on top, the coveted golden spatula. The championship will bring the best heroes of each regional competition to the table. First of all, we welcome Southeast Asia as a new region. They will join us with 3 regional seats. So we will have, take the order, chef, 5 from CN, 4 from Korea, NA, and EMEA, 3 from LATAM, Brazil, and Southeast Asia, 2 from Japan and Oceania, and 2 remaining meta friars from our last chance qualifiers. The games will be scored using the standard 8-to-1 point system. Placing first scores 8 points, finishing in 8th scores 1, so you can do the math. In order to have a fairer, spicier, and more exciting competition, tacticians will be seeded within each region based on their performance, having 4 tiers based on regional seed allocation. So first seeds within each tier will not be placed in the same initial lobby. The first 2 days will have an identical format. 3 consecutive games, shuffle the players, tea party style. Don't be shy, there are a lot of guests to meet. And 3 more games. Players will farm points trying to be at the top of the ladder. Because at the end of day 2, the bottom 24 players will be asked to leave. And that takes us to day 3. The top 8 tacticians will all compete against each other in the grand final. Once a player has reached 18 points, they put the rest of the lobby in check and must win 1 more game to be proclaimed our hero, the TFT Monsters Attack champion.
World champion. They are your Dragon Lord!
Tune in May 26 to 28 to watch the biggest fighting feast Spatulopolis has ever seen.
So last year we changed this format for Chessmate, and we had several heart attacks into it. The first player on the day 3 that has 18 points, it's obviously candidate for the Chessmate, and whoever has more than 18 points at that point and wins, that's it. Matt, what do you think about this, and how did you see that last year and maybe applied in here with the players?
I think it really separates different types of players, especially in EMEA. We've seen some players that Double 61 famously doesn't do great with playing for top 4, but playing for top 1 has one of the highest top 1 percentages out of all of our EMEA players. That's something similar you're going to see with Honglian from China. He has the highest top 1 rate out of all the China.
Sorry, I'm smelling something?
Yeah, I think I can smell something that the casters are. Know who decided on that, but we're going to find out in a second as we have Impetuous Panda and Bebe over here in front of a suspiciously active looking barbecue.
Been defeated. The cookout is ready to go, Bebe. Of course, I'm going to be a safety expert on set. I'm Impetuous Panda. And what you ask, why do we need a safety expert? That's because we have a very dangerous grill master, Bebe, on set as well.
Hello guys, this is Baby A72 and I shall be your grill master to accompany you through this journey of exotic TFT dishes.
So Bebe, as the grill master, you know how to turn this on, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, you have no idea.
Of course.
I have no idea. Can anyone here help us out? Sir, maybe you can be the new grill master.
I mean, I know that guy.
I've been known to grill some players in my day, so I think I could help out here. What are we looking to grill today?
All right, we have Mortdog as the grill master. New role. Introductions are now out of the way. Let's get into some regional dishes. I'll be covering, of course, EMEA. We saw a lot of Ezreal a la re-roll in the EMEA finals. We might be seeing it today as well, a very good top 1 comp. And I will go through the basic recipe of what you need to succeed with this dish. And I think the most important thing is going to be the base. You need an underground base. The longer you leave this simmering, the richer the flavor will get. But remember, Bebe, Mortdog, if you leave it in for too long, if you don't cash out at the right time, it might burn the dish. It's not going to taste very well, so that's just going to ruin it completely. And I think the most important second thing is going to be to boost that flavor. You want to add a few quick draws into that stew as well, 4 ideally for the maximum boost in damage. And to top it all off, some thick, chunky brawler cubes to thicken up that stew as well. And that'll be Ezreal the reroll. We'll be seeing a lot today, I think, for the top 1s. But Bebe, Korean specialty. Hit us with it.
All right, that was a beautiful explanation from Panda. Now we're going to focus on the Korean wukong composition. And guys, I know that TFT can be a lot about knowledge and dex, but it's also about style, right? When you cook a meal, right, you don't just sprinkle your salt like this, right? You put your arms to the back. Follow me. We're talking. Oh, whoa, okay. Put your arms to the back, and you sprinkle the salt in your dish, and it's very delicious, right? Now, same thing for TFT, guys. When you play the wukong comp, do not be static, guys. Put your arms out, both arms out, move to the right, and then move to the left, right? Move to the right, move to the left, faster, and say cyclone. Okay, and that's how you play.
You haven't talked about the dish or the ingredients at all.
All right, we're doing that. Okay. So we're going to talk about how to play the composition, which was supposed to be focused. Okay, so what you do with the wukong composition is really easy. You just need 4 to 5 monkeys at stage 1-1, all right? And then you start building up into monkeys with a 2-1 hero augment. And after that is the really easy part, all right? Make sure to have 40 to 50 like a gold at stage 3-1, and then you level up all the way to 7 while snowballing and win streaking. Stabilize a bit by adding in mechs, quick draws, and maybe some heart units, and then you go to level 9 with a full win streak again and find a 5-cost 3-star. Yes!
That was a very simple explanation, I'm sure, baby. Everyone followed you at home. Thank you so much for that Korean specialty. Mortdog, you have an NA specialty for us. I've heard it's a beefy pike pie.
Yeah, the beefy pike, it's not something I think we're going to see a lot of today, but if you have the right spot for it, maybe you get an early mascot emblem and you can reroll some of the mascots, and the pike, get a 3-star pike, works really well with some defensive items like a Warmogs and a Dragon Claw to go with that mascot, and he'll be able to take a bunch of damage, which will allow him to generate mana, get away, cast a big stun on the enemy team, and sort of prepare them ready to be cooked later, and then heal up with that mascot healing. Then you can finish it off with like a Jin backliner or an Aurelion Soul backliner, get in that 3 Riftwalker, and that's going to give you a powerful comp in the end game, and then you've got so much utility, so much prep, a little bit of grill with that Aurelion Soul, and that is a prime unique dish that, again, I don't think we'll see a lot of, but if you have the right spot, can really surprise the opponents today, I think.
I think that sounds really tasty. I think we've done a great job covering NA, Korea, EMEA. We might be seeing all these comps, all these dishes in the tournament today, but also we have a lot of different regions with their own meta reads as well. So looking forward to a lot of diversity, looking forward to more food-based segments over at the analyst desk. Calypso, please take it away.
Okay, sorry. I've been taking notes. It was kind of fast, but I think what we do is we go left, and then right, and then left, and then right, and then I got lost.
Yeah, I think we got it, but thank you so much, guys, for the explanation of the composition. And we're gonna see a lot of different compositions because we can have, for example, spatula. We can derive different compositions in this way. But of course, we need this first game to size the players to see what are they up to, probably fighting for like BF or something like that. What do you think about?
Well, I mean, first off, I haven't really eaten today. I had 3 slices of pineapple, so I really blame our casters for making me even hungrier. But
okay, but listening to the comp names, what's the one that you would like to eat the most?
I'm feeling like I need more protein, so I think the beef pie pike is going to be really delicious. Ezreal looks a little stringy, so I'm not sure Ezreal a la reroll. Like, there's a lot of them, so it could be something like kebabs.
And if it's rolling that much, maybe
I don't know. I'm not too sure about it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like the baby comp, I think it's too advanced for me, so I won't try that one. But maybe the beefy pie pike.
So we have a lot of reroll compositions, and it's funny because we've seen regionals not going that much of a reroll if we don't have an early hero augment, for example. What do you think about that, Meg?
Sorry, I think someone's coming. Oh, what's going on?
Did you guys order a pie?
We ordered a pie?
Did anyone in here order a pie? The production? Oh my God! It's PieHat! Our beloved Tarta Sombrero! How are you, friend?
Hello. It's, I mean, the place that you are casting is beautiful. I love it. And you guys are really cute. I really like what I'm saying.
Yeah, we put a lot of effort in it.
Yeah, personally, we did that. Yeah, I'm sure.
personally. Okay, PieHat, so you've been a competitor before. You've been on set 4 at Fates. And we have to go for a real short pause?
No. All good.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sorry. I was messing a little bit with the microphone.
Our production speaks in Spanish, and Calypso is the only one on the desk who actually speaks Spanish. So she's just like, wait. Is there something I need to know? Oh, no.
No, it's all good.
Okay. We got you.
Did I speak in Spanish?
No, but they did.
No,
it's all good.
Guys, we're dealing with 2 different languages.
The
and they
struggles
speak
of
to
being
mine
bilingual.
In Spanish, and I say it in English, my brain is over.
All good.
Okay, restart another. Pi, you've been a competitor before. You were on set for Fates, and that gave you a lot of experience. You have a great relationship, by the way, with the players right now from LATAM. I want you to explain to the audience how is LATAM level right now, and what are your thoughts about the players that are playing this competition right now?
I actually think we sent 3 of the best players that we have right now. I think they're amazing overall. Tex has a lot of experience. Michael is probably the most flexible one on the team. And 9 is just the greediest one. He's going to go for underground and just cash out the highest cap boards you're going to see. And I don't know, Kali, there's something about this group. There's something about the vibe. And maybe Chad is going to say I'm full of copium. But I think LATAM has a really good chance this time. There's something in the air.
Okay, I feel it.
I love hearing that. Personally, I'm a huge fan. But what is going to be the biggest challenge, the biggest threat for the LATAM players coming into this tournament? Who do you think is going to be their problem, or what is going to be their problem?
2 people. Honglian, Bimtune, they're the only 2 that I think are the strongest in the competition right now. But other than that, I think that it's a very even playing field. So there's no one that is really just standing out. And in the scrims, you could say that they were basically on even footing, everyone. So it's not like someone has an edge. I don't even think that China has a big of an edge as previous sets. So I believe there's a chance.
All right.
I believe in this player.
Thank you, Kali. Beautiful rendition. But PieHat, of course, you got the chance to catch the Western Last Chance qualifier. You were one of the casters there. So you got to see some of our regions commingling, see the dishes fly hard and fast. My question for you is, did you see any big differences from region to region, or are they about on an even playing field?
I think they're on an even playing field. You always have one person that just wants to hard force Lulu, so there's going to be a Lulu per lobby.
The classic.
There's probably going to be one playing underground trying to maybe grid out, but it's going to be interesting to see, as the same thing I asked on the LCQ, which is the question of how aggressive is going to be the tempo of the lobbies. We see a lot of players that like to play aggressively and only for top 4s and maybe continue that play style. But right now, since there's a clash of so many regions, I'm not really sure what's going to be the speed of the lobby.
Yeah, and I want to take that point. You talk about a little bit of the tempo of the game, and I really want to stand out that you were really good, reading the whole lobby and thinking a little bit outside of the box and adapting every single game. What do you think about in this meta of flexibility, and how do you see these players being flexible, or they already have a style they need to maintain at this point?
I think flexibility is good in the fact that in this meta, or at least in this set, you can look at the board at 2-1 or 2-2 and say, okay, they're going to play this comp, they're going to play that comp. And if you're flexible enough that you're willing to play any line, if you decide that early, it's going to be great. The thing about this world specifically is going to be a clash between the people who just want to optimize and min-max 1 or 2 comps and the people who are willing to just play anything that the game gives them. So it's going to be a really interesting clash.
Okay, last question. We just heard from our grill masters about their region's specialities, PieHat, and of course, I kind of have to ask you here, what is a speciality that we can maybe expect from LATAM, or if there isn't any, what's a comp you really want to see?
I just want to see a lot of reroll. I just love it. But if there's something that LATAM is going to play a lot, is a lot of Jin. Jin level 9 is probably a full serve meal. You guys were telling about small dishes and desserts.
The main course.
The entire course.
I think it would be renegados a la plancha.
Oh, ooh, beautiful. I would eat that.
Oh, yeah,
every dish sounds better in a different language.
I know.
I found that.
Don't try German.
Okay, I won't. PieHat, I do have one question for you. You know, of course, this is a very serious one, so I'm even going to lean for. Oh, the chair's following me, but I'm going to lean forward anyways. Last set, 2 Latam players, top 8. This set, how many are we going to get? We're going to get more? We're going to get both of them back in?
I think two is a very good. It's a very good number. Like I said, there's something in the air, maybe. There's something in the air. I think the players have what it takes, and I'm full of copium.
I don't know you. So. I trust in PieHat. So
he's got copium, but he's also got mystique to him, and I just feel like I should trust him.
Yeah,
it's like God. Yes, different. PieHat, thank you so much for being here with us. Like, I'm so happy to see you here, and thank you for this insight of yours and Latam.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay, so that was really interesting because it's nice to see other people's insight on their own region, because every single region is going to talk different, and I think all of them has a really high chance to get this championship. But as you said earlier, Matt, the compositions are gonna be like really stretched, and maybe they're gonna compete against each other. And what Pi told me before is that you need to be flexible at this point, or maybe the reroll compositions are not enough. The units are tied. So I think we have a lot of surprises with the players. We have a lot of surprises with this championship, and the crew always also surprise us when we arrive here with a pop quiz. But let's leave it a little bit more. We're gonna have 4 different lobbies, and today we're gonna see lobby 1. This is a tide.
Yeah, I mean, that's the lobby you're seeing on the left side of your screen. And notably, this one has been called the Lobby of Death due to the players that are in it. So we will see how this one fares as our in-game casters are getting ready. But of course, we want to show you the other lobbies as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I think as we go through the other lobbies, I want to talk a little bit more about that lobby 1 and why it's so threatening. Honglian, of course, champion of the TOC5 regionals. Mm-hmm. But on top of that, you have Setsuko, who's having his best set in his competitive history. We have Ging, 2nd place in our EMEA regionals. And we have VCLF, who we talked about before, as one of the most consistently successful players on the international stage, or getting to the international stage coming out of Brazil.
Yeah, and NCC, who's the player with the highest MMR in 8.5. So really, this lobby couldn't be more stacked, I'm quite sure.
Yeah, I also like the 4th lobby with Michael and Liluo. I mean, we have a world champion in it, that it's Gizmos and Gadgets. I'm really scared that when the level's gonna be really hot. I really want to know, guys, before we dive into our first game, is there anything we need to pay attention into these players in early game, mid game, or late game? What are you expecting in the tempo of the game?
I think for me, the big thing I want to watch is I want to see how Honglian's going to play this one, because what he's known for regionally is playing these really flexible lines, this weird, absolutely insane compositions that nobody else would even attempt. And sometimes that's going to bite him in the butt, but I want to see how he adapts it to an international stage where he doesn't know the players he's playing against as well. He doesn't have a full circuit of practice behind him.
Okay, so I think our casters are almost ready?
I think they're ready. We're getting thumbs up all the way from over there, so...
Okay, so it's time to spice things up with our first game of the day. So I'll leave you guys with Impetus, Panda, and Counterfeit.
Thank you very much. That's... Wow. I mean, David, of course, we're on the brink of game number 1. 9 regions, 32 players, 3 days to find ourselves another global champion. But of course, we can't start things off quite like this. It feels like we're missing something.
Dual cast for World. I think we need a tri-cast to start things off. We also ordered a pizza 15 minutes ago. I think it's about to arrive. Is there a delivery coming in, I think?
I think it might be a special delivery.
Oh, is it?
Very special delivery indeed.
Oh, look at this. A pizza and a little something else. Oh, goodness.
Did you order it with extra sauce?
Extra pepperoni is what I've heard, but Dan is here to join us for the cast. The pizza's ready. The pose is ready. The dance is ready apparently as well. Dance is bringing out all the stops. I think our players are going to as well, because what a lobby we have to start things off.
Well, I suppose NA is all about entertainment, aren't they?
Yes, we are. We're also the ones who show up to the competition. Did your day 3 invites get lost in the mail last time?
I believe your world champ invite got lost. I think NA has not won a world championship yet.
All right, well, we're going to go ahead and move on to the future while you live in the past. 3 years ago, you were still part of the EU, so a lot can change.
Oh, wow. Okay, jeez. That was pretty pointed towards me.
Endless winning.
Gentlemen, as was noted on the desk as we move past some painful memories that might be in the past for everyone involved, as we mentioned, first lobby going to be absolutely roaring. Who are you paying the most attention to?
I mean, for me, it has to be Ging. I think he's been to Worlds. It's his 3rd time tying very few players like Double 61, like VCLF, who's also in this lobby. 2 players have been to Worlds. 3 times are in here. And Dan Setsuko is here as well. Tech Summers with his outfit.
Tech Summers, of course, is catching my eye. I thought I was going to win Best Dressed Clown. This guy has it. It takes the cake. But, of course, I think most people in North America understood that Set 8 was the rise of Setsuko. The prophecy has been foretold for so many sets. He was the longest holder of rank 1 across the globe. Finally, he's able to put on his tournament performances, averaging a 3.4 throughout all competition.
Yeah, it's going to be massively important how these first 3 lobbies go. Of course, that's when we'll be doing the reseeding, so this lobby can change so much of what we got going forward. Anybody else you guys want to bring to the forefront before we get into game 1?
Niberia mentioned Hong Lian. I think that's going to be a very strong player from China. She kind of is a bit of a wild card coming from Japan, but I've been watching his streams the last few days with the World In-Houses. What a bubbly personality, so wholesome, so friendly to every single player. I'm just so excited for this game to start.
Yeah, that's right. I also want to call out some of the players who are returning, right? VCLF, Dr. O. Experience matters on the stage. For a lot of people who are first-timers, are they going to be nervous? Do they let the pressure mount to them? TFT has never been harder. Everyone's getting better. More data is available. People are studying in groups. But it doesn't really matter when you're getting nervous and you're making these rush plays. A lot of players coming into it weren't even sure if they're able to get enough sleep. All this hype around Setsuko, he was on Twitter this morning saying that the World Championship start in 7 hours and I can't sleep.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing, as you said. We've got so many players coming to the championship for the first time, but we've got ourselves a first lobby. Let's get things kicked off here. Again, 6 games today, reseeding after the 3rd round. So these first 3 rounds are going to be dramatically important.
I think we have to really cover those narratives. Players that are returning, they have to adapt to the schedule, but also to the tempo of the lobbies at Worlds. You can get away with so much more in the mid-game in your other regions, even in NA regionals, in EMEA regionals, in China as well. But coming into the World Championship, everyone's going to be making extremely strong boards throughout all of the game.
Starting off on the right foot is really important, and on the right foot it is. Ging already picking up some powerful pairs, already has Infinity Team available to him with that Pantheon and Lucian, which can fit into his playstyle. Ging is a high-tempo win streak player, loves to play from ahead and then bleed to those 3rds and 4th and be extremely consistent. That is why he is one of the few players in the world who has hit as high as 2,300 LP.
It's absolutely crazy. Of course, as you said, Ging coming back for the 3rd time here to the championship. Is very, very few players have managed to do that at all.
Came in set 4, did not have the best performance, has claimed he was very nervous at the time. Not going to be so nervous with a Lucian 2 sitting on his bench. Set 6, he finished 10th. And I think now he's just trying to make it to that top 8, have that chance to make it to that finals.
He hit a double frontline hex with Infinity Team, which ends up being a much lower ceiling of power that you can get to the end game. Usually when you play 7 Infinity Team, you want 1 frontline, 1 backline, because you want to duplicate that ultimate Ezreal, get those alternate as rallies to wipe the entire board. Without that, I wonder if he's just going to play this for tempo and transition out, or he's going to stay on the Infinity Team and make it work.
Yeah, what we've got so far is looking pretty good. Let's get our first augments in.
Silvers.
They will be silver, so no hero augments to really help define the lobby from the beginning.
We open with Cringe. Let's start with Cringe. Future Sight it is for Ging. Hell yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. If you could scout your opponents and also be able to disable some key units with that Zephyr. But looking around, there's also some pretty powerful augments. I'm looking at VCLF. Pandora's items is extremely powerful and gets you what you want to do. It doesn't feel like that's a true silver, does it?
He's also took as well with the Thieves Gloves as well, the Band of Thieves, so a very strong tempo opening. I think this is what most players want, especially for game 1. They want to start off in a comfortable position with that positive inertia going to games 2 and 3 because it's a 12-game, circuit essentially for days 1 and 2. You have to start off on the right foot.
Yeah, so Ging with a decent ball, but keeping the items close to his chest for the time being and holding that Zephyr for maximum effect, presumably in the first round. We have got Honglan up at the top, having taken the Tiny Titans, and we've got some interesting choice here from Dr. O.
Okay, Dr. O going for Pandora's items. He has 4 components because he gets an extra component from that augment. The question is, what does he want to make? He could theoretically lean to AP, but he has an AD start. He's the inverse of Ging. Ging has AD items with no one to hold it. Yes, Infinity Edge is his best slam right now, but who's going to actually hold it? Illusion that has, what, 30 base ADS 1-star is not very good at all.
If he would have fought a stronger opponent, maybe consider slamming to try and get that win streak in stage 2, and right away we're going to have a pause. Maybe getting started a little bit too strong despite not hitting the Infinity Heart, for example. He could have had the chance actually to find the roll on the silver augments, find Infinity Heart. It really is like a 3.6 average for this start. Would have been crazy to have the silver online and 5 Infinity somewhere in stage 2.
Yeah, 5 Infinity is pretty unfair, and the best part about Infinity is you get so much extra tempo. You get that clone, right? You look at Woodland Charm as a prismatic. Everyone loves starting with it because you get an extra unit. That's what Infinity does. If you're able to get 5 Infinity, you don't have to slam items because those clones get those items. You saw, for example, how he had that Sunfire off of that duplicate shed.
Yeah, well, we know at least Ging is going to be now coming in with the first round win to try and build further on there. So from the players we haven't seen so much of so far, you know, in terms of the weather metrics, you mentioned Infinity, of course, having the good strength. In terms of other compositions we should be expecting to see in this first lobby, what should we be seeing going forward?
I mean, Jin is the obvious one. I think Riftwalker, you said it, Froden, is one of the best traits to come into TFT in a long time because of how flexible it is. In a patch like this where everything is so balanced, you roll down on 7, you're not only looking for one unit like TF or like Nico. You're looking for a wide variety of different units. Alongside Riftwalkers, it can be threats, it can be Aegis units, it can be Ox Force, and you can really just build a board on that roll down and then eventually build the optimal board later on in the game.
The issue with Riftwalkers is whether or not you're able to get it online in time to keep up with the tempo of the lobby, and it's often the #1 thing people go to as a fallback option, meaning that if they're not hitting their default composition, expect 1 or 2 people to try to just make it work with Riftwalkers, and that might sabotage people whose primary game plan is to get the Riftwalkers. How many times has this happened to you where you're saying, I'm going to play Riftwalkers, I have a clean line to it, perfect items, good augments for it, then 2 people just randomly hit those gens. You can't find a single gen despite the fact that you've been angling from the beginning, so that could end up being some people's downfall if they don't have a backup to their backup.
Well, of course, we do know the backup plan for a lot of players is going to be Oxlingers, you know, if they're going more down the AP line of things. But we will be getting back into the mix. Apologies for the slight delay. We want to make sure everything is nice and kosher before we get things started.
Early Vayne in the shop. This is one of the units I think every single player in this World Championship is going to be looking to have on their board, if it fits, at least to have those AD items throughout all of stages 2 and 3. I think everyone can agree here. One of the best AD item holders until you get to that Jin, until you get to that Belveth.
Yeah, that Silver Bolt is a lot of damage early on, and Vayne is one of those units that's also a flexible item holder. Do you want to play around really powerful augments like Spread Shot? Yes, but also you can just use Vayne as a vehicle to get to where you are. Now he finally has a good Infinity Edge holder.
Because Tech Summers has also managed to find a good way to get some AD into the mix. But the Zephyr sold before, now replanted, will send Zephyr up in the air and hopefully extend this streak.
It's a great Zephyr choice as well because Zephyr also increases the attack speed of the champion. Really good synergy, not to mention Vayne is the sellable unit. He wants to hold on to these Infinities units as long as he can as the core and flex around those champions. An excellent choice here for Ging.
Ooh, very close. Also on Infinity, it's going to be a very close fight, but again, that Vayne just does so much. I normally rate units in stages 2 and 3 as units that get things done, and Vayne, I think, is #1 on my list when it comes to that parameter.
Ooh, Shen Pair as well. We're going to go ahead and switch off, though, and see who else is also playing Infinity Team. That's right. We got Shikami Madoka from Japan.
Yeah, we're really interested to see how they do. Of course, Japan taking a really surprising 2nd place in the Dragonlance Championship. You know, title inspiring the Japanese players to step up, as of course Sleeper did for the Brazilian players so very long ago. Hopefully they're going to be able to step up and, you know, build on that legacy.
It's going to be hard to do so. Title is, I think, a generational talent. We saw it in last World Champs. He didn't make it here, finished 5th in Japanese qualifiers, but overall, Shikami's going to try his best to actually live up to that potential.
Going up against Setsuko, who's playing the Laser Core strategy. A lot of people fighting for that early win streak. Laser Core and Infinity Team will be 2 of the most popular compositions you'll see to fight for a strong stage 2. And that extra Thieves Glove from the Morgana, potentially swinging things. It's very close. It's Ash 2 with the extra lasers. It's a big win if Setsuko can keep us momentum.
One more
kind of depends on the cast for the Lulu.
Oh, it does come in. Setsuko loses his streak, unfortunate. And Lulu, You might play Lulu reroll, okay, but it's also just a really good unit, again, at getting things done, killing off units. If you are losing, you're losing by only 1 or 2 units.
Oh my god, there's 2 tiers on Osona. Does anybody want this at all? To play a AP blue buff charge strategy as one of the best possible things that you can get on this carousel.
Yeah, interesting to see so many players passing up. A small note, of course, as a result of that last round with Setsuko losing the streak. We've got Madoka and King both on 100 streaks coming out of Carousel.
Interesting. So it almost feels like no one wants to play AP to start things off. Almost everyone leans to the AD lines.
Listen, if Kade was in this lobby, he would be beelining towards Osona as a Hearts vertical enjoyer. I think it's a very good comp to play, but you really have to know the ins and outs, all the minute details to really excel with it.
Yeah, about a patch and a half ago, AP was running amok. It felt like everything was so strong around Twisted Fate. You could play around a bunch of the 3-cost AP. Aurelian Soul was really strong. Now it feels like AD is really much on the forefront here, Panda.
You have just so much more options with Jin, with Belveth. I mean, it's just a little bit easier, I think, to really have a combination that works, whereas TF doesn't even want blue buff. Even Spellslingers in general don't want those extra casts.
As we check back in with Holy Land, of course, Shungo not returning for the Dragonlance Championship. Our current reigning world champion will be able to defend his title. But Holy Land has certainly got a strong start. We do know that an underground start was one of the ones we'll be looking for. Our players will need to get through in the top quarter by the end of the top 2 days.
Yeah, and it seems like he's starting underground a little bit later. 2-5 is later than a lot of people would be comfortable with. Let's see if it works out. He does have Tiny Titans. But if there's a player that I trust, it has to be someone from China, because they love to take risks. That is the name of the game. They do not mind playing from behind. And Honglian has 119 HP to work with, so we can kill some of these units with things like Static Shiv. Watch out. The key for the heist is level 4. If you can get to level 4, get things like Tacticians Crowns or really powerful Radiant items or other things we're not thinking about, that's where Honglian wants to aim, and the other people in the lobby want to pressure him to cash out before that.
You mentioned it being a region-wide thing with China, but specifically Honglian is someone that really just excels at underground in general, really knows how to cash out, how to make sure he's strong enough to only lose by a few units, and kind of, go down that narrow line where you can actually cash out and get an actually huge win.
So coming into the end of stage 2, Madoka the only one to hold on to the win streak. NCC and Dr. O at the bottom with pretty substantial loss streaks, which NCC will keep going. So a decent amount of money in the lobby. Our players definitely dancing closely with each other to try and keep those streaks going, but not many managing it.
Yeah, so it's an okay loss, not the best one. You lose by 3, but again, that's what Tiny Titans is for. Shikame Madoka is going to be the player to focus on. Hold on, early Nico and Annie. So that does help us get into the AP line a lot more deliberately. We have Sona to help link everything together as well.
One thing to mention about NCC, he did start AFK, the augment, not just actually AFK in a world #1 game, but he did have AFK, so I think it's normal to see him at 58. I got to see if he's actually playing underground on his board. It looks like he is not for now, but he has to really be able to stabilize somewhere in stage 3, or else he's going to be bleeding out too much.
It looks like he might be angling for reroll Camille, and you can see why. At the start of combat, all admins get 40 attack damage. If he's able to even stack that twice, gets a Camille off of the orbs, that's a potential newer build, although it's been something that was very prominent at the beginning of set 8, where we had a lot of Camille Hacker. Now it's come back, so I know it did really well in the scrims. Is NCC able to pull himself out of this deficit? Because 58 is a lot of HP lost.
Yeah, so at least there's a decent amount of money in the bank. As you can see on the right-hand side, we've got a few players still above 50. A lot of the gold being spent towards the mid and the top of the table for Honglian as well. Shikame, of course, still undefeated. But for now, we'll see if NCC can pull this one off.
NCC also has a really hard decision of whether or not he wants to slam certain items. If he doesn't get an item augment at 3-2, does he have to slam things like Last Whisper or Infinity Edge before he's able to get any sorts of healing? He could go for Gunblade, but a lot of people don't like that on a hyper carry.
The Last Whisper does leave the BT component open, so that might be the most viable strat, but I agree completely. He's lose streaking anyway. He's planning to lose this. I think it would be the ideal scenario. He can wait for that 3-2 augment. If it's a component grab, I can get a few more components and see what the actual best in slot will be.
But the downside is he won't get the Camille augment because he needs to have it go at 3-2. So this is high risk, high reward for NCC. He really wants a 2-cost hero augment right now.
We'll see what that second augment ends up being. Said the AFK means that NCC does have at least a good amount of money in the bank. The lost streak rather, for NCC.
Oh, and he gets offered hashtag retribution. He could roll for adaptive
he found it
as well.
Oh, that's Dr. O rather.
It's up to him. And now it comes actually to a discussion of whether or not adaptive defensive is better than Hextech Retribution. Some people believe that adaptive defensive is just stronger as to carry Camille, so you want to go for carry augments. But there's also a lot of data to suggest that Hextech Retribution is good.
So many upgrades. Another Camille as well. He's up to 4 already. He picked up the carry augment. He has most of the items online as well. Going to be looking for a cloak, I think, in the next carousel.
Time and a half picked up by VCLF over at 3 o'clock, which is on the rare side. He does have a Death Blade, but a lot of people don't like having 3-2 for the time and a half. China is okay with it, though. Maybe VCLF, who has been studying other regions, is picking up on that, saying, hey, it's not too late for time and a half.
Well, we'll go and check in on that. That will be a ton of extra money alongside a very healthy-looking win streak as well. Up against Setsuko, who, again, is not undefeated in the lobby, but still has a pretty solid board.
Has a spatula as well. We'll see what VCLF can cook up with that in this next carousel. A very strong board. Has rolled down slightly, down to 20 gold with that sit level 6. Has Morgana ready to go as well. And just a lot of upgrades all across the board. Looking like one of the stronger players in this lobby on a 4-win streak. Now a 5-win streak. Hits that 20 gold as well. And Setsuko takes a hit.
So annoying for Setsuko. Looks like he's 1-2 and then lost and then 1-3 and then lost. Never able to put on a full streak. Going up against VCLF, who rolled a lot of gold. And that's the, by the way, VCLF spot, you call out the spatula. That's the power of Pandora's items. He's guaranteed, essentially, unless he misses on all of his rolls, he's guaranteed that Infinity Emblem, which can be really powerful and set up that front line for that server, scaling his sure shot backline.
So we take a quick look across. We, of course, will saw Setsuko with a gas giant slayer as well. For Ging, finding the elusive spread shot up at the top, we start to answer the question of where our players are aiming themselves.
And Ging has played a lot of duelists on day 3 of EMEA Finals. He's very comfortable on this comp. He's a top 4 player, but with spread shot specifically, this makes duelists go from top 4 to potentially top 1. Oh my goodness!
That is
he was a believer.
3-3 Camille 3 with Rift Walkers, and he also has 8 pikes? I can't believe what I'm just watching. NCC somehow pulled out the rabbit from the hat and now is in a commanding position to dominate this lobby.
And we can see already Tech Summers has managed to keep a look of consternation from his face up until this point. Very calm in the hat up in the top left of your screen. We can already see just how powerful this Camille will be. NCC feeling pretty good about his climb up the table.
He even has a Warwick ready to go. So the question will be whether or not he chooses to go more vertical admin. He's obviously going to check to see if he can stack that double attack damage start. But he also can go for hacker because he can use Zac to attach to that pike. And there is, by the way, a spatula open. I wonder who's going to be able to grab it. Will VCLF somehow magically get an Infinity Emblem here?
Oh, Dr. O. Even if he maybe doesn't want it necessarily, you want to close that option off. VCLF was last pick due to his streak, so at the very least, it was unlikely. And Dr. O also has an open spatula, so that's going to be a Tactician's crown for Dr. O as well.
The thing about NCC hitting so hard is that it puts people right above him in a danger zone, because that means NCC is going to leapfrog them eventually and pressure upwards. This is good for Ging and Setsuko and VCLF players who are win streaking, have a lot of HP to preserve that. And so this is big warning signs for Hong Lian, Shikame Doka, and Dr. O.
Of course, we saw that blue buff being passed around for a while, but Hong Lian has brought in the power grid, so we'll be hitting pretty damn hard with what they've got going on right now. Underground is still ticking through as well. So even though Hong Lian, towards the middle of the table, has some more potential to come.
Power Grid is a pretty underrated 3-cost carry. A lot of people don't think of Sona pretty much as a carry, more of an item holder or support unit. What are your thoughts on Power Grid here, Panda?
I mean, in this spot, Archangel's blue buff, the 2 best items on a Sona, in my opinion. You have the MR turret already in line with a kill. Eventually will be a Morgana, possibly a TF we see on the bench there as well. You have a decent front line. I think it's a very good spot. You have so much HP to work with things with Tiny Titans, and Underground is still online. And this is the biggest thing. You can keep this board online for a pretty long time with a Sona killing off a few units, and the cash out just might be insane in this game for them.
Yeah, it kind of depends entirely on how the cash out is. And if there's a player that's also shown it before, this is one of the compositions that Hong Lian won the China TOC regional finals with. Those Power Grid Sona 3. He also did some pretty crazy stuff like 5 mech Mordekaiser for the win. This guy is a very creative player. He's Mortdog's favorite of the tournament. Mortdog picked Hong Lian, not just because he's from China, but also because he's got many tricks up his sleeves.
We know, of course, that didn't necessarily work out terribly well for Ging before being Mortdog's favorite, but hopefully...
It was a long time ago, Peter. Ging is a changed man. He's ready. He has the good mental for this tournament. He's doing good right now with spread shot. This top 4, I think, for me, is perfectly what I expected. These are the top 4 players that like to play for a very strong streak early. VCLF from Brazil, Setsuko from NA, Tech Summer from Latam, who loves to play Vayne in the mid game into Infinity Team or into that Riftwalkers. And we see a LeBlanc Hawker. Does this explain why Dr. O's at 44 HP, Froden?
It could. I don't really particularly believe in Hacker LeBlanc in this meta, but if he's able to get and jump to the backline carry and target the Sivir, it'd be great.
Yeah, VCLF is going to be the only one with the win streak coming out of stage 3. If you can make this one land, LeBlanc with the Edge of Night will be very, very hard to shift off of that back line and will chew through absolutely everything, leaving only the front line to keep the streak alive.
The Dark Binding came in, but a little bit too late. The Sivir was already dead after that first Morgana cast, so an easy fight win for Dr. O. A streak being lost for VCLF was going to be big news for the rest of the lobby, and overall, I think we might start seeing these HP totals even out.
He does. So Dr. O is the person that took this spatula off the carousel, by the way, and made an admin spat without the ability to actually go for 4 admin. We're going to put a pause on that. Only has chosen to cash out and gone for a Bloodthirster. Is that good enough, Panda?
I'm wondering. I think now he's maybe thinking he's a little bit too strong to continue playing Underground. He's not going to be losing too much once he has all this gold to roll down as well. And he thought, you know, this is good enough. There's sometimes where you get too strong for your own good and you want to cash out early.
There's 2 questions that I had with Hongli, and one was his cash out timing. He chose to do it now. The second one would be, is he going to go for vertical hearts or go for an Ox for front line? I think vertical hearts is a really underrated composition, but given his spot, usually you play around Aurelion Soul as well. He doesn't have that. He does have the Ox Force. Does find Jewel Gauntlets off of the Reforge there, so really nice work out there. That's exactly BIS for Hongli.
Let's take a word to talk about the various streaks and economy going on the right-hand side of your screen at the moment. Oh no, it's too late.
Oh my goodness.
What we have found is the upgrades across the board. Hongli are looking very, very good indeed. It's looking like the bottom of the table players are going to be making a heavy push up.
So Honglian and NCC will be heavily punishing people who do not have their boards online. Who is greeting? This player's greeting. VCLF is trying to go for the next level.
He has a pretty tanky Rammus, but I don't think it's going to be able to do enough with the power of this Sona. Triple item, perfect JG comes off the Reforge. Mortdog definitely in the house here for game 1.
Actually, I realized that maybe VCLF is holding his gold because he wants to reroll. He has so many Pantheons and extra Sivers on the bench. The whole lobby's not going to wait for him to get online, Panda. I think VCLF has to be really careful with how much he's going to greed and try to reroll for the Sivir 3.
NCC down the bottom, keeping that win streak going, pushing further up the table. So the pressure continues to build. Satsuko up the top with Ging and Tech Summers. They were at least all around the same HP, but it's starting to drop down as the bottom players.
Prismatic, no!
A better way to turn the heat up even further.
There's a think fast. There's a think fast. Satsuko is thinking fast.
Satsuko, you can do it.
Let's see what he's got with the APM King.
The whole board.
Up in the top right, Satsuko's going to be rolling all the way down.
Where is this NA APM you've been talking about, Fernand? I want to see it.
Oh, he's about to show you. He's about to show you. He's going to hit everything of his 2-stars. He found a Leona as well, which is one of the harder units to find. If you can find 2-star Jhin and you can find Viego, he'll be in a good spot. 20 seconds still left to cook.
So many options.
NCC finding the 3-star Pike as well as upgrades going across
Miss
the board.
Viego.
Starting to run out of time.
Fine, needs to find that Jhin still.
Oh, there it is! Big moments here. Oh my goodness, his board is so strong. He didn't get the Viego in for the 3 Renegade, but that's totally fine. Oh, he has a Renegade emblem. Never mind, Satsuko is cooking.
The VCL, as we see on the other side of the screen, picking up the golden ticket to try and get up to that Sivir 3 and get the big cash payout round by round. That has been taking some pretty heavy hits recently.
And it's maybe a little bit late to pick up golden ticket. You're not going to get as much value as you would at 2-1, for example. Ferdinand, with this board, does it pay for that Think Fast being picked?
Oh,
it's
absolutely.
A strong board, but do you think it's strong enough?
I think it's at least good enough to get Satsuko within top 4 striking distance because his board is not going to take bad losses. He also won that fight, by the way, so convincingly, he didn't even use his Thief's Gloves. Just to give you a sense of how much power, this is what you're supposed to expect a whole stage from now. By the time you hit 5-3, that's when you're expected to hit all your 4-cost 2-stars. He hit all of them.
He's so strong, he's maybe considering selling this Aatrox. Needs to get that gold back to go 8, to go 9 as Satsuko does so well in every single game he plays.
Oh, takes out Riftwalkers because he doesn't want to actually give up his Aatrox too. Really interesting decision to see if it pays off for him.
Camille's coming in.
Yeah, this will be the really big test for this board. Of course, right as you said, incredibly strong, but right onto the back line. That Camille up to 3 items, bringing the Hextech Gunblade rather than the Bloodthirst we see so commonly. Will be able to heal the rest of the squad while still being incredibly hard to put down.
NCC has not lost yet since he hit that Camille at 3-3. And it looks like it won't be the case now either. Satsuko takes another very small hit, still 66 HP, but NCC at 49. He's looking so good.
Guys, how far do you think this Camille can go? Is it, are we going all the way to top 2, top 1?
It can. It kind of depends on whether or not you hit your top end, which it depends on whether or not NCC is pushing that levels, it looks like he is. He's at level 7. I'm also really concerned for Dr. O, who's down to single-digit hit points. And that is not a good spot to be in if you are trying to re-roll LeBlanc. And this is the reason why a lot of people stay away from this composition. It doesn't seem that consistent.
Now, we have got an update on Dr. O's admins as well. So every 5 seconds, gaining ability power. So not the raw ability power injection to get the immediate hit, needing to last longer to get the big old murders in.
I think the biggest problem with this comp is even if everything goes literally perfectly, exactly to plan, it's not really getting that first plate. It's not really going amazing. He has so many options here, but Ancient Archives, I think, was a little bit disappointing. Mecha Crown, he has a Star Guardian as well.
He's been playing down a Prismatic the entire time because he was rolling them with Pandora's items. Listen, man, I appreciate a good Pandora's roll, but that's a little too much. That's a little too rich for my blood.
No, there's no LeBlanc 3 coming in for Dr. O. This could be a very swift way out. Of course, Korea, they've got the history, but interesting setup here from Ging, putting the Vayne up towards the front line.
Oh my gosh, Ging still is stuck with that Zephyr onto that Vayne. Trying to avoid the hacker, but LeBlanc is targeting it. This might be an easy win because of that factor.
Of course, it's going to be the future sight allowed the insight to be able to see this one coming. The front line
comes through. Oh no, Dr. O. Our first 8th place of the tournament. Unfortunately, only 1 point for the Korean player in this game 1. It was a tough spot. The Prismatic did not help at all. He had a few lucky rolls with the bench, but in the end did not work out.
As we check in with Tech, some of us haven't seen them for a little while, but we do see a very promising board coming together here. We've got the Belveth fully itemized already, and we've got also an Aurelion Soul building up as a secondary threat behind a very solid mech front line.
Yeah, Tech seems to have some pretty good things, but he's lacking that real big ump. He doesn't have the 2-star Garen, his Radiant items on a 1-star Aurelion Soul, so he's got some of the right ingredients for this recipe, but he doesn't have the full thing.
And it's a single item on the Garen as well. You need to have those resistances. He doesn't have it yet.
That's right, that's right. He actually focused so much on these offensive items. He has no defense, and it's a Garen 1-star. So he's going to have to hope that this Edge of Night on the Belveth is able to get a lot done. But he's going against Setsuko, who has a very well-rounded composition, and this is what makes it so difficult. Every single thing is beefy. It's threatening in its own right. Can this Belveth actually get it done? I don't think so. Tex Summers takes another critical loss.
And Tex does not have money in the bank to recover from this as the beginnings of a loss streak, but in very poor shape. In fact, our bottom 3 players right now, all very poor, with no streaks as well to prop them up.
Going to be hard for them to come back into the game. The South Americans not doing so well in this game number 1. Chikame as well from Japan, trying his best, has 43 HP, has a little buffer there, but the top 4 is looking so strong. Ging, especially once he hits that Vayne 3.
Yeah, so NCC looks like to be the highest win share percentage right now. Like, a lot of people can say this person is likely to win the lobby, so it's really about who can fill out that second place. Hong Lian looked really strong with that Sona and that big Oxforce board. Setsuko's kind of ping-ponging, win-loss, but Setsuko's plan was to bleed out to a 3rd or 4th anyways. So it's really about any of these 4 players, Ging, Shikame, VCLF, or Tex, can they challenge for that top 4 spot to join the top 3?
So looking at Ging's money in the bank, still need to find those 2 Vaynes, but that's a lovely second locket coming online. That's a ton of tankiness.
I think needs to roll here, needs to hold these 3 stars ideally. Doesn't want to get too dizzy maybe, but he has to find 2 Vaynes still. Does not have that much money to do so either. And this is where kind of the whole crux of his combo. If he doesn't find this upgrade, he might just bleed out to a 4th, maybe even a 5th.
No remover either, so I wonder if Ging was willing to gamble with his items when he makes Vayne 3. But we have to find Vayne 3 to get to that spot. Guard Breaker or another Zephyr. He's going to be his Tex, who has corner carries. He's going to guarantee land the Zephyr on the Aurelion Soul and the Belveth.
Oh my goodness. The Rat Tactics in full display for this game 1, but so much is at stake in the World Championship.
Yeah, Ging, of course, going to try and hold the best he can. He's got the Prismatic Knife's Edge to help prop up the DPS of that spread shot Vayne. For Tex Summers, this could be another L. We're seeing the bottom players really suffering this lobby, and only a few can make it out.
It's a direct rival as well, so a big win here for Ging, trying to make sure if he does end up bleeding out, some of these players get eliminated before that happens.
Oh no, but now Ging is going up against NCC and knows it. How do you position against his hacker Camille? And it's almost like Ging doesn't even have to scout because he knows exactly what NCC is going to try to do. He's going to have the Vayne get jumped on by the Camille.
Well, there were some big upgrades coming in for NCC as well. The 2-star Warwick joining the field, so it's not just going to be a one-woman show destroying everything, hitting from the front and the back of the comp.
And we're seeing here for Tech still, I mean, he's found the Vow now as well, but I don't think that's going to be enough. The front line is just kind of like paper at this point in stage 5. The rest of the boards are oh so strong. There's so much DPS. A Rammus 3 Infinite team for VCLF. What? He's really turned his board around.
Holy moly, the power of Golden Ticket compels you. And Rammus comes in to try to deflect some of the Sivir. The Sivir's just scaling, not contested. The Garen's Mecha Justice did not hit her, allowing her to continue to ramp up damage and distribute evenly. Tech Summers is dead.
That's our second elimination, and we can see above, we've still got a ton of HP left for our remaining players. In fact, there's barely any distance between our remaining 6 players at all.
What a shop here. I'm sure VCLF would have loved to seen 2 of these ultimate Ezreals in his own shop, but this Camille is looking so strong. 11 win streak, has not lost since he found that Camille 3 upgrade at stage 3-3.
Has he been rolling? It feels like he's at very low gold count relative to where I think he should be, and it could be the fact that he doesn't have Gen 2 and he's feeling like he wants to secure that Gen 2. I think a lot of players would try to go to Fast 9 though. Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. At this point, NCC is just going to stick to his guns, going against Setsuko, which could be a critical fight.
And Setsuko is going to lose out 1 carry immediately. We're going to have to rely very heavily on the Aurelion Sol. A small note about the numbers for this Camille. She's about 450 AD. That's about a 2,000 HP shield. And right now, it's not even procced as of yet.
That tactical sweep is going to be so scary to face. A massive loss here for Setsuko in stage 5, all the way down to 16. Anyone that faces NCC is in big trouble all throughout the stage. The matchmaking is going to be so relevant.
So, Frodan, you were mentioning, Setsuko trying to run this one out a little bit slowly, has now slipped down into potential 6th place along with Ging.
Yeah, and it's just the position that Setsuko and Ging in were hoping that they would take, like, not bad losses at all. That was a bad loss. He basically killed, like, a couple of backlinings with the Aurelion Sol. His second ASOL cast didn't even get the meteors off, so a really unfortunate sequence of events for Setsuko. But the good news is, theoretically, he shouldn't queue into NCC for a while.
Oh, that's what we needed. Ging finally finds that Vayne 3 triple item on the TF as well.
Does he risk it? For the biscuit! Oh,
That's still good. That's still good, I think.
Infinity Edge is the most important one, but Hodge is a really big deal because it also keeps her sustained in the fight. That is not an inconsequential outcome.
No, but at least the future sight will make it a little bit safer for the time being to try and avoid getting leapt on by anyone unwelcome. Of course, we can see Setsuko will be the next opponent, so our 2 bottom players. One of them is likely to go out here if this round goes real bad.
Gonna try and maximize that knife edge, but TF gonna be in trouble faced off against that Zac. The Jhin still on the Annie. The Oxford's gonna help a tiny bit as well. And the Duelist comp, all it wants to do is stall for time, let the spread shot do its thing. Asol's now been taken down. Aatrox being shot down as well. It's only the Jhin left alive when it comes to DPS. Both DPS is left alive, actually. The 1v1, but the Fiora helps out. And in the end, Setsuko, another loss, now down to 6 HP.
Yeah, it's very brutal. NCC lost.
Interesting.
And it looked like it might have been to Hongli Yen, but we have to actually check and see what ended up happening, as NCC did end up hitting Gen 2, so by all means, he probably felt like he was clear to go to 9, but right now it's a little bit tenuous.
Yeah, again, the HP totals are so very close between our players. NCC still has the Warwick to potentially itemize as well. Setsuko, though, holding on. At least that last loss was pretty much as soft as it could be, but Setsuko has no more room to maneuver.
This is where positioning is going to be so important. We see Shrouds, we see Zephyrs. Some players are on 1 life at this point in time. You really have to make sure to have the right positioning for any of these fights.
I thought he missed a Zac attaching and tethering to the Jhin. Here we go, going up his Hongli with a Sona 3 with the power grid. That's going to be really difficult to stop.
Yeah, so many DPS units across the backline. Honglion's board is absolutely terrifying. The power of the golden ticket being unveiled, and they're ripping through the board. Setsuko.
Oh, one more cast.
That's the carries the line.
Big cast.
The backline evaporates. I think Setsuko is just about held on.
This is the great thing about Ace, able to bypass that Ox Force. Ging, despite finding the Vayne 3, taken down in 6th place. Oh, never mind. 5th place in the end. Shikame Madoka ends up taking the hit there.
And Setsuko narrowly makes top 4 every single fight that he squeezed out. That 1 or 2 extra units made that difference between getting a bot 4 and narrowly sneaking to top 4.
Amazing stuff, but that's how narrow it is at this level of competition. We have literally the best TFT players in the world playing here, so even the smallest of margins can make all the difference.
Our biggest question now is, can NCC make it to level 9? If he does, what does he add in? How strong will he get? Where's the cap board for this Camille reroll? And can anyone beat him? Is it VCLF with that Rammus Infinity Team? Is it Hong Lian with that Spellslinger Sona 3 setup?
I mean, part of the cool thing about Riftwalkers is you have so many options. He's playing 4 Riftwalkers, in fact, because he has an extra emblem from the 4-2 augment. Therefore, he could replace it with 2 legendaries. He can go 5 renegades, kind of taking the Ox Force and the Leona. Many options for NCC. He's still my favorite, but we'll see. VCLF is making a massive comeback and trying to show the rest of the world why Brazil is the most underrated region in TFT.
Certainly, Brazil has a lot of ground to make up from the last championship, but incredibly motivated, of course, to show exactly what they're made of. Let's pop back in because Setsuko is again fighting for his life.
Picking his items, seeing what fight is going to happen in the first point here. Going to go for another Vow on the Aatrox, giving some extra survivability for the tank to do its thing while Acel and Jin try to kill off some of these units, try and help Setsuko survive. He's at 6 HP, but I mean, this Camille is so strong. She killed the Acel already. The tactical sweep coming in onto the Aatrox. It's only really the Jin left alive, and he can't do it by himself. Setsuko out in 4th, but a good placement for game 1. You have a way to bounce back into game 2.
Listen, all things considering, this is exactly why the HP preservation early mattered, because Setsuko understood that tempo and that win streak might help him bleed to a top 4, because NCC, we talked about how that win streak was going to pressure everyone upwards. That's exactly what happened, and Setsuko was the big winner alongside VCLF.
Samira 2, Samira 2, Samira 1, Samira 1, one more Samira left. Can VCLF find it and potentially turn this lobby on its head?
He has to sell everything that's not the Samira at this point. The Shens have to go. Shen 3's not going to move the needle. The Samira 3 will.
There's no more HP left to go. It has to be a fire for Samira's, but it doesn't happen. VCLF will have to get one more round against Honglian to maybe put together this Omega board.
Where will these Rammus stuns come in is the big question. Can they stop enough of that DPS? No. Starts off in the front line, not doing too much yet. The second Rammus as well does not jump into that backline where the TF is starting to slowly proc that Rage Blade, proc that Shiv. But the last catch, does it come in from the Rammus? The stun comes in, and it does just in time. Could that be the crucial difference maker? The Sivir's left alive, and the kills come through. VCLF survives and has one more chance to find the Samira 3.
It's so difficult to deal with VCL's board because he has the Rammus 3 duplicated and the Garen 2. There's so much AoE. Honglian tried to tuck his carry in the cubby in the C1 spot, was not able to dodge any of the stuns, and as a result, that small AoE CC was a difference maker between stalling that Sona so she couldn't ramp up with the hearts.
And we're left in a situation with NCC having the lion's share of the HP, more than both of the other players combined. The little bit of gold trickling in from the time and a half, but it still seems like it's not enough. We don't know if VCLF will fully commit in here to sell everything and gamble big.
NCC gonna greed out one more round, has 37 HP. He's in a spot to do it.
It might be a double kill here, and then Camille's gonna jump on the right spot. That Twist of Fate has nobody protecting him, Counterfeit.
No, it's gonna be an absolute bloodbath in the back line, and this Sona stays up for a few more seconds. But we talked about how ridiculous that shield is. She will not fall. The goddess of the convergence claims more and more victims. This will be an end to it. And we have our top 2.
VCLF, another win, another chance to find Samira 3, maybe to upset NCC as well.
So now we have a question. This is an interesting mind game here as we enter the stage 6 carousel.
Samira? No.
No Samira, but let's say he doesn't hit Samira 3. How does VCLF position against a guaranteed hacker Camille? And more importantly, does NCC go for it? Because he can choose not to hacker the Camille, and that is why people hate hacker.
And he's also going 9, so going to have a chance to cap out the board even higher. He was greeding out because he had the HP to do it. At this point now, he thinks, hey, it's time to end VCLF before he hits the upgrade. I need to win this round. I need to get stronger right now.
Come on, Samira.
However this one ends out, we've got Southeast Asia, we've got Brazil in our top 2 spots here. 2 regions people were really not sure about coming into the competition. This will be such a good start, however this finishes.
The full clump on the left, the Zeeks comes in on the Morgana, helping out with the Shiv, but also the damage on the Sivir. The hacker Camille coming up right up the middle, slowly going to pick off the TF and then onto the Samira.
Oh, but the Garen actually walked directly back towards the Camille, and every second he can stall is really valuable because all Sivir needs to do is change her targets.
Yes, she's staying safe because of that Shen in the corner. The front line is holding for now. Zippy gets aggroed and cannot deny the tactical sweep will sweep away Brazil for the time being. NCC, Southeast Asia, we did not know what to expect. We certainly never dreamed it would be this glorious.
Welcome to the World Championship Southeast Asia. Y'all came to play and we recognize it as NCC comes in hot with the round 1 victory in day 1.
VCLF as well. I've heard some doubters doubting Brazil as a region, cough, cough, Frodan. But VCLF comes in on game number 1, has a great performance, follows up on what he's been doing all set long, at least in the playoffs. And overall, I think a player that can definitely make it into the top 8.
I think Brazil is underrated. And when I was putting out power rankings before the show, I was saying that the gaps have never been closer. It's very, very tight. Every region has some players that can make it to the final lobby and is almost expected to. And this is not VCLF's first rodeo. He was one of the players I had in mind when looking at Brazil and talking about how underrated they can be. Look, someone has to be ranked at the bottom if you're going to do a rankings. That's just how it works.
It's hard.
It's not Flame. It's just what I believe after watching all those regionals.
Of course, these players will be playing in the same lobby for 2 more going on. I'm hearing a lot of faith being gained here. Do you think in the 2 lobbies which will be played off stream, we'll see the similar kind of results again?
It's TFT, man. Anything can happen, so I feel like you're setting me up to fail. I'm just going to go ahead and say I think we're going to see a big mixed results because a lot of the players have been prepping, and I don't really think there's that many weak players here in this tournament.
I think biggest summary here, it's game 1 is done, yes, but we have 11 games to go. Even Dr. O, who finished 8th in the end here, not doing so well for Korea, has a chance to bounce back in game 2 and carry that inertia throughout all of this day as well.
Of course, we do have to remember our players will be playing 12 games total. But of course, we will be switching to a different lobby for game number 2, so stay tuned. This is only the very beginning of the Monsters Attack Championship. We'll see you in a few minutes' time with our analyst desk. You can make it out. Only a few can make it out.
It's a direct rival as well, so a big win here for Ging, trying to make sure if he does end up bleeding out, some of these players get eliminated before that happens.
Oh no, but now Ging's going up against NCC and knows it. How do you position against his hacker Camille? And it's almost like Ging doesn't even have to scout because he knows exactly what NCC's going to try to do. He's going to have the Vayne get jumped on by the Camille.
Well, there were some big upgrades coming in for NCC. It's Omega board.
Where will these Rammus stuns come in is the big question. Can they stop enough of that DPS? No. Starts off in the front line. Not doing too much yet. The second Rammus as well does not jump into that backline with a TF. Is starting to slowly proc that Rage Blade, proc that Shiv. But the last catch does it come in from the Rammus. The stun comes in, and it does just in time. Could that be the crucial difference maker? The Sivers left alive.
Oh my god! And the difference maker between stalling that Sona so she couldn't ramp up with the hearts.
And we're left in a situation with NCC having the lion's share of the HP, more than both of the other players combined. A little bit of gold trickling in from the time and a half, but it still seems like it's not enough. We don't know if VCLF will fully commit in here to sell everything and gamble big.
NCC can
stay because of that Shen in the corner. The front line is holding for now. Zippy gets aggroed and cannot deny the tactical sweep will sweep away Brazil for the time being. NCC, Southeast Asia, we did not know what to expect. We certainly never dreamed it would be this glorious.
Welcome to the World Championship South.
And we're back into the analyst desk, and what a great first game we just had with NCC winning this first lobby Southeast Asia, proving they have what it takes to take the crown this time, mates. I'm really curious about how we got all these reroll compositions. We were expecting a little bit of this into the game, but some of them succeed and some of them not so much.
Yeah, I think we mentioned it going into this game with NCC having the highest MMR in all of 8.5, and it shows. He saw that chance to go for the Camille reroll quite early on, found the Camille 3 at 3-3, which is incredibly early, and also in his first reroll finding those adaptive defenses. It lined up, he saw that window, he took it, and he capitalized on it.
Now, I feel like this is a really good example of a tournament where we have all of the playstyles. So we have two legendary ladder warriors, right? And we have also these legendary C and these Chinese players actually bringing out their strategies. Now, the ladder warrior playstyle is focused on going for a really strong stage 2 and 3, not caring about the late game, because it's all about the win streak for stage 2, 3, snowball the economy, snowball the HP lead, and please, everybody else style faster. So the expected placement for the strategy like this is 3rd to 6th. So Jin got 6th, which is the lowest end of the spectrum for this strand, and Sasuke got 4th, which is actually a very decent reward for sure.
So what we're seeing is the post game screen where all the points that we have so fast. And Nigeria, we have to talk about the prismatic augments first game. Things gotta really heat up so fast. We had the spreadshot vein. We also had this sauna augment. So we were having a lot of the three costs, 3 stars. What happened in between? Because the mid game was really chaotic.
Well, I think that 3-2 augment was really fortunate timing for a lot of our players. You look at VCLF's board on screen right now, he was going for that Infiniteam setup anyways, found that time and a half, and that really accelerated him into the later stages of the game. And then at that point, the Prismatic is just going to help you keep that tempo. For him, that golden ticket did a lot, but I really want to highlight Setsuko. Coming in here,
yes.
I definitely underrated NA because, like Amiya, they have not had the greatest of finishes as of late, were it not for Rainplosion, NA's hero. And I think I was underrating their ability on the national stage, but Setsuko, one of the things that I really liked during the prep was how mechanically talented he is and how quickly he can make those decisions. And we saw that really clearly with that Think Fast augment, making this incredibly quick pivot into that Riftwalker composition.
Yeah.
Didn't immediately get him the win, but did secure him the top 4 in the end.
Yeah, and he was struggling a little bit in the early mid game because he didn't have the carry items itself. It was a little bit of the lack of offensive items. But Bebe, we have to highlight, for example, Honglian getting all these AP carries from scratch in the early game. We had the Sona with double tier, we had the static shift already built together, and he got the TF and the Nico so fast that it was okay, the game is giving me this, I cannot play anything else. How that Oxslinger composition went with this for you?
Now, Honglian is a really good example of a player that really wants to get first place in the tournament scene. Not only is he building up into an Oxford Twisted Fate-like composition, he's also making sure to get underground stacks in between. But there was actually one thing that was slightly unfortunate for Honglian, is that he was actually in a situation to go for 3 or 4 highs. So you have to go for 3 for Prismatic or 4 for Force of Natures, right? But he cut in between just for 1 item, which happened to be a Bloodthirsters, and with Honglian's magnificent skill set, he transitioned that Bloodthirsters into Jewel Gauntlet on Sona, which happened pretty well. So he did manage to get a very safe top 4, but that's what happens when you don't risk it too far. Honglian was like, okay, I could risk it a bit more. Maybe I can get first if I go for 3 or 4, but hey, I'm looking at some guy that found Camille 3-star 3-star. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna take a stake out and just get like a safe.
And we are in championship, people. We have to take like the wrong turns in order to get top 1 in the competition. We cannot go safe. And Mix, what about Dr. O that went top 8 with that live long reroll? We've talked a little bit about how China is still going for the live long 3-star.
Bebe clearly has a strong opinion on that as well.
Oh, you do?
You can go.
Oh, baby, I'm sorry. You cannot have all the spotlight.
Stand. But in all honesty, that wasn't the only tragedy that happened. We already talked about Ging. There was a lot of competing on those Infinite teams. Our boy Tech Summers, unfortunately, taking the lower end of that. So keep in mind, the lobby is going to stay together. We're going to, of course, hop to another one to see all players, but they're going to have 2 more games in that same lobby, and I would expect players to adapt to the tempo, adapt to that cadence, and maybe turn things around.
So
I was really impressed as well. Like, speaking about Honglian and Bebe, that early game was really cool from him. He was going for Tiny Titans, which you expect to be a loss streak. Had a very strong board early on. Was like, you know what? We're just going to roll with it. We're going to go for win streak. Finds that double tier Sona on the carousel. Is like, I guess it's an underground game now. And then he finds the power grid, and he's like, okay, Sona game. And then finds the Nico and the Twisted Fate, and he's like, Oxlinger's game. And the ability to keep pivoting cleanly throughout multiple compositions, I think, is the most impressive ability that he's shown.
Okay, before going into game 2, let's go for a quick overall of the standings. And here it is, all the 32 players. And oh my god, like, Korea is not doing so well.
Baby. So dusty.
I'm sorry, baby.
EMEA is down there, but that's just tactical tactical decisioning. They're trying to psychologically confuse the enemy, and they're going to turn it. Trust.
Oh, now we're paired up with EMEA. Oh, no.
He said it. Okay, so Liluo made a top 1 again.
Oh, was that Dan up there?
We were flagging this. We were saying it's one of them. Yes, Dan, we heard you. Okay.
Dan, incredibly excited to see a North American player take that 3rd place. Wajan Iverson, of course, winner of the mid-set finale. Strong start here for North America as well.
Okay, that's amazing. This has been just the first game. After a while, we're gonna like reseed them to see new faces into them, and of course to make the competition more efficiently. But I think that we have second game ready to launch, and I think we have again Frodan, Impetus Panda, and Counter on the caster set.
Thank you guys so much. It is already a dark day for EMEA, so we'll move past that very, very quickly. As you said, Dan, of course, very pleased with how that first round had played out. We come into this whole event, we were looking to see whether or not China would be dethroned as the top dog. So far, so good for them.
It's just one game, though, so things can start off rough, and then you can pick it up. Although it's just a really big amount of confidence, especially for newcomers. I think people look at Lilo and even like Flancy, who gets a lot of hype, but people aren't really talking as much about Wajan Iverson. They almost feel like they forgot because he comes in as the lowest seed, having qualified from the mid-set finale.
Exactly. Vigigal as well from Brazil, a newcomer to Worlds, a newcomer to competing in set 8. He's 6th place in the standings, so I think like Frodan is saying, there's still so many games left. There's still a chance for anyone that went 8th to bounce back and finish 1st even in the standings coming into day 2, so I'm hopeful for EMEA.
Well, let's move on to our second lobby. So do remember, as was mentioned on the desk and before, the same players from lobby 1 will be playing against each other, but we have an entirely new group of players to feast our eyes upon here.
This carousel start, 3 tiers, 3 gloves, and going to be a few belts as well. Dan, what do you think about this carousel start?
So this carousel start obviously leans people towards playing a lot of AP because of a bunch of tiers. And I'm curious because there's a lot of AD lovers in this lobby. So we'll end up seeing whether or not that ends up being the case. Because part of it is also that the glove and the belt also makes Guard Breaker, which ends up being a very good AP item for a lot of people that love to slam their jewel gauntlets. So I'm curious to see who ends up committing to that, or they just want to hard force their usual AD lines.
Of course, this lobby will be our first time to see on screen Lilo, returning it as our previous world champion, the only world champion making it to this event.
the only player that's made it to Worlds before actually in this lobby. So everyone else going to be debuting in this World Championship for Monsters Attack. And I'm looking at Michael especially. He's a player that is called the Setsuko of Latam. He's been rank 1 global throughout the early sets in rank 3 or set 3 and 4, but has never been able to have the mental strength to make it into Latam playoffs and then obviously into Worlds. So really looking at what his mental looks like if he has that positive inertia off of these first 2 games.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. Setsuko is known for his ironclad mental. He's a rock that cannot be moved.
We'll be checking with Hayden here, of course, from Amir with 1 point, as you can see at the bottom. So the first game didn't go so well, and now it's against the same players again. Hayden, of course, we did see in his regional finals having an extremely flip-floppy kind of performance. Strong starts, then weak starts. But this underground start, this could be something special.
If you're in a tough position, you need to kind of bounce back with a big win. Underground might be the way to do it. Or it could be maybe a second bad result in a row. So maybe a riskier game here from Hayden if he has a chance to play underground. If he pairs it with the correct augments, especially Tiny Titans we saw from Hongden in game 1. Maybe a Rich Get Richer as well.
In the scrims leading up to this event, a lot of people are playing underground, even surprising some players. And let's see what he ends up choosing. Gold tier, some really powerful augments already being offered. As Hayden rerolled underground heart.
Okay.
Oh, is it time?
Top right. You know what to do.
Surely the game is telling you, here you go. Please make the best use out of this 4 underground at 2-1. Get that big cash out. Get that big win because he needs it. He's on 1 point right now.
This is the most I've ever cheered for an EMEA player right now. Go for the underground heart. Win my heart. Do it.
Hayden, of course, is in Berlin, as you can see from the screens behind him, along with most of the rest of the EMEA crew. You see, he's got a lot of thinking going on here, keeping us on 10.
Yeah.
And yes, the hearts are won and deployed to the field.
4 underground. So if he finds Sona on the stage 2 carousel, there could be some big fireworks coming up Hayden's way.
I have heard that Hayden maybe has not been as experienced on underground as a whole compared to players obviously like Hong Lian, who's played it so often in China. So it's a great spot, yes, but we have to see how he navigates it. It is that kind of thin line you have to be able to walk down to be able to cash out in time and assemble a big board. Maybe a huge transition as well, testing your APM in stage 4.
We check in with Michael there. We can see they're bringing out a little bit more board strength. We'll at least give Hayden the losses that he's looking for. Underground 4, of course, only really worthwhile if you are taking those loss streaks. Good amount of stuff on the bench for Hayden as well to make this board as strong as he wants it to be.
Yeah, I'm curious what the rest of the lobby end up taking because we saw some things like built different. And we're also seeing the LEC studio. That's right, live from Berlin. EMA players showing up.
We have 4 players over there. Hayden, the 2 French players, Cambiz and Enzo, and of course Kerfuzzle joined them from the UK. Ready to play maybe in a bit more of a testing environment, but it's the big stage. You're ready with all that hype as well for, I think, an event that deserves it.
No, and of course our players deserve that kind of experience at this level of competition. There is nothing higher than here. Hayden, though, has not found that Sona as of yet. We'll keep the loss streak going up against Replay, who's got a cluttered mind.
He's
got a lot to think about.
He's got a cluttered mind. He also has 2 stars across the board, and this is exactly his comfort zone. Replay started with a 7th. And that is not something that he wants to do. But hey, last time he did, Replay actually posted a couple of bot 4s in the North American Regionals day 1. Barely survived a day 2 cut, and then posted some of the best average plays for the rest of the tournament. So he's kind of a slow starter. Let's see if that ends up being the case again.
I think a player we want to talk about as well is Jazz Lottie. Got a lot of hype with SCA being a new region. He's coming in representing SCA. He has some pink hair to accompany as well. I think maybe he lost a bet along the way when he qualified to Worlds. But I'm very excited to see what he's able to bring, what he can show us as a player.
Well, we're from Southeast Asia, of course. We mentioned doing very well in our first on-stream game. We'll see if YBY1 can do the same here. Got managed the top 4 in the first game and has a Hearts board coming together.
Yeah, this is really interesting because I don't know if YBY wants to actually reroll Lulu. He has no gold spent into experience points. He's on a 2-win streak, but he also slammed things like Shojin, which is not Lulu's best item. Not to mention that it's also true to, so you usually want combat augments. What do you think about this spot, Panda?
I think it might be a transitional phase. We'll see. If he gets a lot of natural Lulus, he says, maybe this is good enough anyway. I'm just going to take this and maybe not finish first. It won't be the high cap, blue buff, JG, Axiomark board that we see win lobbies, but it might do good well enough to actually get him, maybe 5 more points like he got in the first game, for example.
Yeah. And YBY got his qualification path through a lot of first plays going into the Eastern LCQ, posted 1-1-1 to start things off and then cruised to an easy victory. Let's see if he can replicate that.
Yes, of course, the Western Last Chance qualifier was a little bit more spicy up until the end. But of course, if you come through the Last Chance qualifier, you want to be dominant because you've got a big hill to climb.
No Sonas on the carousel for Haydn to pick up. Maybe he finds one naturally, though. We do have the item anvil. We do have a component you can choose as well. So a little bit more flexibility in what items you can slam, especially a good thing for these win streak players trying to slam. They need to have the more options available to actually get those best in slot items.
Yeah, so Hayden's going for 2 tiers. Meaning that he's probably thinking about Ezreal reroll and hopefully can get Rising Spellforce. But if you don't, I think a lot of people believe that if you don't get the hero augment, that means you can't play it as a carry. And that's not true. Underground just gives you so much raw power. Let's say you get that crazy big cash out. It's almost like you're playing Rising Spellforce in terms of sheer power level.
Well, for replay, my apologies. With YBY1 also keeping the win streak going. We've got the 2 potentially on a collision course in this round, and this board is looking pretty solid.
Really interesting spot for replay. If he picks a defensive component, let's say he chooses like Cloak for Stoneplay Gargoyle, he puts himself in a spot where he can just have defensive items only. And so there's actually an argument for him to try to complete an offensive item. That being said, the best part about his composition is the fact that he has just straight up 2 stars, so he has more stats. So he ends up going for a more conservative approach, making sure to guarantee that completed item because he wants to play for that win streak now, which is the most important thing.
Exactly. It's the optimal decision right at this moment to try and guarantee that 5 win streak. With Cluttered Mind, especially if you're able to win streak the early game as well, the extra pairs and the extra unit upgrades help you do that. You're in such a good spot going to stage 4.
And this will be the 2 win-streaking players up against each other 1 round earlier than they might have otherwise liked. It's looking like the defensive posturing for replay is going to pay off big, not just getting a win, but a substantial one.
Yeah, and this is because you saw that YBY didn't choose a level. He stayed at 4, so he might actually be somewhat committed mentally to Lulu reroll, which is also a good note that replay is holding Lulus just in case. You know, it's, again, Cluttered Mind doesn't really matter what you hold as long as it helps you hit your interest breakpoints. In this case, replay might want to keep onto those Lulus a little bit longer.
Also cases where even if you win the first 3 rounds, you know you're going to start pittering out at the end of stage 2. You decide not to lean more into that win streak. You kind of accept the natural logic coming in, especially with a player as strong as replay, and then move and morph into that lose streak until the end of stage 3, stage 4 potentially if you are playing Lulu reroll especially.
We'll see if replay is able to keep hold of that streak. Here we can see from Michael's side of things, a pretty decent opposing board. It doesn't seem like it's really of the caliber to break this streak.
No, it doesn't seem like there's enough DPS with just Sivir 1, Ashe 1, Lucian 1. So an easy 5 streak for replay. And the best part is, he's winning by a lot. Does Wukong just even die? So he dealt full damage to somebody who was really healthy. And that's the kind of lead that you want to pad if you're replay. Finds an early Samira, which is exactly the kind of stuff he's looking for. Really loves to play the AD line. That's a huge pickup for him.
Take a quick look across our economy here. We can see a lot of players have been spending their money. The streaks, though, you only got 2 streaks in place across the entire lobby.
Lilo, 68 HP, but more importantly, 62 gold. I'm wondering what he looks like on his board right now. A bit of a loss streak for Hayden. Has actually won 1 game with the Underground, so actually not the ideal. We talk about Hayden not being as experienced on Underground. We'll see if that ends up punishing him coming into stage 3 and stage 4.
Did he get too greedy, or perhaps did Lilo grieve him because you have to play Underground units when some people who is full lose streaking does not have to. Here's, by the way, some of the patented moves of China. These items are so awkward because Lilo did not want to have too many swords, right? That's an AD line, but maybe he'll find a way to make it work.
Yeah, at least as the rich got richer and a good amount of money in the bank to go with this loss streak. So I think for the time being, as you said, Fred, I'm trying to avoid these big losses that have been getting handed out across the lobby and driving these HP totals down.
With this amount of gold, I think it might just be a level 7 roll down at 3-5. Of course, China is maybe the best region at knowing when exactly they have to spike. And right away, the Sunfire gets built. The Deathblade on the Lucian is a more surprising thing, though.
I mean, so it looks like he has to commit to playing Riftwalkers of some kind, or he has to play like Mech, but he slammed a Sunfire instead, which is not an ideal item on Mech because you want just straight up resistances without HP. Going up against replay, who now has a Runins onto that Samira and is playing that Infinity Team. This is an incredibly strong board to match up against. Lilo is going to take an even heavier punishment.
Yeah, and without even having the combat augment, just the raw XP flowing through his veins will keep up that win streak heading into stage 3. We'll see if perhaps the augments will change that.
In this case, hitting that 70 gold threshold for Rich Get Richer. Another gold augment. No hero augment might be bad news for Hayden. Not so much bad news for YBY, who hits a Pan 3 and 3 already.
So just to wrap up the thread here for Lilo, I'm wondering if he's thinking about scope weapons, because scope weapons with the Deathblade on Bel'Veth can be quite powerful, and you can try to play around like a mech setup. And yeah, we talked about his mech items weren't the greatest, but he's got to pick a direction. He rerolls and finds Jewel Lotus, and he does have a Jewel Gauntlet slammed already. This is the number one reason why a lot of people hate slamming Jewel Gauntlet, because if you find that Jewel Lotus, you feel like that's inefficient because you lose a big portion of value on your carry.
Yeah, I suppose at least longer term we'll have that crit for the other carries coming in, but you're right, absolutely not ideal right now. Lilo still on the loss streak, still has the rich got richer, so that's still a ton of money coming in, switching up the carries a little bit, making sure that these items get the most value.
I think it's the one and only valid criticism China sometimes gets. Their itemization in the early game, as you're mentioning, Dan, just closes out some doors like this JG not being ideal for a pickup, and kind of being forced to take a double trouble, not the best option for this board, and just in the meta in general.
He was loose streaking anyways. So he's slamming things like Jewel Gauntlet because he wants to pick that direction and kill units, but he got punished for exactly doing that thing. Lilo has a reputation of being very first to raid. That's why he did really well in the Set 6 Gizmos and Gadgets Championship, where he was able to win the whole thing because he was able to lean into what makes him strong as a player. This looks like one of those 8th places, though, that Lilo could take, which would be devastating considering that he started off with that first.
Yeah, I mean, you really want to be, when you've got the capability to dominate a lobby, when we've got the reseeds every 3 rounds, you got to make it happen, but we've got some action in the shop.
Not even rolling at 3-5, rolling early, thinks he has to go now. He's losing too much HP. He has to find a better holder for these items. He's rolled now maybe enough where he thinks this is going to be a good enough board, if not to win, to at least lose by as little as possible.
That's such a dicey spot here. I'm not entirely sure if Lilo can do it going against Jazz Latte, who has a pretty decent backline, but his frontline is terrible. He's got 1-star Pantheon, 1-star Shen, and hoping that's good enough to hold off against Lilo. So this is great for Lilo because he can at least kill a few units, if not straight up win.
Yeah, we'll have a chance to turn this streak around, even if we had to spend a lot of gold to do so. I mean, the board, I guess, is good enough for now. Jazz Latte, I think, quite happy to take that loss there. Has calculated loss and a threat level maximum to build towards a later game board.
Will he make it there? 39 HP, though, is a tough spot to be in before the stage 3 carousel. Hayden as well has now dropped down to 44, has to cash out at some point. We'll see how far he can take that Ezreal reroll. And like you mentioned, if he's going to play it without the Ezreal carry augment, without Rising Spell Force.
I wonder what how Hayden's doing in terms of his progress as well, because I don't know if he's even on his cash out. Is he at 6 underground somehow? We missed it. It would be kind of wild to see Hayden come up from behind, and that's what makes it really scary for players like Lilo and for Jazz Latte as well, because you know that one underground player can completely destroy your lose streak plans.
Yeah, when we can see the bottom of the lobby is pretty volatile right now. The 3 players all around 40 HP or so. So we could be seeing some of those earlier eliminations that guarantee you points for the remaining players.
This might be an option for Hayden Has, but not the best option. Eternal Winter, no Zhonya's, decides to continue. Has the JJ in the blue buff on the Ezreal, has Trade Sector as well, so has a better chance at hitting a lot of these upgrades. Samira can go in if he wants to risk it until Wolves and guarantee that next cash out.
I like it. 5 underground gives you 5 for the loss, so if he just loses the next 2 rounds, he should be able to get to it at the end of stage 3, and I think he has a little bit of HP to give. I think this is a great choice here for Hayden.
Well, yeah, well, at least we'll guarantee there's going to be something good coming in this future. YBY1, of course, in a little bit more of a spicy prospect here. The hearts, of course, we saw from before, not quite up to 4 hearts as of yet, but has the supers in place, and those, of course, all important 3 stars.
And the SEA player doing things a little bit differently, playing for a tempo Lulu instead of trying to lose streak with it. Is sitting at 92 HP, has slammed more tempo-intensive items, yes, but he's been doing pretty well, has hit his upgrades as well. He's down to 4 gold, though, Dan.
He's down for gold. He's going to sell 10. He has a duplicator, by the way, which he still hasn't used, and so he still has a couple of big power spikes just as a natural.
Pantheon.
His Pantheon is actually putting up so much.
That would have been too crazy.
That would have been too nuts instead, and Vidigal also able to be rewarded for that win streak.
Well, still, though, I mean, yes, while it does break the streak, a lot of the board has already come online. She said a duplicator in place, so it's a full duplicator, maybe hoping to hold out for something a little bit better later on. Still, though, I'm so impressed that this much HP is left in the tank. For Hayden, though, the opposite problem. For 5 underground, 1 more will get the cash out.
Yeah, he has to be careful with the rolling here, because what if he actually gets strong enough to win by accident? Then you also are pot committed, and you have to go for another round of underground. That might be too much.
Not just that, it forces a transition at 4-1. Hayden seems to not be so happy. Lilo, one of the weaker players in the lobby. If Hayden wins here by accident, that would actually doom his next 2 rounds, might put him in a very tough spot.
Good news, he's not winning. Bad news, he's losing by a lot.
Yeah, that's going to be a big hit, but this will be a big cash out as well. Hayden has been very patient, as we said, on 1 point right now. The only way is up.
18 HP, needs to find 3 more. Ezreal has Trade Sector to help him do it, but not too much gold to work with, despite having a bench that's ready to transition, has the Kai'Sa 2, has the MF as well.
And I think that the pressure is really mounting. As we take a look at the cash out, it's pretty solid, actually. It gives him some AP items. He can transition to the quick draws. Hayden at least has the units prepared, so he actually has way more gold than it looks. Oh, Eternal Winter's not bad, unless he wants to go for the Rocket Propel Fist.
Hide the tech, Hayden, hide the tech. No pinging here.
Let him hook.
Oh boy, all right. So give me some predictions, guys. Hayden's got the cash out, has got the lost streak goal coming in as well. Is this good enough to put him back on top and get the much needed first place?
He has to hit the upgrades. MF2, Ezreal 3 are going to be the really important ones. The Kai'Sa comes through if you want to go for the full cap Kai'Sa 3 as well, but it's more important to hit that Vi 3, to hit the Ezreal 3. 26 gold to roll with. 1 more Ezreal here as well. He has to do it quick though. He does not have that much time, and he has to win now. 18 HP
there
for this player. 1 off of the Ezreal. Can he find the last upgrade he needs? The Garen's big as well.
That's huge. That's huge. He needs to keep rolling. The Essential 3 is a massive deal for his DPS.
Can't find it, and has to get these items online right now.
The hook will be coming out, which should be allowing at least 1 more round of safety. Going to be grabbing hold of not the Aurelion Soul, instead just the Vex. So it might still be a little spicy.
That's very lucky for Vidigal. If he lost his Ace Soul, he might not kill it. He might have... Actually, you know what? He wasn't going to kill any units anyways.
Has some item components as well. Wants to maybe wait for the Gunblade on the Ezreal. Hasn't slammed Giant Slayer on either the MF or the Ezreal, but looks like will win anyway. That last cast does not come through. Vidigal now finally losing his win streak despite doing so well in this game.
Hey!
Quick draw heart to pop things off here for Hayden.
And he gets to have an extra slot in his team.
There it is, Ezreal 3.
Let's see what else people are getting. See a heart emblem taken from YBY to keep padding that Lulu stats. A Gadgeteen, or rather say an Infinite team, opened up for Michael, and he got a second one, I believe.
Ancient Archives for Demon. What is he looking for? He wanted the Duelist emblem. He's not finding it. Has the Knife's Edge, has the Jewel Lotus, has the Vayne and the TF online as ready, but can't find really something that synergizes with his current board. Maybe Star Guardian is the best option.
I think it has to be, and that's so awkward. That's not where you want to be. You want that Duelist.
You can see, that is not the face of a particularly happy player right now.
Like, who benefits from the mana here? I guess Vayne, so you can have her Silver Bolt proc multiple times? That's awkward.
Saw Dr. O in game 1, now Demon in game 2. These emblems are not helping out our Korean players.
I thought that was a frozen pitch. I didn't realize
he was fully thinking it through.
He slams a Spark as well, desperate to try to get some DPS onto the board, which makes Shiv a little bit weaker here on Twisted Fate. But Demon's got bigger problems. He's worried about potentially just losing too much HP here, going against Lilo, who has that Jhin and Riftwalkers online. But that Vayne was able to target the Jhin before, and Lilo is not stopping the bleeding.
Hayden, we're still seeing if he's able to win this fight or not. Uh-oh, the Ezreal has no Gunblade, can't heal himself, and Hayden now down to 12 HP. Because he has Underground Heart, he will be able to get a few more cash outs for a little bit of extra gold, maybe a component, but all in all, in a tough spot here.
You can see Hayden is not happy there playing on the stage. At least he has the comfort of the other EMEA players to try and bug up his spirits, but you can see it's wearing on him, even with this board being as strong as it is.
I wonder if Hayden should have slammed Giant Slayer there. I think that fight was so close that you can easily say the Giant Slayer would have pushed Ezreal over the top, and I think Hayden recognizes that he may have lost that one unnecessarily, because yes, you do want Gunblade in the ideal scenario to heal your front line, but you also have to make sure to stop losing.
If Hayden still not pushing the item in, will finally commit it, realizing that there's not enough room to maneuver up against YBY with the Hearts board. Keep your eye on that Lulu.
Ezreal has to kill this Lulu quick before she targets him instead. It's going to be close, but I think it looks like Ezreal will get the kill off. And he does right before the cast comes through. The Pantheon is a big boy, but not big enough just yet. We need a rod on this carousel for Hayden.
He slammed his Giant Slayer already, so he actually has kind of admitted that he should have done it the round before, because he needs to win out from here. You can't greed for BIS always, and he could be rewarded, because look how close the HP is. With Demon's loss, Hayden could go for that 5th, maybe even sneak into that top 4.
Oh boy, we're coming close to the edge here again. Our bottom 3 players very close to dead. Replay keeping happy up at the top, but everybody else towards the top taking some losses there, draining out the HP from the top 4.
Shroud for Hayden, I think it's a great choice given that he has so many items already, can get some utility on. But then what about players like Jazz Latte? He's down to his last life at 7 HP. He might not even see Aurelian Doom, Panda.
And Jazz Latte was playing that threat level max. I'm trying to get as many threats down on his board as possible. I think this augment was generally much stronger at the end of set 8 coming into this set. I think it's hard. You want to kind of mix in these threats with Riftwalker, with Mech instead. And Jazz Latte is only on 10 gold to find as many upgrades as he can. He is mixing the board with the Riftwalkers, has the Rammus too now with the Bramble, helping to scale that armor onto Rammus as well. Finds the big upgrade on the Acel, has the Archangels online as well.
There's a fiddle in your shop. Is there a way we can get this in?
Oh, he's gonna be out of Riftwalkers, it looks like.
Yeah, and I think that makes more sense because he just wants to lean into what makes his composition strong.
Can't find Bel'Veth too.
Oh, did he get the hook off in time? I think he did because of the way that his position. But he's going against Lee Loy here to fight for his life.
Yeah, both these players got a lot to lose in this round. See Jazz Latte just settling in for what could be a very, very rough round indeed. At least the backline for Lilo is not terribly strong, but the front line is pretty good. The Aurelian Sol flying out of the corner should be able to land some pretty substantial shots, but not if it gets blown up. The Deus Ex Machina doesn't quite get the job done, which means Aurelian Sol should be able to clean up nicely.
This will be a big loss. This will be a big loss. 1 HP and a dream for Lilo, for the Chinese player who some people think is going to be the favorite coming to this tournament, the only world champion in the past that is playing in this Monsters Attack World Championship, now down to 1 HP in Game 2.
Oh, God.
And he is so happy that Riot changed up damage when you have 5 units surviving there, but Lilo barely hanging in. Jazz Latte has upgraded, playing multiple threats. It's something you can do with the level maximum. It's not unique threat, so having 2 Rammus 2s is much better than having that 1-star Aatrox.
And we've got a really tight situation here. D-Man has dropped down to 18, Hayden on 12, Jazz Latte and Lilo. We are surely seeing some eliminations this round.
The Shroud comes in onto the Urgot, the pull in for the Rammus instead. Perfect placement there by Jazz Latte. It's all about this Ezreal. How fast can he kill all these units? It looks like very fast indeed. The front line has melted. Now it's going to be the Urgot clump. The shot comes in before the Undertow comes through. The Acel, I think, is not doing enough. The Jhin is down. The Acel's next. The Fiddle's waiting. HP totals are quite low, but I think not low enough. Jazz Latte going to take the loss, and it's going to be the final one. In the end, Jazz Latte, I think he's finishing 7th. Could be Lilo in 8th.
Lilo did. So at least a good 7th, but the prophecy has come true. We talked about Lilo is 1st or 8th. Started off with the 1st and now has that 8th.
You've got to show your range. You're on a big stage here. You've got to make an impression with people.
Sure. Look, at this point, I think the narrative has largely become every China's 8th brings every other region closer to that championship.
Absolutely.
I have to say I'm surprised that D-Man with a Star Guardian, Vayne, and a Last Whisper TF has made it this far at 4 HP now, trying to salvage any kind of position. I think he's even happy with a 6 in this case.
I would say so. All things considering, this game looked like it could have been a promising combat training into spread shot, has now kind of petered out into being a potential 5th place. If he finds a way to lose by fewer units than Hayden, for example,
one more,
might be able to get there.
To the point out,
TF.
From what we saw from the economy from just then, D-Man's in trouble here, of course, and Hayden is as well. But we've got upgrades coming in because there's money to spend. Michael up in 3rd place right now has no money in the bank. We should be seeing them dropping down fairly soon.
A massive HP gap, though, between the top 4 right now and the 5th or 6th. You have to salvage so many different wins throughout the stage 5 to actually claw their way back into that top 4.
So Lulu coming through again. As you noted, the hearts are just getting stronger and stronger. The emblem in the mix means they'll be able to raise their cap considerably. That Lulu, built for damage, built for punishment.
Yeah, I mean, Lulu's going to be focusing on the Vayne right here, and doesn't end up going down.
One more.
It's a tale we'll see all weekend long. Lulu crushing dreams, and honestly, again, a good 6th. As good can feel.
And YB1 showcasing how much he cares about tempo, just slamming whatever items he's given. The Shojin and the IE, obviously not the best in slot for Lulu, but still able to get the job done until this point. 51 HP for the SEA player.
Viego's potentially chasing a Vex 3 with no upside of really hitting Vex 3 because he doesn't have items, but maybe that, I mean, it just actually buffed his Zac, so maybe that's something that he's thinking about.
And replay still on the Samira 1. Now there we go, finally gets the upgrade, and that makes him so much stronger. He's already so strong, 70 HP and leading the lobby.
And he's playing 5 sure shot. He's Zephyr'ing the back top corner. Hopefully this is enough for him to get that DPS to win this fight.
Yeah, we've got sure shots on both sides of the field. So, hello, AD Meta. It's nice to see you here again. Coming out, of course, a massive amount of damage means required. We have the massive tanks as well. And it's looking like it's not going to work out so well for replay. Multiple carries left alive. No! What? We've got to find out what that
considering
HP
the
was.
Samira walked up, got herself CC'd by the undertow, but still barely managed to win that fight. What an outcome.
And every win that replay can get just inches him closer to level 9. Remember, he has Clear Minds, so he's stacking up. He's almost halfway there. And he does have 8 Sivers, so he's holding some really big power spikes and really utilizing the fact that you don't have to go vertical infinity. We talk about this a lot. If you don't have that front line and back line hex in good positions, what do you do instead? You can still play and flex around the 3 or 5.
I mean, yeah, as mentioned, we've got the chance to build up stronger replay. Of course, 2 points out of the previous iteration of this lobby. We'll be trying to hold on because Hayden is almost gone.
Second row. He's going to Zephyr the Zac, so it's all about whether or not... Oh no, the Samira got Zephyr. That's huge.
It's going to be so massive. How much can the Ace do? It can just bypass all of this Infinity front line, hit those sure shots right away at the very beginning, has the Guardbreaker, has the Gunblade, the Archangels to stack up all of this damage as the fight goes on. And is the Samira with Runan going to do enough? She has backline access as well, but maybe is it going to be enough? It's going to be so close. The Ace one last. Oh! Meteor Shower comes through. But no, the Samira is so strong.
That's a second win diff. You talked about whether or not Ace can burst, but every single time Ace would land, yes, you get reduced healing, but healing is still important. And the longer the fight goes, 5 Sure Shot continues to ramp. You think Ascension is great in the second half and the fight, you should definitely take a look at 5 Sure Shot.
Yeah, that's an absolute ton of AD. So 5 players remaining. Hayden still holding on by the fingertips. Of course, there you mentioned that we've got a lot of HP in that top 4 for Hayden to try and overcome.
But, I mean, there's one good sign here. That is the win streak, the fire around his portrait. I mean, he's doing well enough. He's gotten strong enough with the spike he's hit. I imagine MF2 itemized now as well as a secondary carry, and maybe has a chance with a few good next fights to actually make that top 4 and beat out maybe the SCA player YBY.
Yeah, so, and really funny thing is that Hayden still gets underground value, by the way. He's taking out every immediate cash out, trying to see if he can boost his economy. He's made to level 8, so he is on par in terms of the raw tempo as everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, that Misfortune is fully itemized. We've got the Ezreal fully itemized as well. The front line is good. Surely Hayden can hold on for just a little while longer.
Shroud on one side, Hook on the other. Doesn't hit anything of value. Going to be the Zephyr instead, hitting the MF. So the counter-rat gameplay from Vidigal. Could that be the deciding factor in terms of who wins this fight?
Well, Ezreal's focusing on the Echo. Echo cast again! Able to potentially tank. It all comes down to whether or not this Vi can last as well.
Oh!
The MF
I think he's
is
just
so
too
big.
strong. He just has too many stats, too many items.
MF took such a long time to cast, but when she did, it was with the power of the Archangels, deleting Aurelion Soul in a single barrage.
I think we're going to have a North America versus EMEA showdown here. Replay is the healthiest and is pretty much just waiting to see who challenges him at the top.
Shades of a Western LCQ with Kerfuzzled and Robbie maybe seeing that in game 2 as well. Hayden was in such a perilous spot. We saw his reaction on cam as well. He didn't think he could actually make it past that underground catch out, the transition into this Ezreal reroll comp. But for now, things are going well. He is still on 1 life though. One bad matchup, one, Zephyr doesn't able to hit, he might be in trouble.
Vidigal and YBY though are in a similar situation. They're not on win streaks. We'll see how Michael does. As noted before, no money in the bank and will have a big DPS taken out. Who does still have the Samira and on the back line Twisted Fate.
Yeah, it's unfortunate we have this Urgot 2 in the shop, but if we can survive it, which looks like Michael does pick up a very easy win, his board is no joke either.
What a big loss this will be for the SCA player. Surely not big enough, 17 HP.
Well, we'll see. Right now, it does end up looking like Lulu's falling off. Without Axiomark, without that Battle Mage, without that hero augment for Chronic Hallucinations or Growth Spur, it just feels like you just get outskilled in the late game. It doesn't matter how much HP you preserve if you can't win a single fight in the late stage of the game. He's on a 4-loss streak.
Michael, of course, will be picking up that 2-star Urgot that we were threatening us with before, so the pace of lobby will continue to pick up as we check in our economy. We can see that up the top, replay, the only one able to hold on to a substantial amount of gold.
And Hayden, I imagine at this point, level 8, doesn't have much to roll down for at level 8. Wants to try and go 9. I'm not sure there's time to do so. Replay has 54 HP. That's really the only factor that can really stop Hayden at this point. But he seems so strong. If MF gets her cast off, if Ezreal can pick the right units, especially with the right positioning, he's a really scary opponent to face now.
Agreed. And if Hayden plays his cards right, he should even be able to potentially go to 9 in this game, which is kind of crazy to think about considering how poor he was. If he does, what does he end up outfitting the rest of his comp with?
Another Shroud could enter the building here, maybe a Rabadon's onto this GP, but I think Shroud just has too much value when you factor in all the incredibly strong abilities and CC units that come in at the 4 and 5 cost range.
Do bear in mind, of course, it is the 6 heart ball, as noted before, the heart emblem enabling massive scaling power. Of course, Frodo, you did notice that with the Lulu, if she runs into a mega tank, she can get stuck and stop getting the damage through what it needs to be.
And he's going for the second row, which is a little bit dicey if Replay has frontline CC. It's not going to be on the right side of it, though. He does get the Zephyr, and that's huge.
Lulu is going to be out of play for a few precious seconds. She's supposed to be deleting people, but instead she's taking the time off. Replay is stacking up with the short shots on the back line. YB111. This is surely the end of the line. Everything's falling to pieces, and Lulu will not make top 4.
YBY, SEA taken down in 5th place. Michael still alive. Hayden still streaking. Vijigal still alive as well, who did really well in game number 1, 7 points. Maybe has a chance to become one of the leaders in this competition, maybe even the top 4 if he's able to finish off this game strong.
Oh, an angry Brazilian fan base being underestimated is one of the most fearsome thing, not just in TFT, but in all of gaming and esports, and they're showing you why. Vidigal with a very solid top 4, and based off his HP, it looks like you're going to have Michael versus Replay and Hayden versus Vidigal. If Vidigal can lose by as few units as possible, he's going to get that guaranteed top 3, maybe even that top 2 if Hayden loses the Replay at the round after.
Michael has got the duplication, of course, on the right-hand side of your screen. We're keeping our eyes very closely on them because Hayden is also fighting for his life over on the left. This could very much, in moments away, define our last few players. The short shots, though, doing great work on the left-hand side. Hayden, the backline is staying alive, but Replay's units are falling. It's down to a Samira versus Samira. Michael is gone!
And the Undertow did not come through from that Urga in the very end. I think Michael's eliminated. Vijigal takes a hit as well from Hayden. Vijigal down to maybe 3rd place. Hayden still streaking and left alive. Michael, a top 4, maybe a good position after that first game.
All right, so now it comes down to who is actually matching up with. Looks like it's going to be Replay versus Vidigal. So Hayden has the round off. He's going to be going up against Replay's Ghost, which means that it feels like that's going to be a 2 facing off.
And Hayden is ready to spike, Peter. He's 50 gold. He's trying to maximize his chances at hitting 9 and finding an actual usable unit to slot in.
He said it so well. Hayden seems to have given up hope, but hope has found him anew again. Vidigal, with a very big chance of getting taken out here, has the 2 damage dealers in the 2 corners as well. Nice step out onto Ezreal for Replay to cut down some of that damage. The tanks are holding up for the time being, getting a few more cards, but no! The Rammus drops and makes that not possible. Out of play for the moment. The 2 backlines scaling up into each other. But Replay hasn't got enough in the tank.
The double Deathblade Jhin is such a menace. A comical double Zephyr with the Zephyr units Zephyring each other at the very start of that fight. Thieves Gloves on the carousel looks like the best option here. Unfortunately, the Hearts player is no longer with us in this game too. Can't pick up the emblem here.
Yeah, so 2 best items are taken, which means what does Replay take? I guess Dragon's Claw is the only usable thing. As a full item, if he had a floating component, maybe you could make something happen, but I think D-Claw is the safe pick here.
So Hayden preserved for that round, playing it up against Replay's Ghost. Keeps that streak intact to push the board even further. As you said before, David, Hayden had really looked visually like he'd completely given up on this game, but somehow is still holding on.
When it comes to this top 3 regions that have to prove themselves in this World Championships, NA, EMEA, and Brazil, but also 3 comps that I think we're going to be seeing a lot of all throughout the day. Infiniteam on one end, we see the Riftwalkers as well, and the Ezreal reroll, who we talked about so many times, can really pop off in games like these.
How does Replay actually end up capping his board? Something is a question, but we'll answer that in a second as we have a fight for 2nd place.
Yeah, this would be the crowning moment for Hayden's game. You can see a little bit more confidence in his eyes right now. His board has been performing. The stun lands right onto the Aurelion Soul for Vidigal, taking out a huge chunk of his damage. It's going to be down to the wire, though.
The Fiddle CC is coming in so big. I'm not sure it's enough for this Ezreal. The MF is already dead. The Ezreal now down as well. 12 HP for Hayden, 1 loss and he's out. And that will be the case. Hayden in the end, down to -7, down in 3rd place. Brazil versus NA to top this game 2 off.
And this is a really scary board here for Vidigal. And we have a Sivir 3. We had about 50, 60 gold for Replay, so he has a lot of gold to work with. He can also start considering scaling out of 5 Sure Shot, because yes, Ashe is, gives you that synergy, but he needs to have quality units. Big upgrades. Urgot 2, Ezreal 2. Can we find anything else better?
Last few moments ticking away. As our players know that even the smallest bit of positioning could change the difference here. Certainly Brazil stepping up in our estimation.
Zephyr so big.
And that's a Jhin out of play for a good chunk of this early round.
That's massive, and so we like to see whether or not this Rams can get in. And it does end up moving close to the backline, but not quite hitting it. So many of the backline units are alive for replay, and he has a sure shot emblem. This Urgot's gonna have so much DPS. Another flourish does eliminate a lot of these units.
One more cast from Aesol. The meteor shower comes through. It kills off the Edro, kills off the board. Replay taken down to 7 HP. 7 on one side, 5 on the other. This last fight decides it all.
Brazilian fans giving their representative all the energy he needs to get across the line. These rounds are absolutely bonkers. We've just got a few more bits of power coming in.
There's just a little bit too many 2-star legendaries that he's hitting, though, right? He hit his Garen 2, he's hitting his Fiddlesticks 2. I think he probably wants to move some of these items off of Rammus as well, unless he wants to stick with CC to the end. This is a very difficult board for Vidigal to do it again, but if he does, Brazil has officially arrived.
We've got items coming in for you guys. Are these balls missing anything? Could these items make a difference?
So Urgot wants more items you will get off of his anvil. We'll see if there's anything that will work off of this Urgot. You already have the Last Whisper on the server. The GS is going to be fantastic just to get that little bit of extra damage. Already has a Sure Shot emblem on the Urgot as well, so some great synergies there.
We have still not seen what Vidigal's going to go for.
Another one.
Zephyr.
Is it time? Aesol.
You gotta do it.
Air as well, maybe on the side of Vidigal.
Doesn't have that many item slots to use it on, so he has to put on very specific carries. I mean, he might even contemplate frontlining the Hex. I think that wouldn't, or the Vex, that wouldn't even be that bad of an idea. But it comes down to micro positioning and who's able to get their CC off first.
Will this be the moment where Brazil cements themselves as the region to be absolutely taken seriously? The last championship was very disappointing for them. This first 2 games we've seen on stream have been magnificent. Replay being torn in 2. We've still got the Urgot building up the power. The Jhin and the Aurelion Sol untouched so far. But the front line is collapsing. In comes Replay and down goes Vidigal.
And NA comes out on top. Dan, I'm sure you're so happy to see this happen.
Try to sound more excited, man. USA! Let's go, baby!
Replay has been so consistent all throughout set 8. I think he deserved a game like this to give him that positive momentum, that inertia going to the next 4 games that are happening today.
Yeah, and I think it goes to show you that, you know, in a game of TFT, momentum is really important, but at the same time, Replay didn't let that the couple of losses go his way to throw off his pace. He recognizes that, look, yes, Vidigal is very strong and Hayden's coming for me, but I have so much gold, I should just take my time and be very methodical about it. It's one of the things I love about his play the most. He doesn't rush. He's very disciplined and says, I play things by stage, and you saw that he was methodically building up his board. It wasn't some kind of crazy thing. Every single turn, just slowly putting more upgrades on until it was just too much for Vidigal to handle. Vidigal, a very well-played game to get the top 2, but replay, it felt like that 70 HP to that gap was just too big to fill.
Yeah, well, still though, all credit to NA for getting the win there. Of course, managing to get the 2 third places before. We will have to see if it gets even better from here. But Brazil, of course, impressing as well. We will, of course, be bringing you our final iteration of the first round of lobbies coming up after the break and our analyst desk. So stay tuned. Game 2 is done. 4 more to go.
Oh, man. Let's go. Hopefully this is enough for him to get that DPS to win this fight.
Yeah, we've got sure shots on both sides of the field, so hello AD Method. Multiple carries left alive. No!
Oh! Is it going to be enough? It's going to be so close. The Aesol one last. Meteor Shower comes through. But no, the Samira is so strong.
That's a second wind diff. You talked about whether or not Aesol can burst, but every single
3 replays units are falling. It's down to a Samira versus Samira. Michael is...
Replay from NA knows what he's doing. Oh my god. And in an interview with him before, he said like he wasn't ready to come back to TFT competing. He took a short break, but he knows that whenever he got into competition again, that is now, he was going to be ready, and he proved that. So at this point, we had a tough fight of Zephyrs Nigeria at this last point, and how important was this late game of positionings, and of course the front line that we had with Mascot's Emblem and trying to hang in there as long as we can. What are your opinions on this game over the early game and how it evolved?
I mean, I think for me, I've always said that the latest game about TFT is always about the positioning, because you always need to make those little micro adjustments. You're out of gold to spend, you're out of units to upgrade, and it just comes down to where you put them, and Zephyrs just really emphasize that. One of the things I really want to pull out about Replay's play, though, he started with Cluttered Mind, and we see a lot of players abandon that once they get to the later stages of the game. Once they hit that level 8, they say, hey, holding all this gold isn't as good as just having it to spend. The experience I'm not getting isn't enough. But Replay instead opted to stick with it until level 9, and that let him cap out his composition incredibly. You can see there 3-star Sivir, multiple 2-star legendaries, just an incredible high cap comp.
Yes, and more, we had this Samira level 5 for Replay so early, and he knew he was going to take that position, of course, and we have the Ascension that it's so key into late game to have a little bit or more of extra damage. What do you think about the augments we had in this game?
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of a struggle with some of the augments that were picked. We saw some Jeweled Lotus struggles early on, but something like Second Wind especially buys you a lot of time. And we saw with some of his early items, we saw the Warmogs, the Gargoyle Stoneplate combined with the Second Wind. That is a lot of effective health that is really difficult to deal with, and that allowed Replay to get really far ahead. Ascension being another key one there. When you can get into the late game and you've got that strong front line, Ascension giving so much extra damage, and that was really key to getting that second place. And we saw with the double Deathblade Jhin combined with the multiplicative damage of the Ascension, that was a lot of power and almost got the victory there. So it was really close despite that.
And I think as well for Replay's board, one of the things that really impressed me was those items for Samira are not best in slot. Generally, you want something like a Deathblade, Hurricane, plus a Last Whisper. But if you have 5 Sure Shot, it doesn't matter if you don't have any AD. It's coming 25% a tick. So you're going to end up with enough base damage to chew through compositions.
Yeah, and Matt, we had like odd things in this lobby. I was the whole time saying like, are we real? That we've seen some players doing stuff that we don't normally see. People rolling on mid game are very desperate to have like a carry to hold on a little bit more of life. We've seen this Vayne, Star Guardian, like there was struggling. Yeah, the demon was struggling a lot. Michael, he was very good on the early game, then he decayed a little bit more. So there was a lot of confusion into mid game mode of rolling a lot and wasting a lot of money before carousels and other spikes into the compositions.
Yeah, I think so far what I've seen in the 2 games has been, the word I would define is pressure. There is a lot of pressure on these players. These are the 32 best players, and every little micro decision matters, right? So you're like, do I slam that Jeweled Gauntlet? That could save me 2 health now. And those little mistakes look like they add up, and it's easy in hindsight to be like, oh, that was a misplay. What are you doing? But the reality is when the pressure is that high, when you're bleeding out health, you're sort of forced to try to get every single point you can get, and even saving a little health to get a 6th place is going to make a big difference. And so when people are coming at you with like game 1, we saw that Camille very early, or game 2, you're seeing, you know, the really strong things. You just gotta keep up with that pressure.
Yeah, you really need to analyze the rest of the lobby at what point, because you have your board and you have these spikes that you need to achieve in order to not lose a lot of HP and try to survive into the late game. And Matt, we jinxed Liluo because we said in the first game we saw he had a top 1, and after this one I said like, ooh, I really want to see this lobby because Liluo has done so well in the first game, and now he got a top 8 is not very common for him.
I mean, it's a first or 8th play style, and if he's not going to get first, he's going to get 8th. And his game just really did not go well for him. Mort, you hinted at it earlier, picking up the Jeweled Gauntlet, being like, this is a great item. Crap, I got Jeweled Lotus. It's a great augment, but now I've got this, not a dead item, but definitely not ideal.
Yeah, the big thing too was when he dropped the 2 swords. That put him in this awkward position where he was either going to build like Edge of Night, which isn't ideal, or we saw him slam the Deathblade, but now he's on a Deathblade and a Jeweled Gauntlet. And so again, in a normal ladder lobby, like maybe you get away with that, but this is the top 32 players, and again, those micro decisions just cause so much pain, and he just bled out to that 8th place that was kind of expected at that.
I know we don't have that much time, but I really want to mention Hayden. This game, you could see his face the whole time. He was so worried. He had this Ezreal reroll, but then he slimed the Giant Slayer. Then he was a little bit pressure of this is not going well. I'm not hitting this Ezreal 3 stars. My composition is going down, and that it's a great point, Mort, because that the mid game was really tight for him.
Yeah, there was this one point where he had the sword, and he wanted to build the Gunblade. That's sort of traditional, but he was up against the Lulu, and so he ended up slamming the Giant Slayer to beat those extra 3 stars, save that health. And that's again one of those moments that, like, in a lower pressure situation, maybe you don't do that, but and it ended up being the right play, and he ended up playing around that. But again, that's been my summary so far. Is just there's so much pressure.
We have so many things to talk about right now, but we're gonna go for a short break. But after that, Game 3 is gonna start right away, so don't miss that.
Welcome back here from our caster desk on the rooftop of Spatulopolis. My name is, of course, Mix, and this time I am here with Froden, or should I say pizza delivery Froden, and Bebe, and we are so ready for game number 3, you guys. I'm excited for this lobby.
Yeah, it's really exciting. We're off to some good momentum for a couple of players and regions in particular, but I want to talk about Korea, Bebe. What's going on? Have you been able to talk to anybody in between the breaks?
I want to not talk about Korea. Yes, the composition.
I mean, Bintum.
I mean, the compositions that Korea brought to the tournament were not really good compositions. I'm not proud about that. So why don't we talk about something else, something really nice, like the weather?
Sure. The weather is really great. It's raining firsts for North America and a couple of other regions as well. China's still showing up. Who has been the most surprising player for you so far, Mix?
I would have to say NCC out of SEA, back-to-back, really being up there with the performances, and I'm definitely looking forward to what else is going to happen today. Keep in mind, players are still adapting to the tourney. After this game, we will be reseeding, so there's a chance to turn the lobby around, maybe, but this will be the last time the players play in this composition as we enter game number 3. And we just quickly saw our players there for a second. I'm really looking forward to see Canvas. I know the first 2 games didn't really look to be in his favor, but I want him to turn it around here.
Yeah, that's right. He's lived in the shadow of Double 61 for what felt like a long time, right? One of his fun facts was, I'm Double 61's cousin, to which I first read that, I was like, is that for real, or is he just joking,
no,
right?
he really is. They're like brothers. So they grew up together. They're very close. They've been competing together their entire life. And I can almost assure you that Double 61 is sitting there watching him and cheering him on right now.
Well, listen, if there's an EMEA champion again, it only makes sense that it would be Double 61's cousin. It's almost like one family wins on behalf of the EMEA.
What are they feeding these guys?
I mean, there's actually a lot of decent players here. Besides Bintim, Jean, Aohei, and Simpapan, I mean, I feel Frodan really complements W Asian version, mostly because of the fact that he's from NA. I mean, because he's a talented player with good analytics, of course. Yes.
I've never heard someone call him W Asian version. Yeah, Wei Iverson put that W on the board to start things off, and he's honestly one of the breakout performers for North America. A lot of people look at the established names. Where's Soju? Where's Milk? Where's all these other players that we've seen, mismatched socks? We've seen them make it to the championship multiple times. But there's a new era in North America because while these players are off taking their TFT vacations, there's people who are grinding, working super hard. They were inspired by Baby's performance at TFT Summit and said, I too want to become a popular name and join Baby.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you guys can do it.
I'm always inspired by Baby, just speaking personally. But there's another player in this lobby that I do want to talk about, and that is Skillfulism.
Yeah.
I have to do it. I have to bring out the O's Copium. I'm here for exactly that and some other things. But back-to-back being in a first and then a second place, doing really, really well for himself here in this tournament. It's the first time he's competing seriously or competing at all in TFT, which I think is a great feat to come in and do that.
And a potential last one as well, as he wants to focus on his job. So it's almost like he wants to make his one Cinderella run the one. And I think that OC is just a completely neglected region for a lot of things. They first of all, let's just call it what it was, a rough start to the beginning of the set, but every single championship they show up. They're always making a deep run. Even last set in Dragonlands, no one really expected OC to make a deep run, and they made the top 16 with just a few points difference.
No one, I was there.
Could have potentially made top 8. That's right, we do have OC believers, and so it's something about the minor regions. It seems like the more you doubt them, the better they get, and this is applicable to not just OC, but Brazil and Japan, and even Korea has made some really deep runs consistently.
Yeah, I very much so. I'm very curious to see where this road leads. Out of Korea today, we're seeing highs and lows, baby.
Yeah, it seems that Korea has brought a lot of gamblish compositions, non-meta, professionally weak compositions mostly, and I am kind of sad about that. But it's the funny thing about this tournament in general is that there's actually a lot of people that are quitting their jobs to play in these TFT tournament world championships, and they get 8th at the first game, and you're like, okay. Is that good life decisions right there? I'm not sure about that.
We're only just getting started, right? There will be 12 games all together. They can still have a lot of time to turn this one around, so it's not doomed just yet. And I think a lot of the people kind of taking it more serious and quitting their job, deciding to go full-time into competitive TFT is a great sign. Yeah. So many players have said that after the last time they saw the stage, they saw the show, I'm going to take credit for that, they saw us, and they were so excited. They were like, bet, that's where I'm going, and they're here.
Yeah, I apologize. I was just so excited to talk about Shima Pin because I think that's what you were referring to, one of the Japanese players who's featured in this lobby. He was a player that was particularly inspired by Title's silver placement in the previous championship. He got second place right behind Shunge. And so he was so
angry that Japan felt like that should have been the championship. He said, I want to compete, and this set he did and beat Title in his regional finals and then quit his job because he didn't get the 10 days off to come to the championship. What a statement that is, Mix.
To me, it's anime main character energy, right? He went in, he said he was the second most angry person about that placement in the world, only second to Title. So that's how fed up he was with how that one went down. And he had tried TFT before, but his PC wasn't really able to run it, so he kind of just stayed with watching it. Then he turned it around.
I mean, many people really underestimate Japan because they're not really a well-known region, but Japan actually scrims with China almost like every single day, especially like top tier, like world championship like level players. So they keep on practicing, they keep on contacting. They're also very friendly. They say, was it konnichiwa?
Yeah. Hello in Japan.
Very much, and they are very friendly, and I do love their attitude and their passion for the game,
Speaking about the attitude, I was watching scrims last night of Shikame, and he was in a lobby with Bintum, and I said this in the pre-show as well, but he was basically fangirling Bintum. There's no other way to put it. It was so cute. They would like continuously message each other like, you're first tomorrow, see you on Sunday. And it was just so adorable.
Yeah, it was very cute. There's a lot of respect amongst the opponents here, especially since they're practice partners. I'm really wondering about some of the other underdogs as well. We talk about China, how great they are, but there's one player in this lobby that people don't really know much about, and that's Xian. Xian is a player that I think people are they don't know what to expect because it's his first set. If you look at his tournament history, it's just one tournament. It's the fact that he did well at regionals. Every other player in China, they're decorated. They have dozens of tournaments. Can Xian be that underdog Chinese player that can start his legacy today?
I mean, the thing about these new players is that they're really full of passion. They really want to play, they really want to win, they really want to become the best, and that's the edge that they have over the more experienced players.
Yeah, he could be called a little bit of China's wild card, right? He's an absolute ladder beast, coming in definitely as a decorated player, but not in the competitive field. So we'll see how that one translates as our game seems to have been remade. We're back here, game number 3 in lobby 2 of the day.
Now, if I were to comment a bit more about European gameplay recently, I've noticed that they really prioritize economy, right? Because last time Europe won Worlds, they had 3 stars in a row, so I guess they're preparing up for that, maybe?
Possibly, yeah. I do think that in general, EU is willing to play a lot greedier to play for higher cap because they recognize that's like a 4-cost meta that you generally play around unless you get a reason to reroll. Canvas is very strong in this department.
I got a big question though. Is Jing's the right pronunciation, right? Ging, I'm sorry.
Ging, it rhymes with king.
Ging's playstyle is not really greedy. So is Ging considered European playstyle, yeah or nay?
I think it's hard to say because I think a good TFT player is really strong and able to execute on when it's a 4-cost meta, you play the 4-cost. If it's a reroll meta, you play a reroll meta. I think the best TFT players are able to play any kind of play style, whatever's given to them. Wow. And I think that Ging has leans or he has biases, but he still prefers to just play whatever the game gives him.
Nice.
Speaking of EMEA players, I kind of have to shout him out as gold augments are coming in. That Jewel Lotus, very popular. I think the most popular augment in EMEA regionals.
So the players, you have to decide, do they want to go for a strong early game augment for the win streak? Do they want to go greed for a late game completion? Like the Oxford's Crest has stronger late game, even though Jewel Lotus has stronger early mid game. So what will the choices be for this lobby?
Or maybe it is the dank Mech Prime Crest. We've been seeing more Mech Aatrox. We've seen some Mech Riven. We've seen some Mech Alistar, even the legendary Meko. No, it's probably not it. I don't think you want to take a risk like that, but we have seen people take those risks and it's paid off before, Mix.
Oh wait, this is really bad. This is a failed try. What's that?
Three's Company.
Three's Company. Sorry, I'm Korean. That's the augment calls a Three's Company, but he's actually got one of the worst results. 2 Shens, 1 Vex, and the other unit I feel was sold on the Alistar maybe.
WTF 2 Shens. Yes, this is not the exact kind of start you want going up against who has that Oxford emblem. So if he does end up trying to play this contested Oxford Spellslinger line, that's going to be some trouble.
Yeah, definitely. We are seeing another player on that Three's Company. I was about to talk about him as we went into those augments. I am talking about no one else than Kerfuzzle, the player that made it over the Western LCQ. We're calling his story a little bit of a Cinderella story here in EMEA because even he was surprised he made it to regionals, and even he was surprised he made it to the World Championship.
It was one of the most exciting TFT endings I've seen because it was Kerfuzzled versus Robo Van Kenobi, EMEA versus NA.
Yeah.
Only one player can go through, and it came down to the final game, and even to the last 2 combat
had, like,
rounds.
1 point difference.
It was so close, and Kerfuzzled nearly made it through, and he said, well, now I have to win, and I have to keep going because it was that exciting. I'm happy to be here, but I got to go all the way.
Okay, currently Binton was offered an Infinity Star, and then we switch our board to Shi Ma Pen, who has the Ancient Archive start into a Prankster's bed. Pranksters is a very strong early mid-game strategy because of their tank value that they do provide. Let's see if Shima can actually proceed this into a decent win streak.
Yeah, I wonder if he wants to actually stay in Anima Squad. He's using it for early tempo. There's another Anima Squad crest pick in Skillfulism, so that's ultimately what he has to weigh. Or does he want to go into the other direction? People in the past who've taken Prankster starts go into Gadgetines, but he has no Gadgetines going on for him right now.
Could still change, right? He might find them, but with someone else, like you said, on that Anima Squad crest, you kind of have to look out. You have to think about where do you want to direct this.
Okay, so how you decide to go for an emerge is very simple. You check your second augment. If it's a hero augment, if you get a Riven or a Vayne, then you can consider building those itemizations. But if it's not, he's very likely transition his composition to something maybe a bit different. It could be Lake Nar, it could be Lake Gadgetines. We shall have to see.
We've been seeing a couple of really interesting board variations around Pranksters, almost kind of like it's an Ox Force. You can play Pranksters plus whatever backline if you want to play Spellslinger's AP, or maybe just play threats. We've seen people do mixtures of that.
I mean, I feel like that's a really great analysis because right now, Pranksters are actually very, very tanky. They're much more tankier than Brawlers or like Defenders. They're not as tanky as Riftwalkers. They're not as tanky as Ox Force, but definitely a very decent front line for most compositions.
And it punishes people who don't really build things like Quicksilver on their champions and they just get repeatedly stunned. And if your champion needs to ramp up, let's say it's like a Rage Blade unit or whatever, they're just going to keep getting stunned over and over.
Speaking of Gadgetines, on the side of Wajan Iverson, we are seeing that second wind, and there is some Gadgetine action going on. Lulu 2 and Nar on board. There's a Poppy 2 involved. Looking pretty good for him as a start.
Let's go Asian or W Asian version.
W Asian. Now, as you can see, most of the players in this lobby are very prioritizing tempo. They don't want to go full econ. They want to go appropriately strong so they can like snowball the lead. And oh, a lesser Nico's duplicator.
Yeah, so this accelerates the tempo of the lobby a lot. So, for example, people who have like a Vayne pair can all of a sudden hit Vayne 2 in Skillfulism. Currently lose streaking, which is what you don't want to do with Anima Squad. I like an Anima Squad to the inverse of Underground. Underground wants to start off at 2-1 and you lose streak. If you're playing Anima Squad, you want to start 2-1 and win streak.
Absolutely, because you want those stats going on earlier. You want to get those extra executions just be really, really good to get the higher win streak at the beginning, save some HP, make sure you're stable. When that Anima Squad is maybe falling off later, you at least have a little bit of cushion there.
Oh, we're currently looking at Canvas's board, and Canvas is going for that sweet, juicy, high risk, high return for Undergrounds with a lesser Nikos. Actually, potentially good for like Israel. These are pretty fast.
Just looking at the right side of our screen, we are seeing what players have on board currently as their main units, and how I also on the Gadgetines here with a Nar, having that in there with a Morgana.
Yeah. So this is a really interesting
spirit.
I mean, oh my God, Shen 2 from Xi'an. The tempo of this lobby is starting to get kind of crazy. And so, yeah, Canvas is like, it's okay, I'll lose, but he wanted to kill at least maybe one unit. That's not happening right now.
I mean, this is what happens when you're offered a lesser champion duplicators in the first, occurral. So people, since it's not a real Nikos, the one that gives you 4 and 5 cost duplicates, people use it early, and that allows people to see a lot of 3 cost 2 stars, raise the tempo, raising the HP gap.
Yeah, and Canvas is really comfortable in this spot. He's played Underground a lot in the EMEA regional final. So if there's a player that I trust from that region specifically, I think Canvas is it.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about his influence and playstyle with Doubled 61. I think our most notable player that is very happy to salvage HP and go for those risky roll downs towards the end. Canvas very much stepping in those footsteps, but we're hopping over to Bintum, one of our 3 players currently on fire, 100 HP, looking very good.
Now, this is a really strong build up at the moment. He has a Kai'Sa 2-star, which is a very beautiful item holder for Twist Fate. He's got the Alistar with the Wormox, our potential Ox Force like a frontline, and he's using Pantheon 2-star, very strong 1-cost 2-star like a tank to make sure he has enough damage output and tank output to snowball a decent lead for the early game.
What's your current read on Kai'Sa? What if he gets offered, multi-shot and hold the line? Do you think he should consider taking that?
Oh, that is the bait in this match. Yeah, that is the bait. That is the bait move.
Okay.
In this situation, the worst thing that can happen to Mintim him is that he's offered a multi-shot and he commits to a Star Guardian composition instead of going for Oxforce like Twist Fate, because since it got nerfed, it just doesn't do as much damage as it used to and has a lot of weaknesses. So let's hope we don't get baited in that way.
I think you can make it work, and this is actually one of those conditions that it could actually work out because he's playing from ahead. He has Warmogs, which is actually Rel's best item if you have Hold the Line. So I hear what you're saying, and I agree in my core, in my heart of hearts. I do think that there is going to be a game or two that we see Kai'Sa pipe off this tournament. I'm not sure it's this game, though.
Okay.
We'll see what kind of augments roll around, but first we're going to go into Crux. We just saw Wasian's win streak being broken by Bintum. Shan being able to keep that one alive, and he's on some Infiniteams, which is just so good in the early stages. You get that extra beefiness. We saw the Shen too, and that's just a massive front line that's going to walk over every enemy in the early stages.
No, this is going to be a really high cap lobby during the endgame. We have 2 full win streakers for stage 2, and we also have an Undergrounds player that's just waiting to make that juicy comeback. So I can say that this lobby is going to get spicy.
Early Warwick. I'm actually very curious by the Gunblade slam by Xian. That's not really something you usually slam early because it's not that strong until you have a lot of damage to benefit from the healing. So let's see what Xian chooses to go. He can play anything, right? He has Gunblade, which is a very generic item. Could slam offensive item, could go for like Runins and lean more into Laser Core because he pick up that Warwick. He has so many things offered to him. And most importantly, what's going to happen at 3-2 augments?
Right now, the best case scenario for Xian right now is that he can get a 2-cost hero augment and maybe get time and a half for like a severe 2-star and snowball that economy to level 9 into a 5-cost 2-star finish. That would be the best case scenario for our board.
Big fight coming up, by the way. These are 2 win streakers against Bintum versus Xian. He leveled to 6 for it.
Yeah, and he also slammed that Runans last second. So both of the moves that he could do to make his board just a little bit stronger, get that Warwick in there to try and fight off Bintum and keep his streak preserved, keep his HP preserved, and it's looking to pay off. He is going to get that win here.
And that's why you wait till the last second to level. He surprised Bintum with it. And as a result... Oh, that's Wasian Iverson. I apologize. It wasn't Bintum.
But golden augments coming through.
So it's double gold. Jewel Lotus is very, very strong from that spot. I'm curious if he's thinking about Brawler, but I don't really think you often want to skip Jewel Lotus.
Now, currently it's a double golden lobby so far. So the biggest decision here is that, like, a lot of people try to go for like 2 and 3 cost 3 stars. Will they be able to go for that or transition to value composition?
Okay, I'm just seeing something that always baits me, so I have to call it out. Skillfulism, who's on the Anima Squad trajectory, picking up Last Stand is going to be a narrative as we move towards that mid and late game, which could be what brings the Anima Squad back into the late game and empowers it even more.
Yeah, you get a bunch of stats combined with the HP. I could see it. The difficulty is Last Stand encourages you to... Well, that doesn't encourage it. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything.
For now.
So you're just gonna you're not gonna get Anima stacks.
Okay, so if I were to explain about Last Stand a bit more, it used to be really good because Last Stand by itself nearly guaranteed first place because it had too much stats. But nowadays, since people's decks are so strong, even if Last Stand procs, you can get that one guy you should not have met, and just
Underground player, right? Like, let's say you're at Last Stand and Canvas just has an unstoppable Underground. Do you really want to be losing extra HP that you don't have to? Shimapin gets a really big win there and gets an additional stack.
Canvas notably also turning it around. You just mentioned it. We're looking at his heist here. I'm not really sure that's something he's interested in.
2 heist results so far. He's probably going to go for 3 or 4. Most likely to be a 3 because his HP total is a bit like a low. So he will try to look for a Radiant itemization if he could. Let's hope he gets a decent one. Yeah. For now, I think he's just going to focus on saving up Beacon and maybe go for level 7 and then roll for 4 cost 2 stars. I think that's the strategy for now.
It doesn't seem like he's going to go for what Hayden did in the previous game with the Ezreal reroll. That's one of the more common things you can do with Underground, but he can also go for mech plus threats as a backline. And he does have the itemization to support that, so it looks like he's going to play around Bel'Veth, potentially Aurelion Soul, and look for that Garen too.
Yeah, there's also like a very hybrid threat deck coming up soon. Bel'Veth, Runeans, Aesol with the Archangels. Nothing too major, very split, but still very consistent in value.
Yeah, speaking of consistency, I mean, I know he still has a little bit to go, but looking at the overall lobby standings, the pressure is rising. We just had our top 1 player getting dethroned, so nobody's at 100 HP anymore. But if you're looking between Skillfulism and Canvas as we're moving into this carousel, there is a nearly 30 HP gap.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's the Chinese players really driving it. Ahao, not even entirely sure what he's aiming for, but maybe he ends up getting access to things like the spatula and ends up making things better. Shima Pen going for it. Looks like he wants to get that +1 anima emblem, which is a really important spike because it just gives you access to upwards to 7 anima squad.
So this lobby is looking very normal so far. We were offered a lesser Nico like a star, so we did start off with a few more like a 2 stars, and currently we're looking at Ahoy A's. Yes. Sorry, I'm Korean. This is Chinese. And he's currently committing into an Oxforce hybrid composition. He's using the NAR 2 for now for the Gadget team build-up because it's very strong, but eventually he's going to save up Econ with his like a win streak, roll at level 7, look for that Twist of Fate, and build up into very sweet, juicy Twist of Fate Oxforce composition.
Yeah, Ahao is the player that initially got all the hype in China, the winner of the very first China regionals, and did very well back in set 3. And every set since then, it just feels like more people are taking that glory, and now no one's really talking about him because they're talking about Huan Mei and Li Luo and Xunge and Hong Lian and Flancy, the new crown is 62nd, the ladder god. Where's the Ahao conversation?
I mean, to be fair, if you have so many amazing and strong players, it's just tough to get to him all. But Ahao is here. He has won China regionals before, and he's looking back to go to those really high heights that he has been in set 3 and trying to prove that he still got it.
Yeah, I really love how the casters talk about Ahai, and currently he lost his streak. Wow. Good job, guys.
He's greeting. He's not trying to roll his gold. Oh, you greet this. You already have Bramble Vest. Here's another question. What do you reforge? Do you reforge your other Bramble Vest, or do you reforge this Rose Thorn Vest?
Now, Rose Thorn Vest is no longer as OP as it used to be because people do not go for a Garen like a super tank as they used to, so he's probably going to reforge. Did he reforge Rose? Yo! Game-winning play right here. Reforge for the Jewel Gauntlet, and that's going to go sweet as the Israel for the build-up, and he's going to have an
chat move.
Aesol 2-star that's going to burn everything. The Hero Augment slot is still open. If he gets Extinction Event to Jeweled Radiant Jewel Gauntlet Aesol, this man is actually going for first.
He has Jeweled Lotus.
Yeah.
Oh. Wow.
What? Oh my god, that is so awkward, but hey, maybe Canvas can make something of it. That wasn't exactly according to plan, but hey, maybe Canvas can make it work.
We'll see how it goes. It definitely was a move that required some extra bravery, and he showed that he's got it. Now he needs to turn it around. He has so much gold as we are going into Wolves, but what he's lacking is the HP, so we're going to see a little bit of a moving out of the underground soon, finding that Aatrox. He is going to go for the mechs, I think, and slot them in as we are moving across the roles.
And this is really good detail from Challenger players, that because he knows that he doesn't have enough time to roll at 4-1, he's rolling a bit pre-hand to a point where it doesn't hurt too much of his economy. Even if he like loses 1 goal, it's not like that much, to make sure that he doesn't lack time. Yeah, he finds the economy back anyways, to make sure that he can find all those upgrades within that 1 turn. He does need to roll now to make sure he can get a relevant hero augment, at least until he gets at least 1 Aesol. Let's see what he does.
All right, well, he has a Samira pair. I'm curious if he wants to play around Jhin in this spot as well and think about an AP carry alongside it, but he needs to find that AP carry, and he's not going to play around Twisted Fate. Is it Nico instead?
Does not want it.
That's a bait. Good dodge.
Nico.
Viego offer.
Okay, Viego cannot hold the AP item. You can play carry Viego and kind of go for Heartstopper.
Oh, this is really risky because he didn't match
Oh, it's a Kaisa 3!
Yeah,
what do you think
saying
about that?
I disagree, baby, as we are moving onwards. Keep in mind, after this, it is going to be augments, and we're looking at either hero augments with a chance of 75 or golden augments with obviously a chance of 25. We'll see how that one goes, as usually towards those later stages, the hero augments are not often 3 costs.
And I wasn't sure about the spot because we didn't get the hero augments, but Bintum is just saying, you keep feeding me Kaisas, why not go for Kaisa 3? And the tempo is so in his advantage, this has to be a top 4.
As a Korean player, I only have one thing to say then, that is, oh, wow!
That was 2 words.
If Bintum actually rolls for the Syndra augment in Power Reserves, he actually has a really solid composition going on.
Yeah, possibly. It depends on what he wants. He can also think about some other really strong legendaries, so you can justify a lot. He's going for Not in Vain? Is that the carry Syndrome? I have not seen anyone pick this in competition. What's happening here?
Okay. As a Korean player and the caster for Korea, I have one word this time, say for it, and that's gonna be, huh?
It's really one word this time. I'm really excited by this because, as you're saying, Froden, this is something we don't get treated with often as we are looking across the board. Mostly it is going to be forecast augments being picked up with the not in vain exaggerated reporting and obliterate coming out of our top three. Everybody else has opted for the forecast, and we'll see how that is going to play out. 17 HP on the side of Canvas. But let's look what the Syndra can do for Bintum.
I mean, currently the good thing about our current composition is that we have a significant upgrade gap. We got an early 3-cost 3-star. We still have 50 gold on our inventory, so we are actually able to level to 8 and 9, outvalue our opponents, and that may be good enough. But Bintum's augments aren't really optimal. That's like a salvage bin into like a econ augment. So we shall see if it's going to be able to get a decent.
He's a salvage bin doubter. You're scaling infinitely. You just keep getting more and more items. What's not to love? Salvage bin. Also gives him lots of flexibility in the late stage of the game to break apart, right? Every single emblem that he can find could potentially break apart into either another powerful emblem or a tactician's crown. I do see what you're saying, though. Bintum will inevitably get outscaled, especially with his itemization. Rageblade on a Kai'Sa 3 is also inefficient because she hits the attack speed cap, which isn't really even that powerful for her to ramp up that quickly. So other people will eventually outscale, but the question is, how much can Bintum pad that lead?
Well, looking at the bottom of our leaderboard, Wajan Iverson is on the rule of 4 with Riftwalker mascots right now. We know that Canvas picked up the Partners in Crime, so he's on the Viego. So we'll see how that goes. Both of them in those Riftwalker kind of compositions, both of them competing each other. But since they're in a similar spot, they already both invested a lot to get stable here.
Now we have to notice that the tempo in this lobby is actually very insane. Because there was a Lesser Nico's early, 3-cost 2-stars were out faster. And because it's a 4-cost hero augment early, we can see a Jin 2-star on like almost like every single board by the early stages of stage 4-2. Now this can be very high paced.
I mean, some people even haven't used their duplicators. Oh my gosh! No! There's a loaded dice as well.
Oh,
so
baby.
People can start thinking about playing for 4-cost 3-stars if they're looking at the correct odds.
We'll see how it goes. I think maybe some players might already be lined up to do just that, as most of them have gone for those 4-cost augments. We are seeing them pick up whatever they want. Sean lining for that BF sort and Kerfuzzle picking up the bow.
Campus has a tactician's crown, by the way. We talked about that spat. He's able to find it, and now he's going to be even stronger, but he's at 17 HP, Skillfulism at 12. Which of these players are going to pull themselves out of that deficit, or are they both going to finish and hold hands?
Wow, we actually found the legendary composition that Mortdog said never to go for. Fortune Carry.
Ah, well, he does
to
have...
Mortdog as he's sitting back there.
Well, hold on.
He waved back.
In his defense, Misfortune is definitely the weakest forecast player on currently. But this is an interesting spot because he has that last stand. The question is, how good is last stand in this spot?
I would say it is completely useless. Yes.
Wow, completely.
So
even with Archangels and Guardbreaker?
I mean, he has no damage. So
even with Archangels and Guardbreaker?
He has no damage.
Okay,
if he becomes tanky, he's a target dummy.
Wajan going up against Skillfulism. Skillfulism notably still has some items he could slam, so he is not too bothered right now. There's a pike on the Misfortune, but the bullet rain is going to come in and take out some of that front line. It's not going to be enough. The rest of the team survives, notably the Jin, and the back line still there, and she can take out everything else, but will face his bullets as Skillfulism still has not triggered that last stand.
Okay, baby, look at that fight and just tell me that's not a last stand diff. Come on now.
Saving items for next game is what I see.
Oh my god, it is brutal. And Canvas is not...
toxic casters up here.
Canvas is not stopping the bleeding, by the way. He's at 11 HP, down to his effective last life, especially if he's going up against a really strong opponent.
Actually, this is kind of awkward. This isn't really bad, and this isn't really great. So currently Canvas at 11 HP, so he can't afford to lose ones, but he does have the potential to maybe find a 4-cost 3-star, or maybe find a really strong, well-itemized Jin Viego Renegade composition. We shall see exactly how it goes.
I misspoke, by the way. He does not have Tactician's Crown. That was the fact that he just picked up.
Yeah, it was the one he picked up.
That's correct.
I wasn't too sure, because sometimes it shows like this, and sometimes it shows like this, but right now he's holding on to a spatula, trying to get there. He cannot have a devastating loss here, so needs to kill at least some of these units off, but he's doing a great job of that as he's going up against Japan's Shima Pen here, and his damage is out there. The Viego is still alive, only taken down in the last couple of seconds, and might even go his way here, and he will take a win as we are moving into the PvE round.
Okay, I just really want to share a very fun TFT fact.
All right.
Vayne does true damage.
Yes.
And Death's Defiance slowly takes bleed damage over time, right? So if Vayne ult and does true damage, Death's Defiance on Viego was actually negated, so it's not as tanky.
Yeah, and so that's really problematic. But Canvas just has so much stats right now that Shimapen couldn't really handle it. Plus, Shimapen's picking a Destructive Resonance, which is the reworked Echo carry augment. Kind of unusual to take that, and usually people do if they have no other option. So I wonder if he re-rolled and then didn't find exactly the hero augment he wanted, or he's really happy and he knows something we don't.
Maybe he does. You know, as I said, he's one of those players that I expect everything and nothing out of coming into this tournament in his first TFT set ever.
Yeah.
We are very curious how this one is going to play. I'm finding that Twisted Fate 2 here.
Is this a double kick cone? Is this a double kick cone? Come on, come on.
Oh, Q-code. What are you saying? Double Gecko. I'm like, wrong game. That's Valorant.
No, that's kick own, right? Kick.
Where's my wingman?
Okay.
But yeah, no, I think that the AP stacking with Janna and having double chalice is still really powerful. People sleep on these aura items. They just really underestimate how much extra DPS they can generate in the late game. But we're not focusing on that. We're focusing on Canvas, whether or not he can stop Bintum's streak, but more importantly, if he can survive.
Oh, that one is a devastating matchup. Bintum has been dominating this entire lobby for the entire time. He's up there 88 HP, and Canvas needs to turn this one around. Doing pretty well so far. Viego's still alive, but so is the Kaisa in the backline, and she's onto him. Can they finish her off? Yes, they can. And Canvas will make it one more round at least.
So this is exactly what we kind of anticipated. Bintum was falling off, but look how much gold he has. He has 50 gold at level 8. He's ready to go to a 9, and so Bintum's ready to cap out strong.
So that's the issue with Kaisa 3-star decks during the mid game, is that their front line is not as sturdy. That's probably the reason why.
Lane 3 for Shimapen as Skillfulism has procced his last stand. The competition is getting spicier by the second.
Okay, does this look strong enough, baby, to win a fight or two?
He's gonna die in 2 rounds.
He's gonna die in 2 rounds.
Okay, we'll fact check.
I think this is probably gonna be like a 5th. I think he's stronger than Wage and Iris. I'm not sure about Canbiz, but neither of them are in his pool. He only can face people at the very top. Going against Bintum again, another potential free win because Bintum is not spending his gold.
Yeah, Bintum just says, what do you want me to do? I have so much HP, I'm up here. But let's see if Bebe is right or that last stand can take it down. The Misfortune ult is going to come in. She's going to take out a bunch of units, notably the Kaisa in the backline. She's still alive and happy, and she needs to fall, but the rest of the team is onto it. Misfortune will ult one more time eventually and find another win.
In Bebe's defense, I do think Skillfulism has some damage issues. Wage and Iverson takes a loss and goes 8th place, which is so unfortunate. That momentum that he had at the very beginning of the tournament has been wiped with that 8th place. But this tempo of the lobby has been absolutely outrageous so far.
I mean, it is looking amazing. I would say that Skillfulism didn't die due to good matchup RNG. Nothing more, nothing less.
Okay. I mean, you said 2 rounds, so there is going to be the next round or the one after that where you said he was going to fall.
Okay.
Just asking for clarification.
I can forget about that too.
Okay, we'll see how it goes. Watching Canvas as he goes up against Ahawai, finding a Sona 3 here in the enemy backline.
Now, really good detail these players that they're still keeping at 50 gold even though they're at 11 HP. Canvas that 11 means he's right about right before dying, but he still knows that he needs more economy in order to win the game. So he's hard greeting, which is very difficult to do.
Oh, the Echo able to cast again, which is really big, but the Sona beam. Red card.
No,
he's living.
He's alive.
And Skillfulism ended up losing. Wow,
but baby, I bow down in front of you. Skillfulism being taken out here in 7th. Last stand, not enough to hold him over water as we move into the carousel.
It's really unfortunate that he's also the one game he plays Anima Squad he's contested. The other Anima Squad player seems to be faring much better. And kind of to what Bebe said, this is why Misfortune is not a reliable carry. You have to play much more around the 3 cost with Anima Squad because your tempo lines up much better with the Vayne and the Riven.
I mean, the reason why it was very easy to anticipate the Anima Squads will lose is because there are tier lists for each deck. Some decks are stronger than others. So if you go for Anima Squads, then you are destined to die. That's not good.
I mean, we have Shimapen who might top 4 with Anima Squad. Might is the key word here because a lot of people are getting strong. Campus is starting to roll some of his gold though, so he's trying to see if he can stay competitive here while not necessarily giving up his ability to go to 9.
I feel Campus has enough economy to get him for 1 forecast 3-star on this Renegade unit. Surprised he is greeting one more. I guess he knew he would fight against the Nima squad, so that's probably why he did that.
I think his out is Jin 3 is what ultimately he's going to look at the blue dice and see if he can roll on 8. If he can get 6 to 7 Jins and rip that dice on the pike, maybe that's his opportunity to get Jin 3.
And look at the sheer damage this board has. The Vayne 3 has nothing on her sniper colleague Jin on the other side of the board. Canvas is very happy, not necessarily healthy with 3 HP, but he is holding on to that gold like you said.
Oh, he's rolling for Jin 3, but Campus also could potentially just go for 3-star Riftwalkers to make Zac super hard to kill.
Okay, so there is one problem with going for 4 cost 3-star in this lobby, and it's that 2 people are already dead, and Bintim is going for a 3 cost 3-star carry, not a 4 cost carry. So there aren't really that much 4 costs taken out of the pool, which will make it a bit more difficult and much more longer to find those win conditions. So that is a bit bad for Campus.
Looking over to his EMEA colleague as he moves up and is going to meet Ahau High, we're going to see both boards at the same time. EMEA fighting for survival neck and neck against the Chinese competitors. Can they actually do it? Will it be enough what they have in store to live one more round? And it's looking pretty rough for the side of Kerfuzzled, who's taken a massive hit here, but Canvas alive.
Campus has 5 Jins, 7 Vexes, 7 Pikes. Still a little premature before he rips it, and that's going to make it very difficult for him to get any 3-star. But maybe that Pike 3, maybe get something like Thieves Gloves on Pike. I think Pike is actually a really underrated unit to itemize in this comp.
I mean, for those who don't know, when you want to use Lucky Dice is when you have exactly 7 of your 4 costs, so you can maximize your odds. You do want to use your base reroll to get those units in the shop, and then use the dice, because dice does ignore shop odds to a certain degree. To utilize, that's why Canvas is holding onto the dice. At least he finds 1 or 2 more Jins.
I hope you wrote that down, chat. Very good information for your own games as we are moving on, hopping over to Bintum. Bintum has been bleeding a little bit in the last couple of stages. His gap that he had to the other players is getting smaller and smaller by the second. What do we make of what we're seeing?
Okay, Bintum should not roll any more than this. He should save his econ a bit more, and he should wait for an angle to get Misfortune 3 stars win condition. So he needs more economy to make that happen. He needs to hold it a bit, slow down, and try to use that as his win condition.
Yeah, top 4 almost feels guaranteed. Not for Xian, but for Bintum. And he's going up against Bintum to potentially pick for the top 4.
Yeah, we're seeing Canvas on the left side once more. Can he continue? He has rolled down. Xian also with 0 gold, well 6, but that's basically 0 in the tank as he is trying to take down Bintum, looking really good here. Is going to find the win, and so will Canvas.
Wow, Canvas actually managed surviving. He's still greeting that lucky dice till the end. This is usually the time people just use it, and just in case they can get Jin 3-star, just in case they die. But man, is that Canvas manly. That is definitely a world championship cousin.
Man biz. I like that. Jin 2-star.
Nice!
He has done it.
Look at him. He's so happy with himself, and rightfully so.
Wait. This is exactly how Double did it. He found 4 cost 3 stars most of his games during the previous a championship set 3. Will he make it this time?
People think Jin 3 is kind of a meme though, baby. So we still have to clear a couple of potential strong boards going up against Shima Pen right now.
Yeah, and there is once again that Vayne. We saw this matchup in earlier stages. And look at the Jin coming
That is
in.
not
he
bait.
has so much damage. You tell me again that Jin 3 is not a unit. I dare you.
Okay, Frodo, you can say that again.
No, I'm saying I've seen Jin 3 lose. I definitely have. Oh my god. Xian went 5th and Bintum went 4th. And I think it's kind of exactly what we talked about, the drop-off. And you know what? Kaisa is specifically played for top 4 currently in the patch. So all things considering, that's a pretty solid Kaisa game.
Yeah, I'm proud. Yeah, good job.
Man, baby, it's your Korean brothers,
Yeah,
man.
you
It feels
hype
like
them up.
top 4. It's everything is step by step. Just do that for 12 games, and they'll make it through, right?
Stage 4, 3 costs 3 star into 4th is.
All right, fair enough. Going into this game, Ahao trying to see if he can survive. We might have a double kill in our hands here.
Yeah, Candace is still in there trying to knock one out of the park, but Shimapen allegedly is fighting against one of the copies here. So like you said, maybe, just maybe, 2 of the players are going to get knocked out at the same time. Look at the power of that Jin. It's going to come in again, and we're going to see a Dies of Annie for Canvas, but Shimapen holds on.
Shimapen won. I wonder who gets who. Probably the ghost of Ahao, because
probably
take down Canvas.
For sure.
Canvas is too strong. Canvas is too strong.
Even if it's like a Ghost of Gen 3, that thing just one-shots everything instantly. Too much damage, that's for sure.
Well, the one thing that could potentially throw a wrench into things is, are the prankster stuns potentially, if he can he position in a way deliberately to stall it out and then find a way to get it in? I don't think so, but let's see if Shimapen can figure it out. Otherwise, this game goes to Canvas.
Okay, the most important question is, will our fine protagonists here survive against Jin 3-star for 5 seconds, 10 seconds, or 15 seconds? Which one is it?
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. They still have 10 seconds. Of course, Canvas could still roll just a little bit with 24 gold, but I think he's happy with where he is as we are entering the last game of this lobby. It is round 3 here at the TFT Championship, and Canvas and Shimapen are fighting it off.
So the Echo's trying to stall for as long as he can. Big stun.
Ooh.
And if he kills another prankster, then that ends up happening. He gets stunned again. Oh, he didn't kill the Vayne. Maybe.
Come on, Jin.
It's possible. It's closer than we thought it would be, but it looks like it's going to go into Shimapen's, or rather, Canvas able to take the win. Congratulations. Underground is the key to success for Canvas, and he shows you exactly why that is.
Okay, Europe is looking much more strong than they used to be. They are actually getting their 4-cost 3 stars back. We are seeing another act of the Set 3 World Championships where another doubles cousin is going to win. Okay.
I think at this point we have to step away from the double 61 cousin narrative. Say his name, put some respect to his name.
After
Canvas taking that first place for EMEA after a rough start into the day, looking very good for EMEA.
And Anima Squad actually got second, so Bebe's kind of popping off his car like, oh yeah, like I'm right about everything. But Anima Squad was able to actually put up quite a strong performance when the things lined up. And I think that goes to show you have to play your 2-1 spots very well. That was exactly the top 2. We had Underground and Anima Squad. We set the juxtaposition, the contrast between whether or not you're able to win streak or lose streak, and these 2 players are able to utilize snowballing compositions very well.
Okay, completely irrelevant to that. Never forget that Frodan just said Jin 3 was going to lose, so...
Jin 3 can lose.
He can.
He definitely can. How many times have you hit like a Jin 3 or Belvet 3 and lose anyways?
Just saying.
Didn't lose for Canvas anyhow, but we are going to hear from our analyst desk as we go into the break.
1 unit!
Don't go
if
anywhere.
If stun one more time, Jin would have won.
In just a couple minutes.
This Bebe guy, man.
For sure.
Bebe guy.
Play the Kaisa in the backline. She's still alive and happy, and she needs to fall, but the rest of the team is onto it. Misfortune will ult one more time eventually and find another win. A Sona 3 here in the enemy backline.
Now, really good detail these players that they're still keeping at 50 gold even though they're at 11 HP. Canvas at 11 and he's right about right before dying, but he still knows that he needs more economy in order to win the game. So he's hard reading, which is very difficult to do.
Oh, the Echo able to cast again, which is really big, but the Sona beam.
Come on, Jen!
Red card.
No,
he's living.
He's alive.
And skillful that Pyke 3. Maybe get something like Thieves Gloves on Pyke. Pyke is actually a really underrated unit to itemize in this comp.
I mean, for those who don't know, when you want to use Lucky Dice is when you have exactly 7 of your 4 costs, so you can maximize your odds. You do want to use your base reroll to get those units in the shop, and then use the dice, because dice does ignore shop odds to a certain degree. To utilize, that's why Canvas is holding on to the dice. At least he finds 1 or 2 more Jins.
I hope you wrote that down, chat.
Bet Jin 2-star.
Nice! Yeah. They're trying to knock.
what a great game we just had, Game 3, with a lot of hero elements of legendary and epic that really turned things up, with Canvas being the champion on this particular lobby. So Peter, we've seen Canvas in a not so good spot at the middle game, and we were worried about him, but as soon as he got the opportunity of having this Jin 3-star, it was a game over.
Well, for me, coming into that game, 31st in the tournament overall, 3 points. I think, for the hope of Amir to be going down in flames in the first 2 games, I think we basically just given up on the tournament at that point. I know it's early days, but his nerve in that game was unbelievable. He kept his gold alive. He kept that chance of getting the Jin 3-star alive for such a long time, and I think that shows the caliber of player, potentially one who could even become global champion.
Of course, in Nigeria, the importance of having multiple carries as AP and AD. He had this Viego carry, he has this Jin carry. The offensive items that we had were so landing on point, and I think that resulted into a great game. We are seeing the post-game, the results of the match, and what are your thoughts, Matt, about this?
Well, and I think for Canvas, one of the things that we were talking about as a team that we were worried about is we know that Canvas loves to play these early underground compositions, and yes, he understands the pace very intimately in EMEA, but on the international stage, does he understand what's going to be going on? And it turns out, based on his first 2 games, no. But on his 3rd game, seems like he may have figured out that pace and may have started solidifying his play. So I want to follow along with him as we go through the tournament. But another player that I was really intrigued by was Bintum. Of course, last set, 9th place in the Dragonlance Championship, so we knew he would be a strong contender coming in. But opting to go for that Kaisa reroll, Dan, of course, wearing Biss in that photo. But going for Kaisa reroll in a meta where she's considered to be like one of the worst compositions. It's no longer 13.8. I have not seen a single game of Kaisa reroll in the EMEA regionals that made it to the Kaisa 3-star because it died before it could get there.
Yeah, and Panda, we've seen an unusual pick of augments this game. We had the last stand, a lot of items thrown together in there. What do you think about this?
I think unusual is the perfect word to describe that lobby. We saw Echo Carry placing 2nd as an
I also used Demented.
Demented, I think, fits. There's many more adjectives that I think fit the vibe here. We saw Not So Vain, Syndra's carry augment also in the top 4. We saw 2 Anima Squad players, despite the buff in 13.10. It's not really a comp we see very often. There's not 2 in 1 lobby as well with Skillfulism in the end, getting knocked out, as Baby mentioned, in 7th place for the last stand. But
his prediction, man, right on the money. He was like 2 rounds. Frodo was like, I don't think so. But Baby held true, held the course.
But I think it goes to show kind of this is a world championship. This is players playing at their absolute best, knowing when to pick certain augments that are not usually picked at all on ladder. Yeah. And I think it was just extremely fun to watch, especially with Canvas and EMEA winning, of course.
I mean, it was flashy. We have to agree on that because of the hero augments we had. But as we see the new seeds of lobby that we're going to see soon on screen, Peter, Kerfuffle, what happened? The UK flag.
Boy.
EMEA, what happened, Peter?
I mean, Kerfuffle, Hayden, EMEA, it has been a pretty rough.
Oh, it's looking bad, guys.
Rough ride so far. Just avert your eyes, EMEA players. Avert your eyes. Don't worry, Canvas will find a way to shine for the darkness and save us. But I mean, yeah, it's not been a strong start so far, but there have been plenty of other countries with things to celebrate.
Okay, so these are the overall standings, the points we have so far.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
Our savior.
Wow.
I spoke too soon. He's the new hero.
Enzo from EMEA. Remember, there are 4 lobbies playing at the same time, so we can only see 1 at a time. And then we have surprises like this that we don't know what happened. But soon enough, we're going to see every single player. Yes, Matt?
If I told you a day ago that the top 8 would contain 0 Chinese players and 2 North Americans, you would have put me in a mental institution.
Yes.
This is
I
insane.
Thought that. And we talked with several players that said, like, China is not that strong this time, and every single region has a fair chance. This time, and it was true. We see EMEA starting to grow higher. NA is doing amazing so far. So there are a lot of options, Peter, that we have.
That being said, there are 9 games left. I'm not going to say anything bad about China. I'm going to stay on the safe side here.
Let us have our copium, David.
I'm sorry,
I think
guys.
China will bounce back. Enzo's taking a really great performance. You saw him in EMEA finals, day 1 and 2. He finished off with 80 points in 12 games. I don't think he'll reproduce the same here. That would be quite a sight. But overall, very, very strong. Hoping the rest of EMEA bounces back. And some great players in the top 8 for NA, for Tech Summers as well, for LATAM. So overall, I think all regions are represented after these 3 games.
I'm actually really happy with the overall that we've seen so far. Like, we have many surprises, like the Doctoral with that hasn't played that well, Liluo that was top 1, top 8 that we saw, Setsuko doing really, really good so far. Xian, I wanted to really see him. I need to know with this Chinese player what is going on. And as we said before, being Tim, we need to see. So these are the lobbies. They're gonna reseed again, but production is telling me that Game 4 is ready to launch, and we cannot wait how this is going so far. So our casters are ready. Mix, Bebe, and Froda, take it away.
So much, Kali. I was waiting for our showtime to begin up here, as we are, of course, still here, still ready to bring you the entertainment and the games. I'm very excited for our next lobby.
I'm very excited to see exactly how long Frodan's going to wear this.
It's going to be quite a while.
Entire day, but not tomorrow.
What you got against pizza, baby? Smells delicious.
Yeah, it's the pizza.
He's a little bit nervous because he gets hungry. So
That's true. Bebe gets very hangry. Well,
actually, I'm getting attracted.
Well, you know what? We can talk after the show. Ooh. In the meantime, let's talk about what's going on here in the current lobby. You saw some people dragging behind, but overall, I agree with the analysts. The parity that you see between regions is a sight to behold. So many people talk about, will China go 4 in a row? And I think that most people just agree that the gap is closing, and it's good to see some results that justify that.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, of course, you always have to respect China, right? They're so strong. They have been dominating the meta for a long time, but it's starting to change up just a little bit. There are some comps that they're sometimes looking at the Western players and going like, oh yeah, take notes.
I feel it could also be the other way around, because since China has been in that winner slot, that like a rank 1 slot for so long, they actually might be pressured more into getting more results. And because they're so pressured, they have to win. For China, who has to go for that consecutive world champion victory, that actually gets them to make more mistakes than they usually would. So we can actually see these Chinese players take a lot less risks than they used to, and they just try to play safe, which could actually be detrimental in their first place ending.
That's really interesting. I think that some of them are just at least playing a little bit off the script. I mean, going into today, Bebe, you weren't sure if you would see a lot of 3-cost reroll, and you're right, we don't actually see that much, but China is one of the regions that actually is doing that. You've seen them play around Sona a lot, for example. We've seen multiple players get top 3 finishes with Sona 3 power grid, so I'm curious to see if that ends up continuing. Does China know something about 3-cost that we don't? If they do, that was exactly the basis of how they won the Set 5 Reckoning World Championship.
Yeah, we're going to see how that is going to continue. Like you said it, we're seeing a lot of Vayne as well being played. We're seeing some LeBlanc, didn't really work out, so maybe not that, but we'll see how it goes for them in the next couple of rounds. I like to pose this question. Of course, we heard of a lot of great comps already. What's one comp you're still waiting to see?
I mean, most of the compositions that I expected for this tournament were Riftwalker Jhin, Twist Fate Ox-Force, and maybe Laser Core Warp. Now, these are very, very safe, like 4-cost, like a carry compositions, right? The comps that I didn't expect to see were stuff like Kai'Sa, Vayne, Anar, like
Anima Squad.
Yeah, Anima Squads. I mean, because the 3-cost 3-stars were really nice in the previous Worlds meta, but for this meta, it's like whatever.
Yeah, I think for me, it would be about how to play around certain emblems. I think Ancient Archives is still one of those augments that's really powerful to play around. And I'm looking at people utilizing things like Aatrox or other people, like the Mech Crest we talked about. There's a lot of unusual outs that you can play for. Not to mention, I think I've been seeing a lack of Lulu reroll, largely because I think people just don't have the spots for it. But that comp was promised to be destroying the competition and potentially win the World Championship. We haven't seen it yet, but hey, it's a long weekend. I might end up eating my words.
Yeah, don't jinx it. Is what I think chat might not want that Lulu to come back. I'm sure we're going to see it eventually. We haven't really had our pick of the litter with the early hero augments just yet. It's been a little bit of the later ones, 2-cost, 3-cost, even 4 and 5-cost yet. So we'll see how that one goes. But we are looking at our lobby that we're going to go with right now. And I have to shout it out, Joss Latte with my favorite hair color out of all of our players. His chat PieHat decided on that because he said, I'm going to dye my hair, whatever you say, chat, if I make it to the championship. And they said pink because he won with a Kaisa board.
Yeah, I wouldn't know anything about that, about like asking my chat to vote on anything.
Really?
Can't relate.
Okay, I think this is a very colorful lobby going on at the moment. We got Enzo with 21 points, and we got Jing, our fine safe, Tempo like a ladder warrior, and we got Dr. We don't have anybody by that name, and so we have a lot of people that really wants to make a comeback, and we have a person that really wants to maintain a lead. So the strategies for each are very different. Let's see exactly what strats they bring to the lobby.
And the funny thing about the way the format works is anything that happened on day one could theoretically inverse. If Dr. O ends up being 32 second place after today, the next day he could theoretically put on the craziest performance and still be able to maybe flip everything on its head. So don't give up hope, baby.
Exactly.
I feel like I'm the Korean representative here trying to cheer them on at this point. Dr. O, more like Dr. Yes.
Do you know where names comes from? It's so cool. He told us in one of the previous World Championships, it's actually Korean for Professor Oak. Because he looks like Professor Oak.
Yeah, a little scholarly.
So maybe, after a little bit of familiarizing with the new region, he's now going to pick the correct augments.
That's right. Which of the starter augments is he going to choose? 1, 2, or 3? Let's go into it. We have a Tier Glove Belt Star. We talked about on the previous team. What do you think about this item star here, baby?
I feel it's actually better to go against the rhythm. So if you have a lot of tier stars, there will be more people looking for AP compositions, for example, Twist of Fate. So you can actually try to purposely build into AD, which will be less contested for a chance to get a decent 4-fast 3-star.
Yeah, it's funny because sometimes you do that and you realize, wait, everyone thought the same thing. I played these stars where 7 people go AD. I'm like, wait a second. That's not how it's supposed to work at all.
Yeah, that's always unfortunate, right? We've had our fair share of competing on comms today, as well as Enzo is going to pick up a duplicator here. Enzo, if you don't know anything about that EMEA player, he has been a massive beast on ladder for all of the region for EMEA and came into regionals and just had the craziest read on meta that I've ever seen. He completely dominated day 1, day 2. He got up to 70-something points, which is absolutely astonishing. And he's definitely, I think, maybe a player that people don't know as much just yet.
I mean, that's an average of 3.0 at better. So he crushed it that tournament. And let's see if he can crush it here. 1-2-1 to start things off.
Now, the 1-2 cost hero augment lobby is the lobby with the most amount of variance. There are 1 cost or 2 cost hero augments that are very, very powerful, while some seem very, very weak. So people will decide, do they want to gamble for the perfect 1-2 cost, or will they just go for a normal, mediocre 1-2 cost for safe top 4?
And don't forget that this is also a tier start, 3 people starting tier. So we talk about Lulu reroll. We might see some of that.
The growth spurt on the side of 9, but is not going to be picked up. And as I'm looking across the board, I don't think I see any Lulu augments just yet. There's 3 Lucians and 2 Blitzcranks, if I counted correctly. We're going to see which of them are rocket grabs, but we'll see.
I mean, that's good for potential pick'ems. I picked Hyperbolic Time Chamber to be the most commonly picked augments. And it looks like right now it's actually just as fine. 3 people want to go for power leveling.
Wow, because it's a tier star, people want to go for Hyperbolics, get that shield, just get that blue up, get that econ, get that a win streak going on.
I'm confused. Sorry, but Skillfulism is on Soul Eater.
Okay, so he wants to go back to the well. He said, you know what? Anima Squad, that was a fluke for me, and Shima Pen went second. I want another crack at it. Or he might go for mascots. I think a lot of people really underestimate Vex mascots with Riftwalker. That's yet another variations you can play this Riftwalker comp.
Actually, if you go for Soul Eater, one of the best compositions is, as you said, as Rodan said, the Riftwalker mascot composition. Because you have Soul Eater, you're very likely to win streak during your limit game, and the end game finish has a significant amount of healing, so it's not that bad at all.
Yeah.
All right, let him cook. I'm ready for it. We're also seeing the rocket grab coming out of 9, but with 3 players on that hyperbolic time chamber, everybody else will need to look to match that tempo.
There's been also an evolving school of thought of whether or not it's worth slamming
tier items onto the Lucian as well, because blue buff is good for charging the hyperbolic time chamber, but then what do you do with it late game?
Yeah.
It feels like it's like an item that is very awkward to use. Maybe put on a Aurelion Soul or something, but people haven't been able to figure it out. So some people said that maybe instead you just let Lucian ramp up with other items, just have him as an item holder and then transition off. What do you think, baby?
Usually the cleanest way to use blue buff with Lucian is to build into a Twisted Fate, Nico hybrid composition, and you can give the blue buff to Twisted Fate or Nico. Both are fine because blue buff does allow the Twisted Fate to ult instantly, which is a huge advantage in these fights. But mostly the augment isn't really to make a perfect endgame, it's to get that level advantage, get that value advantage, and out-upgrade and outnumber your opponents to win. So it's more about the value than the itemizations or BIS in general.
And just look how passionate Bebe is. Whenever he sees an augment that lets you level really fast, you can just hear in his voice.
Yeah, he wishes he was in that lobby right now.
He was
One
like
of
me.
the 3 players. It's like, yes, give me that power leveling.
Why is this guy not level 6 right now?
Baby would have been level 7 here.
He's just not playing it nearly as well. Look at this. Vidigal has a rel 2 for hold the line. He is going to go for this Kaisa composition. This is a start that I think you can play Kaisa from.
Ah, yes, the early 3-cost restart into 4th place strat. Yes, nice strat. I like it.
We'll see, man. I mean, he has rel 2, which should stabilize. The question will be, how does he choose to itemize if he's going to prioritize a Shiv instead? I think there's a school of thought that believes that you should be prioritizing the rel items to start things off. So instead of going for, say, the Shiv, you instead go for like a Dragon's Claw or something else to make rel really unkillable.
That's actually a really good point. Currently, you want to focus on the unit that has more upgrades and more value. Right now, since he does have the rel at the ready, you could focus on a tank itemization, or currently this comp also needs 2 bows to be very, very like powerful, right? True. You do want that statics, and you can also use that Guinsus instead of Shojins on the Kaisa as well too. So we'll see what he decides to go for.
There is a bow with a tier in that carousel here on an Alistair. I know he has a tier already, but that's the only bow that's there, and it's being picked up.
Jing is crying with 3 tiers.
Tier.
Not tilt mode, I guess. Not tilt mode.
So clearly he's going for blue buff, which getting one of the players who will start with Lulu too. He might actually be trying to go for a Lulu reroll. We'll have to see.
He's on that hyperbolic time chamber, so maybe going for the blue buff for the Lucian like we talked about could be an angle for him, and then move that later to a unit that we will have to find out what it is.
The danger of that is that he's lower HP, so he's investing more into his economy in what sense. Blue buff Lucian, when you're just not playing any quick draws, you're not even getting a lot of damage items, doesn't actually do much.
I actually see this. I see Jing saving a lot of econ and saving a lot of tiers for the next game. Yeah!
We'll see.
No.
We'll see. Hold on. Is admin is anything particularly strong here? On kill AP, maybe, but
HP at best.
Yeah, not that strong, unfortunately.
So right now, Jing is in a pickle. Now, usually when you go for the hyperbolic
there we go.
start, you do need to be able to win streak, but if you don't win streak, you're gonna have a very weak board late game that's not really gonna do that much.
We just saw a glimpse of some of the EMEA players who are in Berlin at the LEC studio playing live from there, being taken care of, as I heard from some of the Riot employees. We know the guy that's taking care of them, so I can assure you they're in good hands. Ging, fortunately, playing from home, but we'll see how he fares with that blue buff slam.
Yeah, another thing that happened, by the way, with on the other side, Vidigal ended up going for Gunblade and started prioritizing frontline items with the belt on the rel. So great job there, not to get baited into feeling like you have to make all these offensive items. So people think I'm playing Kaisa, they forget that rel is often the really big piece of that puzzle.
Okay, am I the only one that's waiting for that stage 2-7 into 2 more tiers on Jing?
Come on!
Don't say that, man! Come on!
There's a very popular children's song. It goes something like "Let It Go." Maybe drop it. We'll see where the tier goes for Ging as he moves into the next round.
Level 6.
Kami Madoka, who has leveled up, is also on that hyperbolic time chamber, so maybe getting a couple more casts here, but also maybe using some of that economy as we're looking at his at least 10 gold that he has.
And for those who don't know what hyperbolic time chamber do, there is a very lovely description on the left that says, gain a Lucian, the first time your strongest Lucian casts ability, you get 2 EXP, and every 3 more after you get 2 more. So the longer the fight goes or the more ults they cast, the more economy you gain and the harder you can snowball.
Yeah, but there's a tale of two different types of hyperbolic times. You have people who are like in the middle who are preserving HP, and then Ging and Shikami Madoka who are basically at the bottom. But Ging has a big separation, 22 HP.
Looking at this board, Dr. O, you were kind of doubting him going into this game, but he's on 100 HP streaking with Underground.
Streak Underground, okay.
Oh, actually, this might be Dr. O's time in the limelight. He currently has an Underground build-up. He's going to aim for at least 3 or 4. 3 for a Prismatic item, 4 for Force of Natures, and then he's going to build into value with the econ that he got from his full win streak, so he actually is in a situation to win. Now, the question is, what deck will Dr. O end with that will be able to get first place in lobby? That's what he has to figure out.
A lot of people end up picking dynamic defenses to win streak early because of how tanky Blitzcrank 2 is, and you can see he didn't even itemize Blitzcrank 2. But the other is that you get to start playing Gargoyle to immediately go into a mech. So I think that this would be an interesting mech setup. We actually haven't seen too many people prioritize it. The few that did not do well. Tech Summers played in game 1, went bot 4, and that's because mech is just falling more and more out of favor. With this start, though, I could see it actually happening.
Yeah, and you can see he's also already holding on to the Wukongs here, has found a Belveth to maybe help that backline on a mecha board until he gets us a mirror or something like that going. So I would say he's in a great spot.
If he slams Gunblade, it almost certainly confirms it, because Gunblade's really good with single target high HP tanks, because you could heal the same thing repeatedly instead of spreading it out across your front line.
Ah, yes, the typical pick 2 tiers at the Kurzul to get one.
Oh no! He got another tier! How'd you Baby, please!
Oh no,
and he got hooked!
Have you been snooping in Mortdog's notes? You're not allowed to read the script.
He got rocket grabbed as well to add insult to injury. It's so devastating here for Ging. It's okay though. I guess technically we're still on lose streak. Wait, do we win anyways?
It seems like that looks to be a win. I mean, depends on that Lucian here. He
Lucian's
might be
not
able to
ulting.
take something out. No.
Well,
it's too strong.
It's important because he did roll his gold. Oh! Perfect loss calculated.
He knew it.
He knew.
Silver Augment's coming in.
Whoa, recombobulator right now. He's got a Ribbon 2-star in the
Yes!
moment.
He can get 2-star forecast.
Yeah.
Hold on, do it, Ging.
We want to see that board. Let's look at that board right now, guys. Ging is going to press the recombobulator.
Yeah! That's a guarantee.
Woo! Now that's how you play the game.
Oh, okay. Now all of a sudden,
he's got a quick draw comp ready.
he all of a sudden, Ging looks like he's in a fantastic spot.
Okay, so he's got a mech quick draws. He just needs to get tank itemization for his Garen to buy time. He's got Lucian to scale economy. He's got Misfortune for the damage. He's got Israel for the extra damage as well too. This is actually looking quite nice.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this one, but looking across the augments, player needs to start to be careful. We know we have a rocket grab in this lobby. Now, Just Latte also with the future side pickup, it is going to get a little bit intimidating with your positioning, and you need to look out for those two players for sure.
Now, there is actually a strategy that you can do against all these Blitzcranks and Zephyrs that many people underestimate, and this strat is called
taking notes.
Do nothing. Yeah, I mean, most people think about Zephyrs and Blitzcrank, so they purposely position badly against everybody else and never face against the Blitzcrank Zephyrs.
During game 2, I was watching Lobby 3 back then, and Skillfulism came into the chat saying, I got a second place because Bintum didn't move his Zephyr for 4 rounds. So this is so funny that you're saying that.
Kind of funny how doing nothing is actually the best play you can make.
Sometimes, yeah. Baby has a funny story of how he tried to one time juke someone's Zephyr back and forth, and turns out he didn't actually move anything, and Bebe moved into the Zephyr by accident. Well, hopefully not going to happen this case here.
Shadow boxing,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, we all fight our own demons. That's okay. Ging, however, is fighting with power. Garen 2 on the board. We have 2 Misfortunes hopping over to Just Latte, who is on a little bit of a Frankenstein board. Gadgeteen in, Oxforce in, Defender in, and a Sivir in.
Yeah. Now, the thing about these Infinity Amalgams is that they give a lot of economy while being strong during the early mid game. So right now I'm assuming that's time and a half right on Sivir. So that's time and a half on Sivir to get the extra econ while maintaining a very decent amount of HP, which will allow him to level up to high levels, outnumber, outvalue, and achieve the victory.
Yeah, really interesting transition from Gadgetchi and Oxforce, and he's trying to pivot laterally here into Infinite Team, so he's racking it up. The question will also be if he stays and rerolls for Silver 3. There's two kinds of time and a half players, people that try to stay at 6, roll to hit Silver 3 and a bunch of the units. We saw VCLF do exactly this with Golden Ticket. And then the people who use it to push the levels instead and try to go for fast 8, and if they're strong enough, you can go to level 9.
Right now, I think this Lesser Nico is going to guarantee the Severe player to go for 3-star instead because it's not that far off, and that's what matters. Is it far off? Do I need to use a lot of
misfortune too for Ging.
Oh my
gosh.
With the Shojin.
He has a Shojin if he wants it, yeah.
Wait, actually, that could have been slightly a bait because he doesn't have any tank itemizations to
that's true. That's right. He's going too much on the offense that he has to be careful not to over-index on offensive items.
Let's see if the Misfortune baited the Ging or not.
But it is strong now. That's what's important, and he needs to try to win out from his lose streak position, so I can understand why you want to do that.
He could actually move the Jewel Gauntlet to Misfortune and keep the blue buff on Lucian. That's also one method of doing it.
Yeah, so 2 removers.
So that you can actually, get the EXP and be strong at the same time. We shall see.
I'd be okay with that. And you can move the shift. Yeah, exactly. So I think that this is a pretty interesting spot here for Ging.
Yeah. Frodan loves that Shiv Morgana, right?
I love it. It's so good. For people who don't know already, if you put a static Shiv onto Morgana, anything that gets damaged by her, including the lightning procs, activate her passive, so you can sunder targets in the back, almost making you feel like you don't need Last Whisper anymore.
Yeah, it's just shredding all across the board. We'll see how it goes as that Misfortune is being targeted right from the get-go. Not going to be a problem for her as the bullet rain comes in, and we are in stage 3-5. He already has a 2-star forecast. That is such a power spike for him. Despite not having defensive items, I think the Garen 2 is just strong enough together with those Ox forces.
I mean, if I were to compliment Ging here, if I were to compliment Ging here, I'd actually positioning around the Zephyrs during the entire course of the fight. So he actually did manage to not get punished, which is pretty cool.
Yep, very smart. And also the rocket grabs, you just got to be on point in this lobby, because if you get caught off guard, that could just be the end of your battle here. Checking in with 9 from Latin America. Kind of a player that we haven't really talked much about here, Makes. What do you make of his situation?
It's interesting because both of his augments are not really board strength, right? He has picked up the Tiny Titans, he has picked up the Rocket Grab. Of course, the Rocket Grab allowing him to play in a certain way, but not necessarily making his board stronger, and he's only running some Renegades right now, which works, but as you can see, he has 3 losses in a tank, so soon enough, he will need to change it up just a little bit and find a composition that is actually stronger than what he has going.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that's clearly trying to line up for potentially like a Jhin Renegade setup, but this is the downside of playing around Renegades early, is that it doesn't actually do much damage. You need to have strong base, and Lucian is anything but strong base stats right now.
If I were to comment this comp, I would say, this man, he went for Tiny Titans, but he's not going for Undergrounds. This is ridiculous. I can't believe it.
Well, I mean, not everyone can hit Underground. And
yeah, just hit Underground.
Yeah, I feel like it's just hit Underground.
I mean, you can go for late Undergrounds, too, to get something out of it.
1 in OT, so we're able to turn things around. So all things considering, we're reasonably healthy, right? We're at 91. The question will be, does he try to skip level 7? I think a lot of this spot, people will feel like, I don't want to roll at 7 all, I have 91 HP. If he does skip 7, when does he go to 8? Is he going to go at 4-5? A lot can happen. You can take big punishment. All of a sudden, that Tiny Titan advantage goes away. Let's see what risk he takes.
That's a really good question for Frodan. Now, 9 cannot skip level 7 because if he decides just full tank damage, his HP output will be far too low. So he does need to stabilize at level 7, roll for at least like a Jhin, and we'll see exactly how this goes.
He just found the Viego from that PvE round, being already on the Renegades. That definitely has to help a spot. Another one in the shop.
Viego 2, if he wants it, or he wants to go into Warwick, potentially.
Oh, that's not a good idea. I think he does need to go for the Viego. He does need to look for that Jhin. He does have the perfect itemization to give Jhin and has a chance to win that way, but he needs to find it. That's the sad thing about his spot. He can't save money, and if he doesn't save money, he can't win during the late game. Oh, the full package.
Yeah.
He's doing time.
He has the entire thing. He's got Vex and Pike and Jhin in the same shop. Wow. A little bit too slow, and this is going back to what you said previously. You acknowledge Bebe, someone rolling during PvE round. He needed every second he could get.
That is completely correct. I feel it would have been nice if he tried, even if he failed, because that would be a really good story, right? So I am kind of sad about that, but this is exactly the reroll point. He needs to roll down until he finds Jin, which is a holder of all his damage itemizations. And once he puts the Jin down on the board with 5 Renegades, he will be able to stabilize, and that's when he can start saving up economy.
Augments are coming up. Those are the last augments that we're gonna get. We had early hero augments. We're having silver augments to follow it up. And what is next for us in store? Gonna see some gold augments to roll around. And 9 actually finds exiles right from the get-go, picks them up.
Portable Forge for Gang looking for frontline items. Didn't find any. No Anima Visage, no Eternal Winter, no Death Defiance. And so he has to potentially take more offensive items. Zonia's is one of the stronger items you can get onto that MF. But we'll see if that's what he ends up choosing to do. Vidigal hit Rel 3, by the way, finally online. But no Kaisas.
Wow. LeBlanc, too, has a build-up to save as much HP. 2 Lesser Nikos held onto his inventory. And one beautiful Miss Kaisa in the corner. Kaisa should be a bit more stronger than LeBlanc, too.
But he's holding it on because he doesn't have a single stack. He just found that Kaisa.
Just found it, yeah.
So he wants to get at least some preparation stacks on her before he slots her in.
A lot of people also believe that Misfortune isn't the unit you play around anymore in this composition because of her nerfs. So, I wonder if instead people should be playing around Nico as the secondary support damage because you want to go vertical Star Guardians. Instead, you could put the Star Guardian emblem on a Garen, get repeated cast in the front line. We'll see. It kind of depends on what Vertical hits.
There is a synergy that is overrated here, and that is going to be actually Wukong with the defenders. I feel it would have been better if he sold the Wukong and the LeBlanc, replaced for Kaisa, move the itemizations, add in the Lux, and get that juicy 6-star Guardian synergy for the battle potential. But he is still winning though, so it's not that bad.
He might still do that, right? He can still do that. I believe he's trying to hold on to that Kaisa due to not really pounding any early. But yeah, Dr. O still in a great spot, 55 HP. Does he want this highest, or does he want to continue into the next one?
Oh no, Earth's Archangel's Pad is actually one of the strongest Radiant itemization you can give to, especially since his composition can use an Ace at the ready. I am slightly shocked about that choice.
Yeah, I'm shocked, but he has so much HP, and I think he wants to go even bigger. Look at Dr. O, he has 6 points. He's thinking about the tournament situation. Oh, he's not thinking about the Zephyr, though. He got his Belveth caught. He's thinking about whether or not he can play for that first place and get back into the standings, baby.
Okay, so currently he doesn't really have any good direction. He's just trying to go for any 4-cost 2-star, and with his excess economy, he needs to greed more econ to have a chance to get a 4-cost, like a 3-star. But there are opponents with a lot of econ in this lobby. We got 1.5 from our severe 3-star from Jazz Latte, and we have 3 hyperbolic like a player, so it's an issue whether this econ will give him the edge.
Just putting in a little bit of information for our stat nerdy friends. We're hearing from our admins that Portable Forge, across the 10 games that we had today already, has an 1.7 average placement with an 80% top 4 rate.
That's pretty good. Looks like Portable Forge is pretty damn strong if you get their setup for it. And we saw a couple people having to pick things like Forge as well. Dr. O, by the way, has a second Garen. We talked about at the very beginning of the game that he might go for mech. He even picked a first aid kit, which I think is pretty interesting because it's an opportunity for him to synergize with Redemption and Gunblade. So the cap, the absolute ceiling of what Dr. O can go for, is very strong. Will he be able to get to it?
This is the reroll time for Dr. O. Unfortunately, we will not be able to see it. We go back to skillfulism.
He did go Anima Squad.
Yeah. He did go Anima Squad, and so far it's not really working. He's on 20 HP, but we're hopping back to Dr. O, who's 1 Garen away from the Garen 2. Does he keep on rolling here?
He does have 5 underground in, so he wants to play it for 1 round, lose 1 more time, and get to that 10 out of 10 and cash out at 4-6. His transition is going to be really difficult, though, because he has so many things to do in just 30 seconds.
Why is he not re-rolling with like 8 pairs? I can't get that. You're supposed to roll down here to find a few 4-cost 2-stars, get direction, stabilize a bit more, but I guess he's just trying to stack. But if you're just going to stack underground, it's just better to hold and chill with econ, so slightly thought about
He might sell up to like 30 or 40 here. He's got a lot of units I don't think he's going to actually play, like this Nico, for example, and the Oxforce units he's going to be going for mech.
Yeah, you can see him sell off both Garens here.
Oh, whoa, he's going the opposite direction. He's going to go into Oxforce Spell Slingers.
Wait, what?
Yeah. I was also surprised. I thought we're going for the Garens. That's what we're... No. change of plans, boys, as we move into the heist.
Okay, he's
right
got
from the get-go.
He's got to reforge that. It would be nice if that reforge gave a Earth's Archangels or something, right? I think that'd be really good, huh?
Yeah, you'd really like that, wouldn't you?
Buying Garens again after selling them, that's not good because he's not being decisive. He doesn't really know what to do at the moment, and and the timer's ticking 10 seconds left on the clock. Taking every point of damage here will change his placement in this game. He needs to decide very quickly, what is he going to do? Start reforging the... You know,
he left. He got also unlucky because he TP'd away. Therefore, he can't collect the orbs on his board. Did he get the Shroud off?
Okay, so I only have one thing to say to this, guys.
Okay, give him a break. Yeah, it's hard to play at the championship. Maybe he got a little bit kerfuzzled here, and we'll see how it goes for him. Definitely not going to be a win, but other players are also down there. Ging being taken down to 23 HP. Skillfulism is still fighting for his life, but might also lose. Will take a win here and turn it around.
That's not good. Okay, we can give him a break, but no one in the lobby will, because most of his items were left behind. You can see exactly what we're talking about, which is the transition. He doesn't have that much HP. He is not allowed to lose basically for the rest of the game. If he does, it has to be by 1 or 2 units at most.
Okay, so this is already checkmate for Dr. O here because the composition that he decided to go for is not really that strong after stage 5. It's something that you snowball like early for the advantage.
He just removed his Shroud because he accidentally played this onto the Echo. The wheels are coming off of this train.
I think he misclicked the magnetic remover for like Reforger. So he was trying to reforge it, but he pressed the remover instead. Yeah.
Okay, he does have a Zonia's though. Zonia's is quite good. If he got it on TF, there's so many like small things that are just not being optimized here, but his board is strong. He has a lot of items. He has the ingredients to potentially make a comeback into the game, but I just don't think he has enough HP to do it.
He needs to go for that Reforge gamble. He needs to get something quite decent. I would prefer if he did a bit earlier so he can think and process the information out first. If he reforged first and then proc the anvil, then he would have a better direction of going on. I am waiting for that reforge, unless he wants to.
He's gonna reforge. He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. Oh, he's not. He's going to stack Tank Diego.
Come on, that Shroud. This time it has to hit, please. Every HP is going to...
All right.
It'll find the Asol right away. Dr. O has done it. Hopefully being able to stabilize here. The Twisted Fate will dish out quite some damage supported by that Viego. It is only a Viego 1, but he has 3 items, one of them being Sonia's, recognized for being extremely strong, and you can see the power coming out of him against Enzo, who's currently leading the lobby. That's a very good sign for Dr. O.
Like we said, his board has all the stuff that can make a good comeback. It's about his HP, because there are other people who are going to be really strong. Look out from right above. Skillfulism is also shrieking with Anima Squad here to come with a vengeance.
All right, we're looking at Shikame's board at the moment, going for the exact same composition. Exactly the same composition, because Twisted Fate Oxforce is a very strong meta deck, but slightly less under upgrade. Is that a Twisted Fate 1-star, not 2-star?
It is.
So we know that Dr. O has 5 Twisted Fates already. He has a Twisted Fate 2 and 2 on bench, so Shikame maybe just missing those Twisted Fates, as we are going to look at Ging's board on the opposite side and Vidigal's board here on our side. He found that hold the line early on. He found the Star Guardian Crest, and he is itemizing that Kaisa.
Actually, this is a really beautiful play from Jing. Not only did he use his recombobulator really well to build in direction, he actually managed to use the Lucian to eco hard to level 9 and transition to 4A's composition with Misfortune Mordekaiser.
Yeah, and he has Janna too as well on 9, so Ging is in a really, really good spot, able to deal big damage to Vidigal, but Skillfulism and Shikame Medoka are also on the ropes as well. And we kind of look a lot at this composition, and it just doesn't seem like there's damage. We have Misfortune 2 with Infinity Edge, not particularly really good, and you have Kaisa 2, which we know is not good at this stage of the game.
I mean, he went for Rel, so he's gonna lose. Simple, right?
It's not that simple.
It's not that simple.
We've actually seen a lot of people who have started off with Rel 2 and able to snowball that lead, but Vidigal did not have the damage to really supplement that.
It's not as simple as this. Riven 3 into 8th.
Okay. I'm going to interrupt you here for a second because Skillfulism and Shikami Madoka are both fighting for their lives here, meeting enemies that have quite a lot of HP, so they're not too worried. Hopefully they can turn it around. In the bottom right, you're seeing the Vayne that is 2 Vaynes away from Vayne 3. Will it be enough to actually do a lot of damage here? And it's looking very good for Skillfulism. Shikami Madoka also finding a win on the left side.
Vayne 3 is actually still a really powerful unit to play around in this spot. We talked about how Vayne 3 is more of the keys to play around the Anima squad than Misfortune. And in this spot, Ging also took a loss as well. So 8th is on the table for 5 players. Dr. Rose somehow has moved up to 4th place.
I mean, it's only stage 5. Why is everybody dying?
The amount of tempo that was being dealt with Hyperbolic Time Chamber at the beginning of the game. There's so many people who are over leveled, so you just take an extra 2, an extra 3 every round.
And usually we have one person that stays at a really high HP total, but I'm surprised that nobody is at high HP in this game. This is actually very rare to see.
It's funny because there was so much going on, right? We had the Hyperbolic Time Chambers, we had the Tiny Titans, we had some extra stuff going on as well, but Ging finding some extra good items here.
This is a punish for what we talked about at the beginning of the game, which is he didn't have defensive items. He still has suboptimal items. He does have Redemption and Vow, but Titans is not particularly really good unless you're playing things like full power to Sword Garen. And so this is going back to exactly what Babe was talking about.
I mean, this is a situation where he needs a bit more damage for the aces to execute the enemy composition, right? So he's trying to add in a bit more DPS because Garen with Time Resolve does do a lot of AoE physical damage to help trigger that ace synergy.
Okay, let's see if it's enough. It's either going to be Skillfulism or Ging on the right side of your screen. One of these two players is going to take a massive hit, and Ging has those aces going, but can they actually execute what they promised to do? Ging is going to take a loss here. Probably the Vayne still alive, and she will put him in. Shikami Madoka and Ging both being knocked out here, and that minus HP is going to matter. Put Ging to the 7th place.
At 7th, at least, you know, it was nice because Ging was looking like he potentially was going to go 8th there. But there's some really strong Riftwalker board. Enzo looks very powerful, one of the big candidates to win this lobby. If Skillfulism can get to Vayne 3, I think there's a possibility he can sneak into that top 4. And all of a sudden, 9 is at 16 HP. Anybody can get second here to challenge Enzo.
Well, this is a lobby where a lot of people start with Lucian, so there was a lot of economy, but the endgame taste and the endgame finisher is very weak. That's why we're seeing a situation like this. Everybody low on HP, everybody's having suboptimal compositions, but still they're battling it out to their best to get a good placement. Janna half the board on Skillful. This time, who's going to be winning this fight? It's going to be the Vayne, it's going to be the Twisted Fate, and it seems to be slightly, I mean, very heavily favored towards Twisted Fate's size. The DPS potential rolling down for that Vayne, just in case he finds it, but unfortunately cannot.
And Dr. Rowe has done it. A top 4 comeback against the odds. It looked real rocky. We talked about how he had the right things to do to get back to that top 4, and once the ship had stabilized, he set course for that top 4.
So we actually do have a lot of forecasts to start facing each other. Which is going to be? Is it going to be the Riftwalker Jin composition? Is it going to be the Twist Fate composition? We shall have to see amongst the surviving players of this lobby.
Yeah, we're looking at Enzo and both 9 who have the Exiles, and they're both a little bit more tanky with their compositions, playing both the Riftwalkers, and you can see that maybe the Thrill of the Hunt is going to be a massive difference for Enzo, who's currently leading the lobby by just a little bit. Everybody is going to get some treats here from the PvE round.
And another game, another Kaisa top 4, you know, just managed to do it. Just put it out there. I think this comp can get the top 4, maybe even better. That's a Kaisa 3 coming hot. We needed more damage. Wait, we already have an RFC, an IE on Misfortune. Not exactly the itemization of choice, but we'll see if this is good enough to play for top 2.
But actually, that is pretty impressive. He actually capitalized on a deck that was offered to him, which is very flexible and performing quite decent. I am actually quite impressed.
All right, we'll see the final matchups here, potentially seal top 2.
Yeah, we saw him in between really kind of believe in the long-term strength of the prep, but the Kaisa is going to get Zephyred right from the get-go. So will the Misfortune. Enzo coming in with 2 Zephyrs in the back line due to the Thieves' Gloves on his Jhin. But will it be enough to face the power of the Kaisa 3? She is powering up. She is onto the Jhin. The Misfortune is going to kill him.
Dr.
And Vidigal will find a win here.
Don't look now. Dr. O is also continuing his streak. Can he actually go all the way and win this?
Actually,
Going level 9.
Yes, he might have a good chance. He did save enough economy. He's finding that Janna 2-star, 5-cost 2-star. And we saw how much damage that Janna did, and the opponents are actually heavily out-leveled. Level 9 versus level 7 versus level 8. Dr. O is actually looking in a spot where he can solidify getting first place.
I don't think anyone's stronger than him.
Wow.
I don't think anyone's stronger than him. I think, but the Shroud is also in particular really devastating because it stops units like Rel from being able to get charge going on. He has a Janna 2 now, so he has 3 sources of damage. I think he's it.
There's 2 cones
Zephyr!
on that Janna as well. The Viego is going to get Zephyred, but the Twisted Fate is untouched. Shroud of Stillness is going to come in for both sides as everybody is going to lose a little bit of mana power, but Enzo facing what could be his death in this round. The Twisted Fate completely untouched. Janna and Syndra in the backline are just so much power, and Vidigal is fighting what seems to be a copy. Can he survive, or is he going to get knocked out as Dr. O looks to be the dominator of this lobby? Vidigal is holding on.
Top 2.
I was hoping for that double kill there, but it's going to be actually Kai'Sa 3-star versus Rel 3-star. Can the Twisted Fate, can the Janna get through the front line and cut off for the victory? We shall have to see.
I don't know. I'm wondering how position can really influence this because there's things like the Shroud and things like the Janna, right? It hits biggest clump.
Okay, so the biggest factor is that Dr. O needs to make sure Echo hits the Kai'Sa. So it needs to be right in front of Kai'Sa's side. And we do need to make sure that our fine like a Rel player splits his board so he doesn't get AoE Janna ulted. So we shall see if we can make that happen.
All right, he moves in the Kai'Sa right in the middle. She's going to get hit by that Shroud right away, losing out a little bit, but the Misfortune is untouched. Let's see if that is enough. The ult comes in, the bullet time rains down. No units being taken out so far. Rel holds the line for Vidigal as the Kai'Sa keeps on going. One more ult from the Misfortune. Can he do it? Can the Star Guardian reign supreme here against Dr. Osborne? He's trying so hard, and he will succeed!
Oh my god, it's so close, and we're coming down to the stage 6 carousel.
We're actually having one more fight left, and there's a Spell Singer like spat. There's a lot of damage itemization. There's CC immunity from Quicksilvers. What's the itemized Vigil wants to get here? Can Vigil also hit level 8 to get out value into an Aegis Synergy, something like that? We shall see.
Wait, what is... He took a Riftwalker emblem on...
5 gold. He took 5 gold for the level, right?
Oh, he wants to throw more units in because of the Syndra.
Yes. He thought that there is no itemization that he really needed since his items are all filled, so he's leveling up, selling the Urgot, re-rolling for maybe like an Aegis so that he can survive the magic damage from Janna, and maybe he can get a more secure victory. Never forget, he is stronger than the previous fight. He's much more powerful, so as long as he positions his Kai'Sa away from the Echo like the previous fight, he will have a chance to win the fight.
Dr. O sold his Viego and moved items to Nico too, so now we have another carry on the table here.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe the Nico is enough to turn this one around. The Kai'Sa is quite far away from the Ecto. Will it be enough? He has charged order. The Janna is coming in, and the Kai'Sa is under power. She is getting hit from all of the side. The Echo is onto her. The Leona is onto her. She is not getting any breaks here, but the Gunblade doing so much here for the Kai'Sa. She keeps on going. Can she do it? 1 versus 4. Vidigal will face Dr. O's power. You have doubted him, but he's on top of this lobby.
Korea. Never doubted you for a second, buddy. Not a single second.
Oh my god, what a crazy up and down game. And that's why you never give up in a game of TFT.
Exactly. You doubted him. There were some rough moments, I'll admit to that, especially around that mid. We don't need to talk about it. He did so well towards that end. That was crazy good positioning, really smart thinking towards the last couple of rounds. You called it out with the Nico. Really loved that, and he took it.
I mean, he actually evaluated the battle power of the lobby pretty well. He knew that a Twisted Fate Janna 2-star was good enough to win this lobby since everybody went for Hyperbolic. Judged the battle power like just good enough to win by an epic margin in the final fight.
Yeah, 2 HP is 1 unit difference. That's as close as it gets, basically, outside of just being straight up at 1 HP. And so I think Dr. O really just goes to show you that it's really not about how you start, it's really how you finish. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, Monka steer moments, right? It was really
just hold on to that that wheel. You're going to make it eventually.
He stayed the course, played to his outs, recognized a line that I didn't even spot. I thought he was going to mech. He saved two Wukong's 2 gears. I thought it was pretty logical based on the setup, but he identified his outs and was able to stay calm enough to get it done.
Yeah, and that he did. We're going to hear from our analyst desk in just a second what they thought about what I felt was a crazy game. And we'll see you guys in just a bit.
Nice. With everything on its head, so don't give up hope, baby. I feel like I'm the
Oh, guys, getting got to press the recon Bob.
Yeah! That's a gear too.
Now, I do need to make sure that our fine like rel player splits his board so he doesn't get AoE on the ulti. So we shall see if we can make that happen.
All right, he moves in the Kaisa right in the middle. She's going to get hit by that Shroud right away, losing out a little bit, but the misfortune is untouched. Let's see.
The late game. Oh! Full package.
Yeah!
He's doing time.
He has the entire thing.
Keeps on going. One more ult from the misfortune. Can he do it? Can the Star Guardian reign supreme here
Oh my
against
God.
He's trying so hard, and he will succeed.
Auto.
What a great lobby we just had. It's like every single game we have different opportunities and so many surprises. And this time, Dr. O surprised us so much with the recovery on this game. And Peter, let me say, we have to start this lobby by saying that how many items and how many resources of utility and power up the composition that we had. We had two 2-1 augments that it's been rocket grabs, then we have many chalice, siegs, so we have a lot of utility to power up this composition. But what happened in that first minutes of the game, the early and the mid game, that everyone got Lucian, for God's sake?
Well, they were talking about on the cast, of course, as well, really pushing the pace of the lobby forward by having the hyperbolic time chamber. It was really interesting to see that it didn't work out for 2 of the 3 players who went for it, but I feel like it still affected the lobby nonetheless.
Yes, and of course. Matt, what are your thoughts about this lobby and what happened in that mid-game that everything turned off?
Well, first off, I'd like to make an exciting announcement. David and I, in our respective outfits, have decided that it would be most fitting if we adopted a flamingo together. So this is our pet flamingo. His name is Kevin.
What's his name?
Kevin. So hopefully,
wait, we didn't discuss this. Kevin, I'm not sure I like that one, Iberia.
Okay, we'll talk about it.
We'll workshop it.
We haven't filled out the paperwork yet, so we can figure this out. But I think the one thing that I really want to pull out is Underground for the past 2 games has really been defining our victors. Of course, in the previous game, it was CanBiz coming off of a very traditional for CanBiz Underground victory, and in this one, all right, guys, we're going to have to play along. The casters can't best us here. His name was Dr. First place coming out of that Underground with this Oxslingers composition. We've seen it be successful at our respective regionals, and it is making a hell of an appearance here once more here at the championship.
And the other point out as well, we saw it from Campus in the previous game, we've seen it from Dr. O in this game. Dr. O came in with almost no points to this lobby at all, which means we cannot, from this point forward, count out any player of being capable of a comeback.
Yeah.
One spot I want to talk about is Ging. Recombobulator is not a very popular augment this set for a reason. It's not ideal to pick, but Ging was in a situation where he kind of had to. He got some good power-ups, had a MF2 very early, Garen 2 as well. He died with a pretty strong level 9 board, just some really tough matchups at the end. So overall, I think a tough game for Ging. Wasn't playing it out. He had 3 tiers at the very beginning. How he see him in a row playing Anima Squad, not the strongest comp of the meta. There is this idea of playing too wide and that being a disadvantage for some of these players. So Skillful, I think, has to maybe think about his game plan going forward.
Yeah, for sure. And I really want to emphasize a little bit more, Peter, on this composition that, for example, BB was saying like, oh, Misfortune, it's not good. Don't use it, guys. Never play it on random games. So we're not going to see it again. And we had this Star Guardian Misfortune that we haven't seen in a while because it got nerfed, and without Action Arm, it's not a good option. But it really got it through. We got the red 3 stars to hang in there with the line in there. What do you think about the misfortunes that we've seen in this lobby?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think Baby has been pretty on point with most of the stuff he's been saying, but in this particular instance, I would forgive the oversight, because I don't think anyone was expecting this competition to still really be a concern at this point in the meta, this close to the end of the set. But our players have been showing us they see lines that no other players in the world would see. They know when the opportunity is prime to strike.
It's been really interesting seeing that composition come back, the Kai'Sa reroll, which we had seen kind of fall off after 13.8, where I feel like dominated is not strong enough of a word. It was the meta for an entire patch, and then it was rightfully nerfed into the ground. But we're starting to see a little bit of a resurgence over the past 2 games. We've seen it placed very highly in that top 4. So we're seeing a couple changes in the meta, as we are seeing with the leaderboard. Of course, a couple of our players continue to be successful. Enzo, since we have a 3/4 of me at desk, I feel like I can celebrate that. Our boy still holding us in it. And of course, Dr. O, turning it around. Peter, we were talking about it before. 6 points before coming in around number 4, taking a first place. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, of course. And David, I really want to emphasize a little bit more of what happened to the bottom players or the middle of the lobby. That, for example, 9, I felt he was playing a little bit slow with his transitions. What about these of like changing the board whenever you have an early augment hero that you're not going to use that much on late game?
There's some comps that the people are saying are just not in the meta. They can't be played. Right now, the patch is very balanced. We have to know what spots are correct for certain comps. For example, Skillfullism, I don't think that was correct spot for Anima Squad coming into that late game. I don't think he was strong enough. He didn't have the right things going for him. In the contrary position for Vijigao, with hold the line very early, with a very early rel 3 items stacked on her, and then coming in with the damage later on. That was a spot where Star Guardian, despite the nerfs, despite Kaisa, according to Bebe, not being a unit, if you get things in the right condition, they are completely playable. But you have to pick the right spots. Before you could force Star Guardian from 2-1, you used to see 4 players playing Kaisa. Fantastic, in all top 4. Not the case any longer. Same with Anima Squad. I think it's a playable comp, especially with Soul Leader, but a lot of things have to go right. The moment you falter a tiny bit with Anima Squad in the mid game, your game plan is completely over.
Yeah.
I think that's the strength of the meta right now. You know, we've been talking about how much of a wide open meta it is, and that's a blessing and a curse, because it does mean you can play almost every line that is available to you in the game itself, but you have to pick the right time for it.
Ooh, so this is the overall standings that we have. Hayden is not going that good. Kade, I'm very surprised about him. And the cut, it's gonna be, remember, tomorrow of 24 players not getting into day 3, and remember only 8 remaining. So Peter, you have to go like higher. Enzo again doing so well. Good job for Mia.
And I'll give all credit to NA as well, just below Enzo. I mean, you know, for Riri Play and Setsuko to both be doing so well, you know, we were wondering, you know, with the field being so divided, you see the amount of, you know, the different regions on the side there. We have such a mixed field right now that it still very much feels like any region can make a solid crack for the top 8.
Yeah, of course. And remember, this is just day 1. There's 2 more days, remember. But tomorrow, we need to see those players that were in the middle of the standings to get a little bit more higher. So we're gonna go for a really short break, and after that we're gonna have game 5 and 6. So grab a snack, go to the bathroom, take a nap, and we'll be right back.
here, production. Hello. There we
Flamingo's
are.
important mix, all right?
Of course, we're back here at the in-game caster rooftop, and I'm not alone. This time, I have Impatches Panda and, of course, Mortdog here with me for game number 5. Of course, Panda, I know you had a little bit of in-game casting already, so I'm going to throw it to Mort. What do you make of the competition so far?
It's been a lot of fun. I think it's been pretty unpredictable because the meta's been pretty balanced, and so it's kind of a surprise who gets just that little bit of edge, whether it be the right items, whether it be the right augments, and so it's always interesting to see what's going to come out on top. You know, even the Underground cash out barely won the last game, so it'll be interesting to see what happens this game.
Look at the players themselves, though. My big surprise, 4 games in, NA and EMEA holding hands at the top. China nowhere in the top 8 for now. We're not going to jinx them back up to the top, or bless them, rather. But overall, I think the field is very open. I think we can all agree on this. Coming into it, we said the gap has closed. Overall, the prep with so much at stake has become much, much better this set. And we're seeing now a great lobby for Game 5 as well.
Yeah, that is the lobby that we're gonna hop in with a little bit of everything. Notably, 2 players from Brazil in this lobby here with Dobbs and VCLF. I called out VCLF at the beginning of the show. I think he's somebody that everybody needs to look out for. He's been incredibly strong in the scrims. He has been incredibly strong their entire regional tournament meta, and he's been really strong today as well.
Yeah, for sure. Looking at the start here, you know, looking at the items, trying to figure out what you can build with that. Always look in the first round, you always get those bonus orbs. So that always gives you that initial direction. And so we're going to see here, getting that Nila. Ooh. You know, we've seen some Kaisa be doing some work here. Also has the Thieves Gloves, which can be a decent win streak item. So we'll have to see where he goes from there. But yeah, a lot of options we can go here.
Few Lulus being tempting Omnomzi in the shop as well. Omnomzi, a player that's been doing so well. 23 points. I put him in my top 8 in my pick'ems. I knew he had a lot of potential. SEA as a region had a lot to prove this world, and I think they're doing really well for now.
Absolutely. I think we can all agree that they've been dominating most of the lobbies that we've watched, and it doesn't really come as a surprise when you think about it, right? This region is used to playing with the Chinese region, which notably is one of the most dominant in TFT, so doesn't surprise me too much that they're pretty good at it, but we're going to see where it comes out. So far, he bought out everything that he could find. That's kind of interesting. We'll see what direction the early augment is going to give. Normally, I ask people what they want to see. Mortdog, what is it going to be?
Ooh, I'm gonna go with Prismatic this time.
Oh,
getting to cast my first game here, so let's go something spicy. Let's get a Prismatic going.
That means it's guaranteed. Prismatic will be coming up. Mortdog has pushed the buttons remotely. This is all of course telepathic with a dev as great as you are. But maybe Infinity Team could also be an option. We see Lucian pair, and we see the 1 cost all around.
Didn't press the button right. Like you need to retry that. Maybe
stacks on stacks.
Not
it's time.
Set up.
Surely. No Nasus, but surely it's time. Hyperbolic, I think, will be probably the choice. It looks like it is. Had 2 Lucians already. Lucian 2 now online for Omnomzi, and a great tempo augment overall.
Yeah, generally, I think we're going to see a little bit of a replay of the previous lobby with 3 hyperbolic chambers being picked up. Notably, with that, there's a faster growth on the side of VCLF. It's not going to be picked up. Another Blitzcrank augment. Sean on Ashe, though.
Yeah, it's so interesting because I think coming into today, I think a lot of people were expecting to maybe see when the 1/1/1s, we see something like the Lulu or some other reroll comps, maybe something like a Pantheon. But here we're seeing, again, like you said, a replay of the last game, a lot of Blitzcrank and a lot of Lucian. Surprising amount of Blitzcrank also, and so people really, it looks like, indexing on those 4 costs. You know, we're going to see that transition into something like the Riftwalker has been really popular all day. We do see this Ashe carry. That's the one carry that kind of like jumped out here, and that can do pretty well with the right items. Though I'm looking at these items and I'm not really thrilled here. There's not a ton of AD items to work with here, so going to have a struggle to take down this Blitzcrank, and it's going to lose the round.
I was waiting for admins to confirm it, because if I saw correctly, YBY1 is on bigger, better buckler. Pick that up here as everybody else is going kind of more generic. What do you make of that?
It's a good tempo option, especially with the items he has. He has a stone plate as well. The extra armor is huge. The kind of solo tank frontline here with the Poppy. Full selling, going fully, indexing into Gadgeteen, still level 3. So going for not really a tempo start where he wants a win streak, but still wants to preserve HP especially.
I think the big thing thing here is he already has 5 poppies.
Exactly.
And we always joke about, just get 5 poppies or 5 Wukongs at 2-1, but he's got 5 poppies here, and that poppy 3 can do a lot of damage early and can be really hard to take down.
He has another one in the orb, no?
Oh,
So that's 6
that's going to be
poppies
6.
already on board for YBY. Definitely going to be something to look out for the other players. And on the other side, we are seeing Dobbs, who has picked up the Righteous Range.
And really, for all of stage 3, I'm going to tell every player in this lobby, hide your carries, because this poppy will be one-shotting left, right, and center. It's great to see as a viewer, as an opponent facing them in stage 3 when you're trying to win streak of your own. It's not so great.
Yeah, it's really cool to see the Gargoyle Stoneplate used, by the way, as well, because Poppy's a defender, so he has all that built-in armor and will be really tanky. You usually need that extra magic resist, and so Gargoyle Stoneplate's going to give you both, right? It's going to give you that extra armor, which is going to do more damage thanks to the hero augment, but the magic resist is going to keep you alive. And so from here, he's got that tier. I kind of want to see like a Redemption be built, give him that HP that he's missing, and really kind of run from there. So we'll see if that's what he goes for, but yeah.
One more round, and then we go into Carousel. He doesn't have the first priority, but with Belt not being the most sought-after component, he has a good chance to get it if he wants it. Namzi on the other side on the Lucian, and I'm just looking across the board. We have 2 Hyperbolic Time Chamber, 2 Dynamic Defenses, and 1 Rocket Grab in this lobby.
And the Righteous Range for Dobbs essentially serves as a scoped weapon, so really it's going to work well with a Belveth in the late game. It's really depending on what you want to fit in, because the kill has kind of that odd, duelist tag you want to play around to some extent, but maybe you just don't if you just have the Belveth and you just fit it in as an extra unit that has kind of the power of a gold augment that is one of the best gold augments in the game right now in an AD flex meta.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to play that augment because you're stuck carrying that Kale. Unless you have an underground start or something that you can use to convert that into power later, it hasn't been a really successful augment, so I'm a little worried, and it seems like Dobbs has been struggling a bit today, so to see that augment pick might be a sign of that kind of like rough read on the meta.
Namzi picks up a tier, has a blue buff for the Lucian, had a really great start with the Lucian upgrade as well. A player that I know can play very well from ahead. I'm expecting this to be a very fast 7, fast 8 at stage 4, and I think overall a good chance of top 4.
Yeah, and YBY, we were talking about it, what you were saying, a belt, Redemption would be nice. He picked it up, he has a belt and a chain vest right now. We're gonna see what he makes out of that as we hop on board with Michael, who is currently on a little bit of a mix-up, has some mascots in, has some admins in, and we'll see where this board is gonna go.
Giant Slayer not going to be the best slam this early, but it is something, some amount of damage amplification to have to this Lucian too as well. And similar person to Namzi, I think overall, I don't know about your pick'ems, but my number 1 carry hero augment was the Lucian carry, because it's just so good for a tournament like this where you want to play high tempo, you want to play to preserve HP and get to fast 7, fast 8 as quickly as possible.
Yeah, levels to 6 here, which I think is really smart, trying to preserve as much health as possible. And again, you look at these items and you see the mascots being built here. That's going to get you through the early game. Should give you a bunch of options. The Shojin, though, I think may put him in kind of a rough position later. That Shojin doesn't have a lot of good places in comps that we've seen be that successful. Twisted Fate doesn't use it, Jin doesn't use it, things like that, and we've seen Misfortune kind of struggle. So we'll have to see what he can transition that to. But he's clearly using it to get that extra XP, leveled to 6 here, and hopefully gets a win, but really struggling to get through this Blitzcrank, unfortunately.
Yeah, we just saw the admin being shown by our observer as well. It's just some generic healing every 5 seconds, not doing too much for your board strength, just going to add a little bit of extra beefiness to the entire comp, and in the end, it wasn't enough here.
Yeah, the healing per 5 in the early game is really strong because it's flat healing. And so it just, especially with that Blitzcrank, it's really hard to take that down. You don't have the penetration items built in yet. You don't have that Morgana. And so that's going to allow him to do really well early, but it does fall off pretty hard in like stage 4. So again, kind of looking to see what they transition that into.
Especially for Michael, with that loss, is a little bit devastating. The econ is completely gone at this point in stage 2. You want to have that 20 gold going to Krugs to eventually, obviously the leveling is there thanks to the augment itself, but you want to try and do both if possible. That's where this augment really does shine.
If I saw correctly, we just had an overlay showing the carry units from all of the players. If I saw correctly, Jipbok is on Underground. So that's something we need to look out for in the long run, if it's true. Just going to put it out there. But yeah, here we go. Underground's on board for him. Echo in shop as well if he wants it. Doesn't probably, but will be a player that you need to watch out. He has a lot of HP still, has been winning with the Undergrounds. That's always a threat.
think it was BCLF had the same situation, also dynamic defenses, also that very beefy Blitzcrank, but also the underground online as well. We've seen some Ezreal reroll played with the Blitzcrank tank as well. All you really want nowadays, outside of the, we move from super into now just having that 4 quick draw, you want a beefy frontline. And Blitz, sometimes, if you find that Blitz 3 early, can do that job.
Yeah, for a while, Blitzcrank, before the most recent nerf, was people were like, he's kind of like this legendary tank because he's so good at tanking. That's all he does, but he just absorbs a lot of damage. But even post-nerf, especially in the early game, again, where you don't have those shred items and things like that, he can absorb a lot. We talked about that admin. So it really is an effective frontline. It just, again, it struggles right around stage 4 when people are starting to get their really big carries, because as soon as it falls over, your backline is just so weak.
2 poppies left for YBY. We'll see if he can find it. If he can, this will be kind of the terror of this lobby throughout this stage 3. It doesn't matter what carry you have, it will probably get one shot, especially if it's still a 1-star. And there we see another one coming online. We have a few more options to find. You want to be rolling on level 4 to have those extra chances at finding the 1 cost with a 55%. You're finding some Lulus here as well, but you need those poppies.
Yeah, 2 more poppies that he would like. Does he keep going under 30? He can still sell something off to make them back. Lulu being picked up left and right. Rel comes in, but no poppies to his avail, unfortunately. Not going to be in, and he's going so far down here, trying to really make it happen, and it's not going to come to life.
Yeah, the conventional wisdom here is sort of like, if you don't hit by about 30 gold, you maybe sort of slow down and try to preserve that. Rolling all the way here on this 5-loss streak is going to be really tough here. And he's so close, right? He's almost in that cursed state. I almost think buying the Shens and the Ribbons was kind of the bait here. He's trying to plan for later, but you can get those later. They're not that big of contested units here. And so now he's stuck with 8 Wukongs, 8 Lulus, and it looks like 8 poppies. And that is a rough situation to be in, because now you're sort of committed. Every turn you have to roll it down.
Sell the Shen in the end. I think that makes sense. I mean, you're not going to 3-star the Shen anyway, so you might as well just buy those later. You can't even fit him in the board just yet anyway, so a bit tough of a spot there. I think I understand why he rolled down so low. He was so close to so many things. Like, I'm going to hit something at the very least, but could not spike in the end. Gold augments now coming in. Scope weapons for Dobbs could be an option, but he already has that righteous range.
Yeah, we see the Ashe 3 come in. I'm a little worried, though, because the Ashe 3 has built Infinity Edge, which is not a great item on her. His spell doesn't need to crit. She's just autos. So that ends up being kind of a wasted item. We do see the Poppy 3 come in, though. Thank God. Yeah, and he even has the Bramble here if he wanted to get some extra armor, which I think is good. Yes. Because now he's got the crit reduction, he's got the AoE damage reduction, and he's got full stats. So this is a great front line. Now it's about getting a backline going, right? Because you're going to run that 4 defender, and it's going to be okay, but you're going to need something to get through here, and so something like a Lulu can be okay. We're going to want to see 3 Gadgettine get in pretty quick. And again, we're sitting here at 0 gold. That's the other scary thing here.
Yeah, and other players are just much happier, much healthier. Chiphawk on the other side, we talked about it, has the undergrounds, has at least 40 gold, will get another heist, and so healthy up there. 94 HP, we are in stage 3-2. Has picked up the Jewel Lotus, notably, just a fan favorite, gotta see it all the time from everybody. Apparently, yeah, it's gonna be rough.
And for the Lulu comp, some players are so just only remember playing this comp with Pantheon, with Supers, but this is a version that was played a lot at the very start of the patch. It is definitely a viable version. If you find a lot of natural poppies and Wukong in stage 2, you can play this variant instead. It might have a slightly lower cap because you don't have that explosive damage from Lulu, but sometimes the front line takes over and you have damage from the poppy herself as well.
Yeah, one of the interesting things here is like the positioning now, because you have the Poppy that you have to deal with and you have the Rocket Grab. So all of a sudden your backline is very vulnerable. And so a lot of these compositions that run things like the Jhin and the Twisted Fate are at a lot of risk. And so that's going to change everyone's positioning pretty heavily.
Looking at our leaderboard on the right side here, Xian is on 50 HP, and we know that he's on the Laser Corpse. We know that he's running the Ashe Carry Augment. He has found the Ashe 3, and he has also picked up a Last Stand. So calling that out just a little bit, Laser Corp necessarily a comp that needs that Last Stand. It's strong by itself, but if he can get it going and get that Last Stand on top of it, we're looking at a board that is going to be very strong later on.
It's the items that are the problem. Mordok mentioned it. I'm not sure what happened in the first carousel, what options he had as a loose streak player to not be able to find more than just that one sword. Maybe just unideal pairings in the components, but ideally you want to have a Deathblade would help a lot, of course, as well. But overall, just 3 items on Ashe is the biggest thing. She's 3-star already. You got the hardest part out of the way.
Yeah, with that augment, you get so much inherent attack speed. You can build things like you mentioned. You can go Deathblade, you can go Hurricane, Last Whisper, obviously really good, especially with all these Blitzcranks. To end up with just an IE is really scary.
He finds another BF sword.
Yeah,
though,
we did
so
get a
at
sword.
least there's that.
Yeah, but again, like without the Last Whisper, so hopefully he can find a Morgana pretty quickly. The Morgana will be really good because it's going to give both the armor and MR shred. And since he's running Laser Core, he'll also benefit from that as well. So Morgana would be a really good opt-in here.
Namzi has taken a bit of a hit with the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. He's at 60 HP now. I'm wondering where he's going exactly with those extra levels and how far he can actually stabilize that. But YBY finds the Lulu 3 now as well. The Archangel has been built, so he's salvaging his items a tiny bit, able to find a tier off of that carousel. Still one away from the Wukong. I don't know if you roll for it here. You're trying level to just get your econ back up, roll down after Wolves, hit that Wukong, and start leveling and trying to hit a higher cap with his board.
I mean, he has been winning 2 rounds notably, so I think he's not in an imminent threat to actually make something happen here. As you said, he found the Lulu, he found the Archangels, he has the Poppy, so the board should be stable enough for him to actually build up some of that econ. Is going to get Rocket Grab, but doesn't matter because it's a Shen, so he's going to go right into that backline, and the Zephyr, of course, helps as well.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is that a Wukong 3 doesn't actually change the outcome of these fights much, whereas getting Gadgettine 3 and getting Gadgettine 5 and that's going to make the Poppy tankier and do more damage, the Lulu do more damage, and so I think right now it really is get that econ back up, try to level up as quickly, and if you find a Wukong along the way, great, no problem, but that's getting that Poppy up is going to be big, and again, for him, the big thing is going to be he's invested in this Lulu now, so we've got to get items for that Lulu.
He does have a Zephyr. I'm curious how he uses it. There are a lot of solo frontline tanks with dynamic defenses with the stone plates. There's many players with stone plates already built, so I'm curious if he just tried to bypass frontline altogether, and maybe it's a bit of a surprise for some of these opponents coming into these final fights.
I think the reason I really like the Zephyr play there is that right now he's stuck at level 5, where a bunch of his opponents are level 6 and level 7, and that early Zephyr can allow him to even up that fight pretty quickly, and so that's going to allow him to preserve a lot of health right now, so I do like that slam right now.
Okay, we are looking at Michael's board, though. He's on 5 wins, 91 HP, and his board is looking pretty strong. Nearly all across the board, 2 stars. He has a Misfortune already. He has an itemized solution, so getting a lot of casts out of that Hyperbolic Time Chamber, and essentially putting the rest of the lobby into a pressure chokehold.
I'm not sure if I guaranteed first, but this is going to be a very strong position, healthy, and also getting so many casts off every single fight, able to last as long as possible, and we're seeing the level how it's going here. I mean, he's going to be level 8 in no time. We're going to Wolves now, and he's almost level 8 with 50 gold to spare.
Yeah, I think this is a situation where you look at this health, you look at the items, got that Mana Zane so you can cast repeatedly. You're probably getting 6 XP a turn minimum, and that's going to allow you to go really high. And I look at these items, I mean, we talked about Misfortune not really being the play, but Aurelion Soul with these items is going to really pop off here. And so maybe if he can get like a Chalice or 2 as well, is kind of lacking on frontline right now, so we'll hope we get those kind of items to really seal the deal. But this could easily be a, Fast 9, Legendary, Aurelion Soul, good frontline, and so, yeah, really good spot here.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes as we are looking across the board. I'm starting to worry a little bit for Xian. Now, he still has 30 HP, right? Shouldn't be too worried. Last Stand also existing for him, so that's going to be proccing, but his gold is not looking too good either. He didn't make the 50. He only made 30. He needs to find something, bring something online here. Now, as we're looking over, he's only on 3 Laser Core.
We're slowly getting there. The Deathblade has been built. I mean, the biggest thing was itemizing this Ashe because she has so much going for her. QSS is going to be the option. I understand the desperate measures for a situation like this one, but I'm not sure if it'll be enough. I mean, at some point, this comp should be really high tempo in stage 3, start stage 4. They're going to start falling off slowly unless you push those Laser Core levels, find that Mordekaiser 2, find that Warwick. We're a little bit behind tempo right now for Xian.
Yeah, for sure. Quicksilver is such an interesting item because, like, it can have advantage, but I think more conventional knowledge here would have been to build the Guard Breaker. Guard Breaker would have given you that % damage multiplicativeness. You would have been able to do a lot with the Deathblade here, and that would have been really good. But the Quicksilver is going to reduce any, like, high-risk situations, right? 1 bad stun from, like, a Garen or 2, and that can cost you a fight. And so I think it is a safer play that maybe will save him. It feels like a play for 4th move.
Just saw Namzi on the other side of the board who picked up a Duelist emblem from the Ancient Archives. wasn't really in a position to use that well, though.
I think he was still 50 gold, level 7. He's trying to wait for that spike. Maybe at 4-2, go 8 naturally and try and roll down and stabilize his board, because he's down to now 8th place in the HP standings. Gold augment in the end for all of these players. We'll see some of the most obvious pickups that we've seen throughout the entire tournament, like scope weapons and Jewel Lotus, but what are the rest of our players picking out to finally round out their augment choices for this game?
Yeah, the interesting thing is jumping out is I see 2 players have picked Exiles, which is not something we've seen a lot of, but I do like Exiles as one of those augments that allows you to buy a lot of extra time. It's a surprising amount of shielding that often gets underestimated, and especially, again, with that Lucian augment, that's even more time to just keep casting, and so it's really cool to see that get picked.
Are looking at VCLF Sport, one of the Brazilian players coming in, has been called out as an absolute powerhouse. Currently very much middle of the pack, still going with the underground here, and we might be looking at a cash out soon.
So many players playing this out so slowly. It's almost weird. This is a World Championship Game 5 with everyone trying to coast into that fast 8. In the case of Michael, it's great news. He's going to be going fast 9 while still win streaking, and this means that I think he's the only player in this game actually playing for first, because this cap is going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, the thing that scares me about that, though, is that, like, because we talked about it earlier, right, the rest of the day felt very high pressure. This lobby does not feel as high pressure, and so I think what's going to happen is right around 5-1, everyone's going to spike really hard, and that's where, first place could actually fall behind a bit.
We continue. I mean, you're seeing it here.
Yeah,
you can just continue
like
underground at 4-3, no problem, and Jipok still at 59 HP as well.
Right, and so even if you're, level 9, if you're down 8 components or 2 radiant items, that's not going to be enough. And so there's a lot of people playing very greedy. This has been kind of the opposite of what we've seen all day.
Yeah, that's actually very, very true. However, some players are feeling the pressure regardless. Omnomzi down there with 28, Sean with 31, looking to claw their way into the top 4. Nomzi has found a win in the previous round, is on the Ox Slingers here, only with a Twisted Fate 1, but looks to maybe be enough, maybe help against the Fiddlesticks that Dobbs has found. Actually, Fiddlesticks and Urgot on the side of Dobbs' board already. 2 legendaries that are going to help him also print some econ here and some components as he's picking up one of the belts, but it will be enough for both Xian and Omnomzi to find a win.
And a good sign. He's he's won rather against someone that has used up all his gold, has hit his max cap for now. It's going to be Dobbs, of course, playing that scope weapons with the Belveth 2 online, but only 1 item as well. All these different items split up between the Urgot, the Aesol, and the Belveth. Cannot get enough DPS onto these single targets.
Yeah, it's so interesting because, again, we talked about how the augments were 1-1-1 this time. And, very much on ladder, that usually signals time to reroll. But here we're just not seeing it, right? We're seeing everyone really greed to 8, sort of play it slow. And, we see the Aurelian Souls very contested right now. The Twisted Fates very contested. And so, again, this stage 5 spike is going to be massive.
Yeah, the players that are re-rolling are the ones that are losing out, right? Look at Sean. He picked up the Ash. He said, okay, I guess this is what we're doing. 1 cost re-roll. Signs have been set. Mortalk told us. But no, the rest of the lobby said, I'm not participating. You go alone.
That's going to be it for VCLF. Enough is enough. We can't go too far. We're going to stage 5 now. Players are going to start spiking as well. Does cash out in the end. Is going to roll down fully. Going to fully pivot off of this underground board as well. And we'll see what he can come up with in the end. It looks like he's just going to check his admin for now, see what's up in 4 admin, and that's going to be the play for now.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot because, again, the Ornn items aren't like the most big spike. This looks like about Heist 3. And so right now he's got those Nikos that can do okay, but Nikos is always a secondary carry. Again, you usually want something like the Twisted Fate. 4 admin is okay, but again, no real carry here. LeBlanc 1 is not going to win these fights. And so this is kind of not the cash out I think he was looking for. But again, my mark for Underground was always 40 health. And so right at 38, I do think it was correct to take it here.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes, because right on the other side is a board that is also trying to go into Twisted Fate, into the Spell Slingers, so they're going to compete each other just a little bit. VCLF will feel the stronger power coming from the 3-item Twisted Fate, despite only being 1 star, will be enough to take down the LeBlanc that's currently being his item holder.
You've rolled down level 8, you're at 10 gold, and you lose this fight. It's a very bad sign, but you have hit some extra upgrades here. Maybe find that LeBlanc pair, but I think it's just time to sell her off. We've moved on to the 4 cost now. Nico comes online. Anima Visage on the Rammus can do a lot as a secondary tank, but I'm seeing this board and it's missing some oomph compared to what I expected after a huge cash out. We're almost going to stage 5 as well, and every board around this is going to start spiking like crazy.
Yeah, speaking of which, we're seeing the level 9 board with another 20 gold to roll down here. Already transitioned the items to a Misfortune, though. And so again, we talked about how Misfortune, I think, isn't quite the high cap you're looking for, but a lot of the Aurelian Souls have already been picked up, so hopefully we can see that transition, because a Misfortune just hasn't been quite the first place comp that people have been looking for.
Yeah, well, you can see 2 of the Aurelian Souls on the enemy board, one on the bench and one on the board, and another Aurelian Soul in shop. But Michael really saying, I'm not interested in that. I'm good with my Misfortune. I don't care about the laser core, and I'm going to take down Bintum regardless.
It is less than ideal 2 ace on the board as well, so maybe trying to move towards that 4 ace for his cap board instead of the ace. So we see in the shop it's not being picked up. Yeah. I think the direction is pretty clear for Michael here, and he has a lot of HP to work with, as well as a little bit of gold if he's able to save up into this PvE round.
Jiphok now also cashing out his highest here as we are in the Aurelian Doom phase. Looking all across the board, the only player that's really healthy is him with 60 gold, Michael with 48, 42, and then the rest of them are struggling. You can see the very bottom 9-4 and 9 gold with very little HP to work with. These players are really, you're in that situation where you're like, oh, maybe it's a 7th, maybe it's a 6th, just like one more, maybe I can make it into those top 4.
Yeah, getting the Radiant Warmogs here, I would have liked to see that on the Blitzcrank. That's a really good item for that Blitzcrank. Instead, deciding to put it on the Vi, and he has an item he has 2 item removers, so that feels a little off. So we're kind of seeing that underground transition that causes a lot of players to get pretty dizzy here.
We saw Dr. O in the last game. Hopefully, his Korean compatriot is able to get things together in this transition before the fight starts. He is healthy now, but this is a point in time where if you take a few losses, all of a sudden 35 HP turns into 10 or turns into 5 after a few, maybe 1 or 2 losses. So you have to be very careful here. He can't even pick up the items. There's just too much going on the bench. There's 2 removers, 2 reforgers. Can we just, use one of these just randomly, because there's just not even space there?
No way.
Is there like a garbage can coming in the future? Maybe you can just throw away the things you don't need.
Like a bank that you can put some items in.
A remover for removers. Perfect.
Nice.
All right, we're looking over Jiphok's shoulder as he goes up against Bintum. It is Korea against Korea in this matchup. Both of them don't have much to lose, but the player that does is VCLF, 15 HP, and he needs to try and preserve it. Bintum being knocked down to 13, Xian being knocked down to 17, and VCLF will feel the power of Michael being knocked down to 5.
Yeah, now we're at the point now where everyone has spiked. We're seeing a lot of strong boards, right? That Echo with the Radiant Warmogs and the Dragon Claw, every AP composition is going to struggle to take that thing down. That is going to be really rough. So now we're going to see people start to really fall out here. And again, comparing this to previous lobbies where we would see like 1 or 2 people out, but we still have, everyone above like 13, 17, except for 8th place here. So now kind of comes the time here. And I'm looking at this board and I'm kind of going, where's the damage?
Yeah, these are all boards that you're looking at a Game 5 of World Championships. This is Stage 5. These are not the boards that win out. These are not the boards that make it a top board, despite it being such a slow game where you had so much time to build into something truly special. And it's going to be a tough fight for both of these players. On the one side, YBY playing still with that Lulu carry, with the Wukong, with the Poppy as well. The Poppy still deleting those corner carries. Acel almost taken down. And the Nico with the Archangel stacking is, I think, VCLF's only hope.
Yeah, VCLF is down there, 5 HP. He needs a win so desperately. And the Lulu in the backline just seems to be protected without. And the Aatrox is still alive, trying to make it there. Nico also still helping. Lulu has dropped down. VCLF can hold on. And Bintum also knocked down to those single digits, but is still here, is still clawing his way,
so close,
trying to be with everybody else. Shan, notably, also down there.
So Riven 3 actually can do a surprising amount of damage, because the way her spell works is if she has higher health than the opponent, it ends up doing a massive increased amount. And so at least you have some damage there, as well as the laser core. If we can get lucky and find a Mordekaiser here and get 5 laser core, you've also got the electrocute damage, which is kind of something to underappreciate. So it's a very interesting state here where we're like, most of our damage is this like passive invisible damage rather than anything you're seeing from like the items or anything like that.
Titan Resolve now on the Riven as well.
Somebody is gonna get knocked out here. It's Bintum against Xian. Both of these players are on their last leg. Who is it going to be? We're looking at the laser core on the side of Xian, but they're being surrounded by the Warwick, by the Riven that you have called out earlier, and it seems to be just too much. Xian is gonna get knocked out here, so will Namzi, and VCLF will also follow. Xian actually holding on with that last leg.
Yeah, the last stand made a big difference there. That's 2 extra placements just from that augment pick, so that's a really nice thing. And that's going to allow the Ashe to get the Omnivamp now, which with all that damage is actually pretty good. So we might see a comeback and maybe even a top 4 here if you can get something really good.
Archangels could be a good pickup here. The Gunblade as well could be an interesting choice here, but overall, Locket, we don't have a duelist player in this lobby right now. The Rageblade, maybe just the Janna is going to be the pickup for Jiphawk in the end.
Yeah, the Janna definitely, allows you to buff up those carries based on which weather it is, so a lot of options here. But now we're seeing, again, this is the situation, right? You've got Last Stand, you've got 5 Laser Core, you've got the Morgana with the Shiv. We've seen that a bunch to apply both the Armor Shred and the Magic Resist Shred. So this is a decent situation to be in. The Jeweled Gauntlet kind of ends up on the Mordekaiser, so that might do some work there.
He's actually 1 Morgana away from Morgana 3, which would be a pretty big upgrade, I would say. With 2 Morganas on board, of course, you're going to get that extra stun, which helps a lot to keep everybody away from the Ashe. That is quite squishy, despite being a 3-star, but in comes a YBY with the Gadgettine reroll. Lulu in the back line, Poppy in the front line. Will it be enough for the Ashe to survive? She's been positioned in a way where she shouldn't get targeted right away. The Morganas are helping to avoid that, but can she take down the enemy board before she gets in trouble? The Poppy will fall, the Wukong will also fall, and I think the Ashe is okay. She is going to survive. YBY taking a hit here, and on the other side, I think we had somebody getting knocked out. Yeah, Bintum.
Yeah, it's so interesting because the Poppy now is struggling because you get hit with the Armor Shred, and that causes you to do less damage. And in addition, you have the Last Stand here, which is giving you more armor and MR. So you're surviving those hits, then healing from them with the Omnivamp. You're not doing as much damage, and so that comp's really falling off. It really needs to find like a Nunu for 5 Gadgettine.
I think this game was a perfect study of lobby tempo as well. YBY was the only player pushing tempo in stages 3 and 4. He was the only one doing it. Everyone else stayed healthy. No one killed Xian despite having a very slow stage 3 or 4. Allowed him to cap out into 5 Laser Core, find the Mordekaiser as well. Just a very odd game 5, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to see if YBY gets another loss, though. It could be his last one if it's devastating enough going up against Dobbs here, but his comp is looking strong across the Aurelion Soul. They're going to survive, and a big money boost coming in from the Undertow here. Very, very nice.
But not big enough. The Bel'Veth can't clean up here all by herself. A big hit for Dobbs, but not quite big enough. Xian taken down in 5th. Dobbs now at 4 HP. YBY at 11. Very close, but I mean, to no one's surprise, Michael, 57 HP and streaking. I think he had such a good position in stage 4. It was really hard to beat.
Yeah, that was such a good spot here, and again, traded some of that health for a stronger board at the end game. We'll take a look at that in a bit, but at least guaranteed top 2 from this point. There's no way he doesn't at least top 2. It's a question now of can anyone build a stronger board, right? And we look at this board, like I said, you need at least 5 Gadgettine to really have a shot, but otherwise that's not going to be able to compete. We saw some of those underground cash outs earlier. Dobbs did have a lot of those legendary threats, but he's still level 8, so I feel like that's not going to be enough on that end.
Gonna look at all of the boards at the same time here to get a little bit of an impression. On the bottom left, that is Dobbs board that you were talking about. The Aurelion Soul with 2 Archangels. Definitely something to look out for, but I think maybe just not quite enough yet. On the bottom right side, we have Jiphawk, who is into those Ox Slingers, has found them early, has found the Jeweled Lotus, the Action Arc. Really nice augments for that comp. You're looking at a very strong version of that board, and he has a lot of gold as well.
And Dobbs on Aatrox 1 still, that's going to be the biggest problem. The front line just melting too quick for the back line to actually scale with those Archangels on the A-Soul.
Oh, that Syndra 2 gets Zephyr. That Syndra 2 has such great items. On the other side, there's just so much going on here. It has the Twisted Fate. Even the Janna items, that is just a ton of damage from that Janna. These fights are going to be pretty close. But like you said, the Aatrox 1 falling over, and that's going to be big here, allowing the Twisted Fate to get through. Is now on the Aurelion Soul. And it looks like
the stun is big from the Alistar. Is it big enough? It looks like it is. Can the Belveth do it? The 1v1. TF wins it in the end. Dobbs taken down in 4th. Jipok still alive, and Michael, despite taking a loss, he has such a massive HP lead.
Yeah, that's really big here. And so we see, 5 Gadgeting did manage to find the Nunu. That is really big. That's going to allow him to get that extra item and the extra damage reduction and damage done on both the Lulu and the Poppy. So that is big, and I think that's what allowed him to win that. If he can get that Nunu 2 with a bunch of items, that could be a first place here. On the other side here, we're seeing, the Ox4 Spellslinger, really good items. And I love the rainy weather here, just allowing the Viego to just get right to it. Everything's going there. So really like this setup.
Yeah, if you're looking at Jipok Sport, he was actually one of the players that picked up dynamic defenses, but nevertheless, there's a rocket grab involved on his Fiora, taken back. The backline carries, and we'll see.
Oh my goodness, the skylines come down, and the backline is just absolutely deleted. What can you do against Michael's board? The Syndra is just out of control as well with the Manazane, the blue buff. Look at that hit. Jipok now down to 3. YBY, if he takes a loss here, he might get knocked out in 3rd.
Yeah, the Renegade Mordekaiser just does so much damage. I think the only way he loses fights is if that building falls in the wrong spot. And yeah, YBY getting knocked out here. So we're down to our top 2.
Michael finding Nunu 2 as YBY gets eliminated, was holding on to them. But of course, there's a Syndra involved, and she's going to throw that big boy onto the map. Will add a lot more chaos for Jipok's board. And if you're looking at these boards side by side, yes, level 9 for both of them, but Michael on the back of his very strong early start, itemizing that Lucian, getting the extra hyperbolic time chamber cast, going level 9 so early, and being able to cap out this board in the best way how. You're gonna see the skyscraper come down one more time. It is going to fall on the entire enemy backline. Let's see it. And it is doing so much damage to the entire enemy board. I'm not sure Jipok could do anything else here as Michael is shredding through the lobby.
Now, not just the Syndra and the Fiddle, who is still alive, has not been activated yet. T-Pose is still going on the front line. The TF is trying his absolute best with the Axiomar, getting all those extra casts off, but overall the board might be too strong. But look at this Echo tanking so much damage. I think the biggest difference in this fight was the Mordekaiser not actually hitting the TF, allowing all this extra DPS to come through, and TF overall safe the entirety of the fight.
Yeah, TF being safe was one thing, but we talked about this earlier, right? That Echo with really good items is not going to die to magic damage. That Mordekaiser is never going to kill that Echo. What'll happen is maybe when you get down to 8v1, then you can finally kill that Echo, but the lack of physical damage here is really costing.
A huge
Michael
pickup.
Being picked, like he found that Aegis emblem. That's so big against the Oxlingers from Jipok. Just, I think, maybe one of the best things you could have picked up here, period.
Yeah, that's a huge pickup. It's Aegis is one of those comps that it doesn't like necessarily give you the fight like, old Mystic did, but it definitely makes a difference here. And even just the fact that you now have an Aegis Nunu rolling around, that is going to be really hard for Twisted Fate to take out. You've got a healing with the mascot. So here we go. This is going to be a big fight.
And the Nunu inside, not out on the bench, adding the mascot in as well over the Fiddle can just be launched in as well in the end.
Yeah, let's see him go. He's starting slowly, but that Nunu will be terribly hard to take down. In comes the Skyscraper, and it takes down the Twisted Fate right from the get-go. That is it for Jipok. There is nothing and no one that can save him now. The ball keeps on rolling, and Michael will secure himself a first spot in round 5 of the TFT Championship here today.
A much-deserved win for Latam. We have not seen them winning a lobby on broadcast just yet. We saw Tex doing very well, but Michael, I think, needed this extra confidence for the end of day 1, but also going into day 2 with 6 games still left until we reach those 12.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see the meta transition. Again, I think a lot of people were expecting like Lulu's early, but we've clearly seen Hyperbolic Time Chamber be the one-cost hero augment that's been very desirable. If you can get something like a Shojin, a Ginsu, or a blue buff, get that rolling 6 XP a turn, get a big lead there, and then we see that final board there with that Mordekaiser just deleting the entire enemy backline. Like, that's just really fun to see, the massive skyscraper.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we want from those legendary units, right? The massive damage and massive hits. And for me, Michael's road on how he got there is a big narrative here. Really, I said it before, finding that hyperbolic, itemizing it perfectly, getting the early levels, dominating the lobby, capitalizing on that, getting the extra HP out of it, and putting everybody else into this pressure chokehold. So really, really cool, despite everybody else kind of saying, oh, I don't want to reroll. I want to like chill out a bit, maybe some undergrounds. Michael said, nah, me first, and he did.
Now, I'm curious to see how the analyst desk breaks down this game, because the lobby tempo was just a case study in terms of everything feeling so slow, allowing players like Michael to really run away with the game at the end there, being able to go 9, and all the underground cash outs you were talking about that could really excel some of these players just weren't that great. VCLF cashed out and then just continued to lose streak into a 7th or an 8th. So I'm just curious how this analyst is going to break this down. It's just a fascinating game to me.
Yeah, it's always interesting too, because you look at first place and like that's the comp that clearly got, some really good position, but it's always the second and third. Like, how did they manage to pull it from behind? We saw that Echo be used with the cash out as well. So that's always cool to see. And I think there's always an interesting story there as well.
Yeah, and speaking of interesting stories, we're going to hear from our analyst desk in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We're just going to go into a short break before. We'll see you right after that. Terribly hard to take down. In comes the skyscraper, and it takes down the Twisted Fate right from the get-go. That
I finally got it. Lada with Michael on that first place. And how important, Bebe, was to actually, when we have augments on the 2-1, hero augments on the 2-1, and it's getting closer to late game, if we had that augment that is not working, we have to let it go. We have to build the direction of your board into something that is really useful. And for example, we had the legendaries with that Syndra spamming with that much mana. What do you think about this board?
I mean, I feel like this game was really exciting, mostly because we saw a diverse amount of one-cost hero augments. We saw the Lucian hero augment, which is focusing on getting a lot of econ early into hitting in level 9 to 5 cost 2 stars. We had the Poppy augment, which actually focused on going for like a medium, like a tier, like a composition that focused around Poppy 3 stars and then builds into 5 gadgetines with Nunu as the endgame win condition. We also had a typical traditional Ashe reroll as well too. So I feel like a lot of players had brought a variety of composition.
Yes, Pepe, that's right. And Frodan, welcome to the analysis desk. First time. We had, as Pepe mentioned, SVM with this Poppy reroll and the augment. There is a bold bet on by this time because we have to build a composition where the backline had to be this Lulu reroll that hasn't got many results, but to build a little bit more of damage on it. What do you think about this team?
Yeah, I really like what YBY did because I think a lot of people really want to know about the status of Gadgeteen. Ever since the nerf from a couple patches ago when it was the Kai'Sa Gnar patch, people were saying, like, can people still play Gadgeteens? And there's a lot of paths. The most important thing is, can you show up your early and mid game? Because part of what made Gadgeteen so insane was that you were so stable on Gnar. You would be able to put Gnar, give him like 2.5 items, streak, and it felt like you could curve really easy to 5 Gadgeteen. But the bigger, better buckler actually didn't go according to plan. Usually you're supposed to streak, baby. When you're on stage 2, you have Poppy 2, you're killing backline. He actually lose streaked and was still able to piece together a top 3 run. That comp doesn't win, so I think a lot of people are like, oh, well, it didn't go first or second place. Is it a bad comp? No, if the win rate is actually quite low. It's like 8%. But, you know, the job is running into a solid top 4, and that's exactly what YBY did.
Yeah, Matt, the importance of having so many carries. We have this Mordekaiser, this Syndra, this Viego, the Jhin. How was this winning comp towards the augments? He had Exile.
Well, I think I now get to say my favorite phrase, legendary soup, because these compositions, once you get into the late game, you know, Michael had the smoothest on-ramp to level 9 that I have seen in competitive ever. Like, he straight up just had hyperbolic time chamber, streaked all the way in, had maximum gold the entire time, and made his way to level 9 before 5-1. He had absolutely nothing on his board, don't get me wrong, it was awful, but then he was, you know, stage 5 with 50 gold level 9. So from there he was able to build out a bunch of expensive units and have a solid board, plenty of HP to work with, and cruise his way to a victory.
Yeah, I totally agree. And then let's take it to a different point of view. VCLF, what happened in there? Because we had a solid front line, but we all got so anxious because we didn't have the enough damage, and he lost a lot of HP.
Yeah, I think that a lot of times with these big, high-tempo, hyperbolic time chamber, you end up taking a lot more damage than usual, which accelerates the tempo. The game that we casted even before this in round number 4, Dave and I were noticing that it's like, wow, looks like almost everyone is dead, but nobody's dead, but it's 5-5, and usually you see 1 or 2 players dying. So when you know that people are playing things like hyperbolic time chamber, that just gives you less time to get online, because you have to be able to stabilize. Everyone's going to be level 5, level 6 way earlier and taking that damage. And I think VCLF, he had an okay board, but okay doesn't cut it in a lot of these scenarios. You have to make sure you have a good mix of front and backline damage. The big thing is I think VCLF didn't have a lot of damage in his composition, but his front line looked okay. So it's okay because he did have a lot of points going into it, but a couple more ace like that might end up sabotaging that top 8 run.
Yeah, and you can see that difference in the economy. If I may take your point with the tempo of the game, is that economy is directly correlated with the board of the strength of the board, and he did it so smoothly. That's why Michael got in first place, and here are the overall standing.
Yeah!
And he's doing so good.
Come on, Enzo.
Not what?
not 2, but 3 North Americans in the top 4. Let's go!
Okay, North America.
We got Enzo. He's second now, but we still got him. All right. I'm happy we're holding on to 1 in the top 8 this time.
You can have that.
I'll give this to you, Dan.
I'm more than happy for Enzo.
All right, excellent. A handshake across regions there. Appreciate the support, brother. Happy for you for your 3 top 8s. That's fantastic.
Baby.
Finally, we found synergy.
We're not in the same energy as you.
Oh, I voted that Setsuka was going to win, so I'm really happy right now.
Okay, I'll mark that. But yeah, baby, what's going on with China not having the best of the games right now? I mean, it's day 1. They need to adapt, but they're so behind in the standings.
I really think it's all about the pressure. China is very pressured to win Worlds because they have won Worlds in the previous few sets. But since a lot of people and regions start studying China, and since China is really desperate to maintain this win and victory, they're actually having a very rough time because of all that stress and tension affecting their plays, forcing them to play more safe, go for a weaker decks, and I think that's actually showing up in this tournament.
Yeah, and I think that there's also a little bit of motivation issues within the top players. I think China in general was struggling to kind of stay on top. It's really hard to kind of keep that momentum going. So I was talking to Tanner and a couple of the other Chinese members, and they were just saying a lot of the top players, they were not even in the zone going into tournaments, and that's why you didn't really see the strong, consistent performances. People asking where's Huanmei, for example? What happened to Shunga? They just didn't really have it this set compared to where they were previous sets. And so this is why I was saying that China, this is the most beatable they've ever been in tournament. And I'm just letting you know ahead of time that I called this months ago that North America will claim their first ever TFT championship right here on this stage.
Calm down, Dan. We got 2 days left. You got plenty of time.
You
got plenty of time.
Stop the count.
All right, fine.
Let him have this.
The championship is over. North America got 3 of the 4 top spots. I think I'm happy with EMEA getting 1. So yeah, good show, everyone.
With the tournament, yeah, overall. No, not that I'm Korea right now, but yes.
I mean, I'm happy that my guesses are at least right.
Okay, so we have last game of the day. This is it. We need to spice things up. Casters are ready to go, so here it is. Makes counter and Panda for this last game. There you go.
Did you change roles? Last time I checked, you were in counterfeit.
No, she didn't finish the name. It's Counter Mortdog. So he's going to bless the game and give us, a few prismatics you mentioned last time you wanted.
I'm always down for prismatics.
So there is this, you maybe don't, but Panda and I, we've been working together for a long time. There's this ongoing conversation of me constantly asking for prismatics and him saying, no, I want silver augment. So I'm very happy. See, thank you.
Sticking out for my players.
Clip it. I need this for future reference, but we are going to look at our lobby here, and I'm really happy to see these players. We have Hayden, we have Kerfuzzled from EMEA. We, of course, have Weijian, Iverson, Jukyu, and Replay in the same lobby. I'm looking at Froden over there. They can't all be first place. And, of course, Tech Summers, Flancy, and Ahau I. Pretty intense lobby.
A lot of the top performers as well. More talk 3 NA players doing so well. So many players above 20 points. Unfortunately, not the EMEA players. But what do you make of this lobby right now, Mortog?
Yeah, I think right now we're seeing that sort of the mental game come in. I wanted to talk about Hayden a little bit because clearly, he's in 32nd place and you can see the player cam and he's definitely struggling a bit. But with this format, we have a whole nother 6 games tomorrow and you could easily have the same performance that first place is having today and turn it all around. So I'd really like to see, them kind of do a little, pick that up and really do well here. But like you said, NA right now doing really well. Replay, Weijian, Iverson, I think kind of riding that wave. And this is where lobby makeup can be really interesting, right? With 3 NA players, they can all kind of play the same pace and decide what that pace is. China's got 2 in there as well, and so we'll see if that has actually any effect on sort of the pacing. If they all, because they've been playing together a lot, they've been scrimming together a lot. Will that change, the lobby pacing?
Yeah, and you mentioned Hayden and his mental, and it's something I want to shout out because from his entire age, very young age onwards, he has been competing. He's been a mountain bike pro before, in a previous life, apparently. And one player that I'm definitely not worried about the mental is Hayden. So I'm very, very comfortable, not necessarily with his points, but with his approach to the next games. I know he's going to go back, he's going to reset, look, what can I do better, and do that, hopefully.
That being said, this game I think is very, very important. It's the last game of the day. If you end out with a first, that gives you a lot of confidence going tomorrow. You have kind of confirmation bias of, oh, the last game I did really well. I can do the well in game number 7, game number 8 as well. One more thing to mention, Tech Summers and Jukyu, two very similar players in terms of knowing all the possible lines with the weirdest techs and the most unusual hero augments. So I'm actually very curious what kind of hero augments we get if we do get one, and really hoping to see these two players bring out something special.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting here. What I'm really hoping for is just like a later augment so we get that sort of normal pacing that we've seen before. I think the last few games have been sort of those early, stage 2 augments, so we'll have to see if that makes a difference here. Has the Infinity team ready to go here with the Sivir on bench, and we've seen that be a really good start, allowing you to get that early pacing and possibly do a full win streak in stage 2. So pretty good start there if he wants to play the Sivir. Hopefully can 2-star the front line. The 2-star Pantheon feels like it makes a big difference here.
Maybe angling towards Duelist, though, has a chance for that GP. Not the best items, though. The tier not going to be doing too much in Duelist, but the sword can be a deathblade potential if you find a Vayne early as well. So a lot of possible options here.
Yeah, for sure. Like you said, Shojin, if you get like the Vayne, that can be a play here. So we'll have to see. He'll probably do one of those things where he sells the Silas, buys the Gangplank, has the Rod. That makes it a little less Vayne and a little more AP based. But yeah, you can see he does that transition really quickly to get that Gangplank, and it's a 2-2-2, unfortunately.
At least it's 2-2-2, not 1-1-1, so I appreciate that for one.
Oh, Jinx for Jukyu. We talked about unusual lines, and we have it here. Anima Squad online. Not surprising, though. That's a Jinx 2, that's a Silas 2, that's 2 Nasus. What a start for Jukyu. I think maybe the first player that will actually pilot this Anima Squad into a successful game.
Yeah, we saw it earlier with the 7 Anima 4 Prankster, but yeah, this is definitely a much more unusual version, the Jinx. The Jinx comp to me feels like a really good like 3rd or 4th place comp. It can be really good, but it starts to fall off later, especially being that carry, unless you have just amazing items. But it can do so much in the early game.
Am I seeing correctly that both Ahawai and Regent Iverson are on Malphite augments?
It is Malphite support, it looks like, for both. So Guardian Spirit going to be a fantastic augment for that Lulu comp in general. But if someone else is playing the same thing in your lobby, that's not going to be the best of news.
Yeah, we move over to Hayden's spot here, and he took, the Annie augment. I'm guessing that's Burning Spirit. Doesn't pick it up, though, and is just kind of accepting the full loss streak here. If so, I would sort of expect to hit that 10 gold and try to preserve that health here. So kind of an interesting spot here, and we'll have to see what he does. But looking at we talked about the AP items, so this is kind of very clearly maybe like an Oxforce Spellslinger angle that he's clearly going to be going for.
Trying to find Prio for the bow, potentially have that Shiv guaranteed no matter what happens after this stage 2 care. So some upgrades coming in. You have a GP2 already, so maybe now switching into a bit of a win streak angle, or potentially thinking about, he has to have this GP in, right? It might be a level 4 here. This is definitely a board that can win streak, I think, or Gadgeting especially.
Yeah, it's the fact that he already lost the round is the tough part.
Yeah, we're looking on our augment overlay 2 players on Spirit of the Exile, 2 players on Guardian Spirit, and then we have a little bit of a mix and matching, Unrelenting Force being picked up, Time and a Half being picked up, Burning Spirit, and something I'm looking over to Niberia, who usually gets very excited for this particular augment. Get excited on Jukyu, as you already called it out, Panda.
The big thing with the Anima Squad is you have to have this very good start. It's, Fernando was mentioning the opposite of Underground, basically, where if you don't have upgrades, if you think you're kind of strong but not super strong, and you end up faltering at any point in stage 2 and stage 3, you don't get stacks, you don't get, the trait itself does not get stronger, you don't scale up that damage. The time that stage 4 rolls around, you're too weak, and there's really not really a way to salvage it in most of those games.
Yeah, the augment I wanted to talk about that somebody took was an Unrelenting Force, that Vi carry augment. That's an augment that for a long time has kind of been underappreciated, because it's a free 4th item. It's really powerful, and if you can get that Vi 3 going, that does a ton of work here. And the fact that you have the underground start, that means you can end up with a Vi 3 that ends up with something like a Radiant Stone Plate or something like that, and that can be just insane to deal with, because not only is she tanky, but she's also applying that armor shred, she's self-shielding and doing a ton of damage.
Yeah, and it comes from Flancy, a player that Froden in the past has been shouting out for being a little bit different from the rest of the Chinese meta, for being a little bit more creative, a little bit more open, open to playing lines that usually we don't see a lot from that region. So it's very much on brand to see that unrelenting force from him specifically.
And of course, there are two angles playing this augment. All it does is give you very, very stable front line. So overall, you have the choice to play Ezreal reroll. At the beginning, players thought you can only play with Ezreal carry. Not so much the case. If you have a very strong front line, it's also viable to reroll for Ezreal and find that 3-star and just itemize him with a JG and a blue buff. Doesn't have any of those components yet, though. So I think most of what his game plan might look like in stage 3 and 4 will be dependent on the items he gets here. You can't just play for maybe a standard kind of Belveth backline or really anything that works well with a strong front line.
So it's interesting, we have a 3 spatula carousel, and these have kind of gone down in popularity because people look at spatulas and they're like, I'm giving up a component for that spatula. So unless I've committed to a line that's going to take advantage of it, something like the Infiniteam, the Mascot, the Duelist, things like that, then it's not really worth taking. And we're kind of seeing that now, right? Like, of the 3 spatulas, one got taken at the end and one's going to get left there.
And Juku picks up literally an Anima Squad spatula on the unit already built, so perfect planning for the North American player.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're talking about, right? That's a great example where he can just take advantage of that. That's going to give him 5 Anima Squad, hopefully pretty quickly here. We see that instant slam. It's going to give him 2 Mascot, which again, very good early. I like the Gunblade slam here as well. If he can get some tank items on this Sylas, I almost expected if he's going to reroll for the Sylas as well, because that can allow him to reroll for the Sylas, the Jinx, and have a really stable front line. And this is where Anima can be successful.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Anima go top 4 a couple of times already, so I'm actually quite surprised where it's coming in the tournament. I ranked it a little bit lower, only to get into those placements in very specific situations, but thus far it seems to be okay to at least break into those top 4, and we're seeing a little bit of damage coming out on the other side from Replay, who's also on the Spirit of the Exiles, has that Ashe 2 with the Laser Core already, and able to Deathblade is really, really strong early on.
For someone that likes playing AD Flex, Replay is in a fantastic position. Upgraded board, a Deathblade already slammed. I think it's his favorite item in this patch. I'm not surprised to hear it alongside RFC. He loves playing Belveth as well. So I think some players are having their dream starts. Their comfort zone is coming through. And I'm just curious to see what ends up happening with these boards that are now win streaking when they end up facing against each other.
Yeah, I like this micro-optimization here. Now that Juku lost the round, he's going to go ahead and take out that Vex, take out Mascot, sell that, try to hit 20 here. I could see him. He's going to keep the Gangplank in, so that's going to allow him to force at Sylas here because he knows he's trying to hit 20. But yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what front line he builds around here because clearly he's going with the Jinx and he's got that Anima Squad emblem. So will he transition that really well?
And the components for Kerfuzzle are going to be so important off of these Krugs. He needs to find some of that extra AD for this time and a half Sivir. Kerfuzzle played a lot of Infiniteam in EMEA Finals, another comfort zone player.
Yeah, and I mean, I kind of want to shout him out again, right? Kerfuzzle from the UK. He made it to regionals unexpectedly, I may say. We don't get a lot of players from that region in the EMEA circuit, and he has a massive following behind him. And I don't just mean Counterfeit, who's over there cheering him on. There's more people who really want to see him succeed, and he's been doing fantastic for himself, beating out everyone else at the Western Last Chance qualifier.
Yeah, so you look at the gold here, and everyone's pretty even in that 20 to 30 range, except for our 8th place, who's sitting at 52 with that perfect loss streak, but did lose 38 health. That is a lot of health to lose at this point. So, but we have seen those turn into, good 3rd and 2nd places here. Does get the blue buff here, has that Lulu. Will this be a big roll down for the Lulu 3? I think, I was talking about it last game that we were surprised we weren't seeing it. This might be the game where we see it.
Oh, another Lulu in the shop, and I think it is going to happen. Thus far, we're on 5 Lulu, but the roll down is going to commence in just a little bit. Pantheon and Lulu are what we're looking for. Pantheon 2 being found. Lulu 2, he needs 3 more if he wants a very stable game from here on out. That is what he needs to make it happen, to make the dream come alive. 1 more Lulu in the shop, 2 more that he would need. Does he keep going past the 30, or does he break here and try to find it later? He says, I'm going on a little bit further. I can do 1 more Lulu. He's 1 copy away. Can he find it, or does he rely on the odds?
So maybe the difference between having the Lulu support, or the Lulu augment itself rather than having that 9 Lulu already, instead has the Malphite support, but has perfect items. Ionic Spark and Blue Buff, the 2 most important items in this comp, have already been built. You have the Rod open as well for a Gunblade, so overall a very good spot the moment he hits all these upgrades.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot because we were comparing this to last time, right, where we saw the reroll players roll down all the way to 0, and we talked about how 30 was the conventional. This time staying at 20 has 8 Lulus right now, 6 Pantheons, so it's just a question of...
No, Axiomark! I didn't want to say it. Mortog is with us on the cast. I was trying to make sure no blessings came through.
Instant pickup for How I, and suddenly that Lulu, despite being Guardian Spirit, looks to be a menace for everybody else.
And we see Weijin, who was maybe thinking about also going Lulu reroll, has pivoted completely off of that, just playing for tempo now with that Guardian Spirit, trying to maybe pivot into something like the Mascot's board instead. So I think a very wise decision. I think overall Ahau had a lot more gold, was in a better spot with his items. It is now in a very good spot with the Axiomark as well.
So not to sing Axiomark Lulu's praises anymore, because I'm sure we don't need to hear that, but with the Malphite support augment in particular, those repeat casts are also going to be repeat heals.
Mortog, don't mention it.
And that's going to be even stronger. So it's a really good setup. It's not quite as good as like the Lulu carry augment, but it's definitely one of the better setups.
But he hasn't found the Lulu 3 just yet. I mean, I think it's only a matter of time, but during that time, gods can still bleed, so we'll see where it goes.
I think another big thing, though, is that a lot of these players, you know, these Worlds caliber players, have figured out what some of the counters are, right? Like, remember the Echo from the last game, right? They had that Dragon Claw and Warmogs. Lulu's going to struggle to take that out, because if Lulu can't get those resets, that's good. You know, you're just going to be stuck there, and Axiomarks is going to be useless. I think we've seen some Dragon Claw Garens be pretty successful as well, and so there's the Lulu 3. So definitely going to be spiking here, and now we're going to see a lot of damage pressure applied from this point on.
Especially once that Gunblade comes through, if he finds that next sword, and the Carousel can find a JG as well with the extra rod open. Overall, the items have been fantastic. I mean, everything that's happened until now for Ahau has been according to plan.
Yeah, and I mean, he has priority in the Carousel, right? No matter what happens, he's so far away from the rest of the players that the gap is there. He will get first pick nonetheless, so chances are pretty good for him to find that BF sword.
Yeah, see, this is a great example of a fight where he can struggle, right? Because it's going to take a few casts to take down this Vi. You've got the Stone Plate, you've got the Bloodthirster. We're on the 3rd cast and it still hasn't killed. The good news is his opponent doesn't have much of a backline, so he'll probably still win this fight. But again, this is an example where Lulu could falter. You know, and again, he doesn't really have the strongest front line here. Like, this is a surprisingly close fight for what you were expecting.
And it's not a Vi 3 yet. There's still a lot more ways to cap out this board. You mentioned a 4-item Vi. It's a 5-item Vi now with the JG as well. So we're just continuing to stack this Vi until she's really unrelenting force, completely unkillable.
Yeah, for sure. And so now we see the items here. It goes with the
JG first.
Gauntlet first, which makes sense because, again, you've got that healing. You want to get those resets to get those Axiomarked procs. So I do like that pick. It's going to be a question of what is the 3rd item, right? Because you go something like Guardbreaker now? Do you go Giant Slayer? Or because you have that rod, do you do the more traditional Gunblade? But again, the Gunblade isn't going to get those procs. I actually think you'd go full damage here.
All right. We'll see where How I is going to pilot that comp. However, when speaking about the players at the low end, we also have to speak about the players at the high end. Replay still streaking. We're getting closer and closer to Wolves.
So that situation we just saw, he has 6 Vi's, he has a ton of health, and he has Underground. That is a great spot to be in. We see a lot of the times that the Underground players are really sort of struggling to keep their health up. He's got a ton of health here. He's got the 6-5. This is a great spot to be in. All he needs is some good backline damage items. You know, he found the Twisted Fate. If he can get some items for that, this is going to be amazing. If we can get that Vi 3 pretty quickly, this is an amazing spot. And then maybe like a Heist 3, Heist 4. But with this much health to play with, this is a great spot.
And for Tex, the 2 sides of the coin with Spirit of the Exile. We see one player replay sitting very healthy at 100 HP still on that win streak. On Tex's side, he's carrying a Draven. Ideally would be maybe a Vayne at this stage of the game, and he just does not have enough of a board to actually get value from that attack speed. The Draven, again, not the unit it was at the very start of this set, not really the premier carry, even as a 2 cost in the early game, and we're seeing the reason now Tex is down to 43. Weijin as well, having to pivot off of that Lulu reroll now at 41 HP.
Okay, I'm however going to bring it back to what I was going to say originally, because Replay is on 100 HP still, and he has committed a lot to keep that win streak going. He rolled down to 0. You can see it here. He has invested everything to make sure that the streak keeps on going, to build out a gap to the rest of the players. And with players like Flancy, who are in such a great position with the Undergrounds, with the Vi's, with such a tanky front line, this could be dangerous down the line.
Yeah, I agree completely. This is a really dangerous play. It's one of those plays that if it pays off, it looks brilliant, right? You're pushing that advantage.
Yes.
But the fact that you're now stuck on this Ashe, you didn't really hit any big forecast.
No Warwick.
Yeah, exactly. No Warwick. You're not even buying the Jhin here. You're stuck with the Garens. So, like, is going to win maybe this fight, but again, kind of struggling. And so, yeah, we see some of the struggles with the Lulu here. Does get the full win streak, so that's great. But rolling down this much, this feels like a third or a fourth kind of situation.
Has to hope to find a natural Warwick in these next few shots without having to continue to roll further at level 7. Wants to go fast state if possible, because this is an expensive board to get together. You need a Mordekaiser 2 ideally to guarantee a top 4, potentially push for a first place. You need that Warwick 2 as well, and the switch from that Ashe onto the Warwick carry. A 1-star in stage 4 is not going to do enough here.
Yeah, to me, the bigger thing here is like replay looks strong, but right now I'm looking at Flancy, right? 50 gold, 93 health while playing Underground, and we saw at least 6 Vi's, possibly more. This right now is the thing I'm looking at going, this is scary. This
damage items? We need some damage items.
Yeah. That's
only has that single rod for now. Has a JG though, it's going to help, of course.
Yeah, and so again, can we get that Vive pretty quickly here? Is actually one Ezreal away, so it's definitely going the Ezreal angle. But again, the Ezreal without anything like a blue buff, that's going to be a bit of a struggle as well. There's one. Okay, we're at 7 Vi's here. Yeah, but the good news is also, even if he doesn't get damage items now, he's approaching Heist 3. I'm expecting at least a Heist 4 here, and Heist 4 is where it starts to get really valuable. So you're going to get a bunch of items from that situation as well.
Yeah, for sure. Jukyu, however, finding another Jinx, and that is the Jinx 3 coming through from the NA player here. However, we talked about it in the beginning so much. How I is still bleeding. 31 HP. Falling further and further down the line. He needs to change something as we are approaching that next augment. Maybe could be the savior. He has found a win. Tech Summers, however, has found a loss in the last game.
This by doing so much, buying so much time, allowing these great losses to come through still for Flancy, who does have 4 Underground still, and that's going to be a perfect unit loss.
That's not even, that's
off
a
of the
0 unit loss. That is a 0 unit loss.
I stand corrected by the game's developer, so I know you're right.
That is so good. You couldn't ask for better, getting that bonus lock with 4 Underground. So getting a gold augment here, I do like, for our Lulu player here, they ended up getting makeshift armor. That's going to help that front line we were talking about being so incredibly weak right now. So that's just a ton of extra survivability. Also did end up slamming the Gunblade we see, so that's another big spike.
Especially once those 3 stars come in, the extra HP, the makeshift armor is going to be so much more valuable as well. Really looking at this spike though, we need Flancy to hit some of these upgrades. Has almost the Vi online, needs just one more. I think at this point he maybe wants to roll, but let's remind each other that he still had 88 HP with 4 Underground in and a Vi 3.
All right, I'm not sure how long this Mordekaiser has been on board for Tech Summers, but we have found the 5 laser core with 0 gold and 10 losses down the tank. He needs to turn it around, and if that Mordekaiser does not have the power to do so, it's gonna hurt real bad. Ahau coming in, 2 players on Pantheon 3 with him and Kerfuzzled both, and it is hurting Tech Summers over here. He does not look happy about this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's not often you can go, hey, 11 loss, this isn't Fates with Fortune, so, being able to come back from this spot is going to be pretty tough, but, if he can turn this into a 6th, I think he's really happy.
I mean, he's so close to a spike. He has a duplicator. He can potentially duplicate the Mordekaiser if he finds one. He is level 8 already. But he has not found the Warwick yet, which would give him the 6 laser core as well, so it's just all about these last few rolls. Can he find it? He can sell the Samira off if he wants. I mean, she's still a 2-star, though. He needs damage somewhere.
Yeah.
This is a tough spot to be in. I mean, it looks great with the Fiddle and the Mordekaiser, but he's missing some key pieces.
He needs to win this round and then hope there's a Mordekaiser on the carousel. It's all going to come down to this, and you'd think you'd be fine. You've got the Samira, you've got 2 Sure Shot. It's not a terrible spot. It's just everyone else happens to be so much stronger right now. Does get an okay matchup here. It's a Jhin 2 with 1 item.
This board just beat out Replay, who has been forcing the entire lobby into pressure. So Wajan Iverson doesn't have a bad board going for himself, but it looks like Tech Summer might just be able to take it down with Vex in the backline falling and the laser core at least getting some drone empowerment here. He does manage to claw this one out and move on to Carousel. Will there be a more
Mordekaiser.
And tougher Tex facing such strong players in a row. Didn't face Flancy yet, thankfully, but facing a Hao who's kind of an Exodia player that you don't want to face in stage 4 now that he's hit his entire board. Mordekaiser, no, it will be the Fiddle.
Could go Fiddle too.
Yeah, also true. Is that going to be enough, though, to really sustain him throughout this stage 4, especially once he hits players like Flancy?
Yeah, Flancy in particular, I think, is just going to do so much damage. What did he go for?
He's hovering. Wait. He is. Okay. That was scary.
Took the long route.
on.
You wanted the scenic, you wanted to check out the whole carousel, say hi to all the players.
This? Anybody? No? Okay, I'll take it.
Flancy's still being at 88 health.
He's going to cash out, or at least have his heist proc right after this, so we're going to check in and see where he is at and what he's being offered as the heist comes in.
Yeah, I think the correct play here is keep going. You're at 88 health. You have
Vi 3.
This could be like a heist 5, heist 6 angle. You even have the Ezreal.
Why stop there, Mort?
I mean, go all the way. What
I don't know about all the way.
Gives players your phone number. I remember a tweet of that caliber.
Yeah. But I mean, heist 5 and heist 6 especially is where it starts being really nutty. You start getting those like 100+ gold drops. And again, we talked about the strength of Vi, right? That unrelenting force is just so hard to take down. I love the Bloodthirster because it's allowing you to just heal that all back up. So that's just an amazing spot to be in.
Silver 3 Fricker follows as well, playing in his comfort zone, doing well with it as well. 45 HP in the top 3 in the HP standings when we're almost now at stage 5. Can he win here against Hayden? Going to be a little bit bittersweet playing his EMEA compatriot, but Hayden is still healthy. He's at 36 HP as well, and it looks like it will be a close win, if a win at all. The 1v1 in the end, Sivir versus TF. The last cast comes through, and Hayden gets taken down to 30 HP, but Tex makes down to 1.
Yeah, Tex really needs to struggle, and it doesn't help him that the players at the top of the lobby are just pressuring down on the entire lobby. Replay once again went all in up there. We just heard word from our admins, and Tex Summers, I don't know what else he can do. He didn't find anything. You can see the other players getting there. At least he has a Warwick now, but look at the state of that Mordekaiser. Like, no items on the Warwick. It's Warwick 1. It's a very, very sad Woofy boy, and he's going up against Flancy.
Oh, pretty much the worst case scenario here going up against Flancy, because Fiddlesticks 2 is not going to be able to deal with that Vi. That Vi is just going to be too tanky. It's going to heal back up. The Ezreal is going to spike here. We're going to see, there it is.
The Runons is helping though. Can the Runons kill off the Ezreal,
Yeah, the Runons
bypassing the
did some
front
work.
line?
Woo.
The ace proc here might do it, but the shield is so big. Finally, it's taken down. And the Runons, I think, save the fight here, able to bypass the extremely tanky front line and kill off that backline one by one.
Yeah, that definitely made a big difference here, being able to skip that. So showing the power of Hurricane in that kind of situation. I really want to see some items on this Fiddle. It's the kind of thing where even just making it tanky, it'll get those laser core drones and be kind of a pain to deal with. We saw that last game with like the Blitzcranks that were being very tanky. So just something to try to save it here and hope that Hayden and Wasian Iverson bleed out first. Like I said, if you can turn this into a 6th, that's a great spot to get from this position. So hopefully that's what he has in store. 6 laser core is a big spike. So
yeah, we're hopping over to Wasian, the other player that's on Guardian Spirit, sharing with Ahau, who has been streaking for 5 rounds. We'll see what he has going on. It's a Riftwalker board. We have a Deathblade on the Jhin, and we have a fully itemized Viego 1.
Yeah, so little gold to work with. I was thinking is it maybe even correct to roll on 7, but it goes 8. Had only 10 gold to roll with, does not find the upgrade. He's on 8 HP. A precarious position for sure for Wasian. And
just keeps doing it.
The tempo is just so high from replay, kind of the opposite of game 5, punishing the rest of the lobby for not being able to hit.
Hitting the Warwick here was a very big spike. That's going to give him a decent amount of damage. So that'll be good here. And so, yeah, we go back to Wasian Iverson's board, and you can kind of look at these Jhin items, and, you know, the Gunblade isn't ideal, but it might be enough. But up against that Twisted Fate, this feels like the battle for, like, 7.
I mean, we'll see if Wasian can hold on just a little bit. That Jhin is giving out all his powers. The shots keep flying, but the Twisted Fate 2 might just be a little too big for Wasian's board. Tex Summers getting knocked out in 8th, and Wasian following suit in 7th. Ahau being knocked down as well to 14.
Don't do it, Flancy. Don't do it. You're good. 67 HP. Push it to the limit, baby. You can go all the way here. We might see the biggest cash out of the tournament potentially with this situation that he had with a Vi 3 so early, and with Underground also from just so early in the game.
Yeah, I mean, that was Heist 4. We saw the Radiant item, so now we're in that really rich space. The Heist 5, Heist 6, this is the stuff that actually got buffed at that most recent change, and so that is going to be a crazy cash out. And like I said, it feels like Flancy is on track to get first here, and so everyone else is sort of like battling. Can replay get that second place? You know, can someone else pull an upset here?
Yeah, and AOI needs to be scared, right? We're looking at Kerfuzzled Sport. It has been doing quite well. He's up there with the rest of the lobby, but the Lulu, fully itemized by now, takes out the Sivir and deals out massive damage to Kerfuzzled. And Hayden is going to take a big hit as well, but it will not be enough to knock him down. 3 HP to go and a drain.
Not surprised, there's just too many boogeymen in this lobby where you face them and you're almost guaranteed to lose with how strong they've gotten. Flancy, of course, one of them, a how as well. If he's able to get that Lulu to cast without being CC'd, to not be stopped with that continuous damage from the Axiom Arc as well. Zephyr's now online for Hayden, can try and get fancy in terms of what he can pull up in the air and maybe change the outcome of a fight.
Yeah, this is where we're talking about, right? The Lulu, especially with that Axiom Arc, if you don't have a strong counter to that, you're just going to get destroyed. I look at Hayden's board, right, and I just see that's all Lulu fodder, right? Lulu's just going to eat all that up. Does go up against Flancy here, which I think actually okay, the Zephyr being big.
Yeah, Zephyr comes in, Shroud of Stillness rolled from the Thieves' Gloves on the Nico, is being a massive helper against this enemy backline as well. The Twisted Fate is on to the Vi and takes out everything. Janna into the backline, and Hayden lives at least one more round with very, very good positioning and a little bit of RNG luck on those Thieves' Gloves.
Yeah, so that was 8 out of 10. I feel like Flancy next round, he's going to get it. After the carousel, we're going to see that cash out. That's going to be Heist 5. He's hit that 40 health mark, which is my mark. So I think that's when you really got to cash out, and we're going to see a really big spike from here.
Kerfuzzled angling towards the Infinity emblem will get it as a first pick. Tactical loss coming through, of course, in this last fight. Both EMEA players trying to mount a comeback against some boards that looked very strong on paper, but seem to actually have their weaknesses.
Yeah, replay, especially with that Warwick. And again, he's been the one that was applying that pressure. He had that 10 win streak, so in a really good spot. But, you know, how does he stand up against the Lulu? How does he stand up against the big cash out that we're about to see? You know, so we'll have to see what happens there. But I imagine Flancy next round really just going to spike massively.
EMEA is struggling, David.
A board we haven't talked about.
Yeah.
Jukyu, the Jinx 3, Mana Zane online as well. The Vayne is a secondary carry. The Riven 3 as well. This is the good thing about Anima Squad. Players are not really playing it in most games, so you have a chance to 3-star all of your units quite easily.
At least every single broadcast game. I'll have to check the stats if that's once again just our broadcast luck. But it will be Kerfuzzled going up against Hayden. One of our two EMEA representatives will take a loss here. Unfortunately, we're gonna see and watch who's it gonna be. This time, no Thieves' Gloves luck for that Nico in the backline, and it looks like Kerfuzzled is just so much stronger than Hayden, knocking him out in 6th place. And Kerfuzzled just looking at those top 4 saying like, let me in.
Hits the Rammus 3, but in the end it gets Zephyr. So really good Zephyr from Hayden in the last few fights can really dictate the outcomes here. Flancy, surely it's time. Rascal Gloves, oh, thank you. The moment has come. The items are here. We were talking about damage potentially lacking in the item department. No longer.
3 Radiant items, including Radiant Thieves' Gloves, which is one of the most popular, and then an extra batch of components. So definitely in a very good spot here. Even has the remover so he can re-itemize this Ezreal with those Radiant items. This is quite the spike. This is really good here. I imagine the Ginsu's maybe goes on the Kaisa here. You got to get that Thieves' Gloves. Oh, goes with Thieves' Gloves on the Kaisa, Ginsu on the Lucian? Got a Radiant item sitting on the bench right now. So.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he knows it's against a Ghost and he'll win regardless, but it is a pretty strong Ghost. It's replays coming over here, and yeah, I mean, the Vi still standing, the Ezreal is still standing. He's getting support from the Janna. He's fine. He doesn't need to slam it, but will do it towards the end.
And Jukyu, as you mentioned, Mort, maybe a 3rd or a 4th now, pittering down to 2 HP, has to try and fight and stay alive. The matchmaking here will be so important. Flancy has become very, very strong. No matter how strong you were before this, I don't think you have a chance against a board like this.
The one thing that is a bit of a weakness here is that there's no like Gunblade or extra healing to keep that Vi alive. Vi's just got the Bloodthirster. You don't have something like a Redemption. And so that can be a weakness here, right? If like something like the Lulu spikes the Ezreal early, it can go the other way. So it's going to be about positioning away from that Ezreal. So we'll have to see. Oh, he has parallel now too also. This is interesting because parallel now allows you backline access. A lot of people don't like this with quick draw because it casts slower, but again, that backline access can be really valuable. And so again, something like Kerfuzzled here with that Sivir that you need to take down early, being able to just snipe that with the Ezreal can be massive.
Oh, Vayne 3 coming
Everyone's
through
hitting.
for Jukyu. He says, don't mind if I do. Taking her up as well. 1 MF away, but no gold in the tank. Is going to slam that Warmox last second onto the Riven as well. And it is going to be about the positioning of that Shroud of Stillness. Will it find its target? It's going to go onto the Kai'Sa, but the Ezreal and the Janna should have been the target here, probably are on the other side.
The Vi, though.
They're untouched.
The Vi taken down so quickly, but it does not matter in the end. It looks like the Ezreal and the quick draws have enough. The Vayne trying her best. The big pass from the Jinx in the end. The Prankster comes through, but Jinx dies in the process. Jukyu taken down, I believe, in 5th.
Yeah, Kerfuzzled holding on.
Yeah, one of the big things there that we saw with Vi's weakness, the Jinx cast like 2 or 3 stuns in a row, and that allowed him to take that down before it could cast. But yeah, unfortunately, wasn't enough.
I also being knocked down here in 4th, which means Kerfuzzled has Monka steered this board all the way into at least a 3rd place, which wasn't always the easiest road for him in this round.
I think this is also a reason why we've talked about we haven't seen much Lulu, because again, that was a really good Lulu setup with Axiom Arc and everything, and ends up in a 4th. So kind of showing some of the weakness of that comp right now.
The double Zephyr comes through. Ezreal up in the air. The Lee Sin as well cannot help with shielding that Vi. And the Vi, if she gets CC, she might be taken down early if she can't get her blast shield online. But in the end, the Vi can hang on for maybe just enough. The Ezreal is still alive and casting. The quick draw burst come through. The MF's helping out as well. A big win, but not big enough yet to take down Replay.
Kerfuzzled is still alive. He has a dream and he's holding on. Of course, he was maybe only fighting a ghost copy, most likely, but still, he's here and he is fighting. That front line is massive, and even though the enemy boards have a little bit of backline access, he is trying his best to protect that Sivir.
Yeah, this feels like this all comes down to what's the matchup, right? If Replay faces Kerfuzzled, it's the battle for second. If they both have to face a Flancy Ghost, then, you know, it's the battle for second a different way. And so we'll have to see which way it goes.
Yeah, we'll see. It is going to be Flancy, however, on the side of Kerfuzzled. Can the Savior dish one out? In comes the Ezreal ult, and it just hurts so much.
Oh my goodness!
Taken down.
Parallel.
Oh, that one hurt. Kerfuzzled being knocked down in 3rd, but I think we still have to congratulate him after this run. And Replay taking a 2nd, and with that, it is going to be a 1st place from Flancy here, right in a double knockout. Fantastic.
We should not have doubted China. We should not have doubted Flancy playing such a great game with that underground cash out coming in so late. And if anyone was wondering how strong the Radiant Death Cap is, now we know. Just the entire backline deleted in one cast.
Yeah, seeing the parallel cast, that's what I was talking about, that backline access. And as soon as he got that 2nd cast with the quick draw, just deleted it. I do have to say, from the very beginning when we saw the Unrelenting Force, we saw that get picked. That ended up being very well. And the fact that he was able to win streak that and reach all the way to Heist 5 in a competitive setting, that is just so much power. And from there, it was pretty clear that he was on track to win. So if anything, props to Kerfuzzle and Replay. Again, we talked about being able to convert those 2nds and 3rds.
Yeah.
Kerfuzzle especially, right? He didn't have that 10 win streak. So being able to get a 3rd there has got to feel really good.
That's kind of been his entire storyline for all of his competitive story. He somehow stumbles into these really high places, and when we ask him about it, he's like, yeah, I don't know how that happened. And it's like, you did it! Come on, tell us! Really, really lovely. But of course, congratulations to Flancy to being able to execute on that underground run. We do have a break for you ready, and we'll see after that from our analyst desk and hear what the overall standings after day 1 look like. On a shout out because Finn is giving out all his powers. The shots keep flying, but the Twisted Fate 2 might just be a little too big for Wei Jin's board.
No, Axiom Arc. I want to say it. Mortalk is with us on the cast. I was trying to make sure.
I'm struggling, David.
A board we haven't
I don't
talked
like
about.
seeing it.
Jukyu, the Jinx 3, Mana Zane online as well. The Vayne is a secondary carry. The Ribbon 3 as well. This is the good thing about Anima Squad. Players are not really playing it in most games, so you have a chance to 3-star all of your units quite easily.
Broadcast.
Oh my goodness!
Parallel.
Oh, that one hurt. Kerfuzzled being knocked down in third, but I think we still have to congratulate him after this run and replay taking a second. And with that, it is going to be a first place from Flancy here, right?
Nature at its own peak. Flamingos.
Truly the most dangerous animal to ever stalk the earth.
Okay, so Flancy had the last lobby for today with an impressive underground checkout. I mean, honestly, guys, he was just playing with his foot. He had that a lot of gold the whole time. He was doing great, and the cash out was just fun. How many radiant items we had, Peter? What about this lobby? We had many reroll compositions because again we had hero augments on the 2-1.
Yeah, and I think Baby had some really interesting things to say about that. Of course, we saw the Lulu competition coming in. We were expecting some bigger things from it. Just ended up taking a 4th overall.
I mean, this is a really beautiful lobby because we are offered an opportunity to see exactly what 2 costs are the best. And we got Underground standing at number 1, not only because Undergrounds are really good with the heist and prismatic iron rewards, their build-up is strong. Flancy had almost a full win streak and lost by only 1 or 2 units. That means the deck is really good. And then after that, we see the Laser Course with Yasuo maintaining a full win streak. We see the Jinx being a fairly decent, nothing too good, nothing too bad, a very decent choice to secure top 4 with. And then we got the Lulu, which is also a very powerful reroll deck, but not strong enough to beat its higher cost 2 cost 3-star competitions.
Yeah, but baby, I want to add that with these reroll compositions having the augments on 2-1, you need to get everything on 3 stars or at least most of it, because if another person is having the same composition like we had with Tech Summers and Replay, one of them is going down. Unfortunately, Tech Summers was not his game with this part of like laser composition that we had, but amazing how Kerfuzzle got in his way. Actually, Peter, he was a little bit low from early and mid game, and he got up so quickly after that, having 3 stars with that Ramos and the rest of the Infinity.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by what we've been seeing from Ramos during the course of today as well. A lot of our players have been leaning into it as a secondary tank option. It's been doing a great job of absorbing not just a lot of damage, but when it lands in the right place, providing a massive amount of disruption that really throws off the pace of a lot of comps.
Now, the Severe Hero augment with Kerfuzzle is a very strong augment altogether. So usually you do expect a composition like this to get second because he was stronger than the Laser Core player, but unfortunately the Underground player was just far too powerful. So the player, even though he was stronger, got the lower placement due to the HP gap. And HP gap, using HP as a resource, does affect your placement towards the late game. That's how it worked.
Yes, Peter, I think you were pointing something. I'm not sure what.
Oh,
Are we okay?
Yeah, no, I was just looking in wonder at this lobby because it was absolutely brutal. So you mentioned, we mentioned already a couple of times saying the contesting was pretty harsh. I touch back on Kerfuzzle. This was him playing the composition he's most comfortable in playing. So I think under remotely normal circumstances, I think Kerfuzzle could have even taken a first. And that's the kind of finish he would have needed to have if he was going to come back. Because as we can see, he's not that far up the table, and many players from EMEA aren't either.
This is the overall standings that we had for day 1, and what happened to Hayden? He was overall doing like good at the first games, but then it was not enough. And Ying, I'm surprised the same way. Xian, but Shikame was a little bit lower in the standing, but now he's in a good spot for day 2. And let's go. Look at that. Setsuko, top 1 for day 1. And Enzo, second in this place. These 2 players today have demonstrated how strong these regions are. And like we said in the pre-show, this might be the end of the era with China and be a reborn with EMEA or NA.
Setsuko definitely has Hwamie vibes from previous League of Championships. He definitely does practice hard. He stays up late every single night. Not only does he have his own refined League of playstyle, he's also learning the playstyles from other refined players as well too. He's not the player that has like a really good intuition and really good like practice hours. He's also absorbing the playstyles and information from other players, which makes him a really powerful candidate to win Worlds for the set.
And actually, we had the data from Mod that's saying that Setsuko had the most played games in TFT.
1,017 games.
Guys,
all right, 1,017
in the world. He has the most TFT games in the world, so he's been practicing, breathing, eating TFT every single day, and he deserves this so bad. So, Peter, another question. What are the players that are on the bottom of the standings right now? What do you think they need to improve for a second day? Because remember, tomorrow 24 players are leaving the competition.
Yeah, I mean, with the way the seeding will work, it's a really, really tough situation to be in. At least with the snake seeding, you are in the lobby with the players that you need to directly beat. So, for the players like Fuddles, towards the very, very bottom, it's extremely unlikely for those EMEA players in particular to climb back up. But if you're more towards the mid, if you can take some first over the players who are above you, then you have the tiniest of chances. But I think top 6, top 7 were all very, very far ahead. So it's going to be an incredibly tough climb.
I mean, if I were to add that, people do definitely need to refine their tier list. There are some decks that are stronger than others, and TFT is a process of finding which build-ups and which end games are much more powerful. So the players that are not doing well in the current, like I say, needs to figure out what decks are trap decks and try to focus on the better alternatives.
Yeah, and if I may add, I think the most of the competition that really did well this first day, they have multiple carries. We had AP, we had AD, we had a solid front line, so it's not about anymore of like having just one carry and go through the way instead of like we had a Jin 3 stars. But yeah, let's see what we have, because I think Nigeria and Froda has a surprise for us with an interview with the top 1 player right now for the day 1.
Thank you very much, Calypso. We are going to be getting ready for an interview with, I believe we are going to have Enzo on the line, who, of course, coming in out of EMEA finals, not able to make out of the top in day number 3, but was our points leader coming into day number 1, and looks like he's doing the same thing again here. Very narrowly missing out, thanks to Setsuko.
A really impressive run. I think a lot of people were talking about CanBiz from France, but Enzo was the one who was also putting on quite the show at the EMEA regional finals.
Yeah, I mean, he was like our points leader by a long margin. By the end of day number 2, he was somewhere in the neighborhood of 80 points, and the next highest was in the 60s. So a solid double-digit lead over everyone else. And it looks like that performance is continuing. I believe we have Enzo's here. Enzo, my friend, It's been like a week. How are you back here already?
It's a game, it's a life. It's a life.
You seem to be having a lot of fun. How was your day of games from your end? Were you stressed at all?
No, it's really chill,
Yeah, nothing's on the line whatsoever.
No stakes, no stakes. Just like our barbecue grill, absolutely no stakes whatsoever.
All right, so here's a question for you then. What was your favorite game that you played today and what happened?
That's a game I top 1 with nothing. Just I have luck with a TG and I top 1. It's okay, thank you.
I love it when I get good TG rolls as well.
Yeah, that's the secret. You just have to have enough rounds with TG that eventually it wins for you. One of the questions I have, Enzo, of course, coming out of the EMEA finals, you were looking absolutely incredible. You're here, you're on the LEC stage with your fellow EMEA representatives. How does it feel to have that sort of experience with, your co-regional competitors all around you?
It's really good, Staff of PieHat is really good, and the player, we can see player, it's different, we can help each other. I really like it.
Nice.
That's great. That's great. What's it like having, CanBiz, the French community behind you as well? Have they been sending messages to you at all throughout the day?
A lot of message on Discord, Twitter. Thank you, everyone. They are behind us.
That's great. That's great. And I also wanted to ask, is there any region that surprised you, perhaps impressed you, like in terms of not EMEA? You can't pick EMEA. What region has been the most impressive to you so far today?
Maybe a little NA. Maybe a little.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that. One more time. Can you say that one more time louder?
A little NA.
I
hear an NA.
Okay.
I heard NA.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. My ears don't work as well.
Yeah, we take that. I
believe you said it twice.
Yeah, exactly. Twice as impressive. Twice as impressed by NA as he was any other regions. That's what I'm understanding here. Enzo, of course, all of EMEA is behind you. You are doing absolutely incredibly. But one of the things I'm wondering, during a lot of the Golden Spatula Cups, your chat would come in and spam your copy pasta. Do you think they've gotten a little bit lazy with that? I haven't seen it in a while.
What they do?
Chat hasn't been pasting your copy pasta. Do you think they've gotten lazy about it?
No. This copy pasta is really good.
Okay, excellent. So that's
fresh.
That's a clear request for more copy pastas. I'm sure Enzo's many fans will get on that right away.
All right, well, Enzo, we don't have that much more time. So is there anything you'd like to say as the last words for day number 1 as one of the top point earners at the Monsters Attack Championship?
I can say it in French?
Yeah, absolutely. Just don't swear.
Ouais, les gars. Ok.
I need my job, man.
Merci beaucoup à tous, les gars, pour le soutien. Je sais qu'il y a toute la France derrière moi. Franchement, merci à tous les gens avec qui j'ai train. Vous êtes énormément, les gens qui me soutiennent. Merci à ma famille, merci à mes amis, aux gens qui vivent avec moi tous les jours et qui m'ont supporté jusqu'à la dernière minute. Tous ceux qui ont cru en moi alors que je suis même pas dans la TRC de France. Et voilà. En tout cas, merci à tous. Je vous love.
All right, awesome. Yeah, I didn't take enough French. I took like 3 years, but I trust that was moving. I heard family, I heard friends. That's all you need. Enzo, thank you so much for coming on with the interview again with us, and good luck in tomorrow's games. We're rooting for you. You're our hope, man. You're Amia's hope. Keep going. Keep going.
Thank you.
Look, you guys got Setsuko. You guys got multiple representatives in top 8. We got Enzo.
I think the misconception is that we only want NA to succeed and not EMEA. This is a rivalry. We want to beat you in the final lobby. It wouldn't be fun if you didn't make it.
Okay, that's fair enough. We got to get at least one representative there, and then the trash talk can continue.
Yes, sir. That's how it works.
We'll serve it back up to our analyst desk to see if they have any trash talk or just more discussion of the games. Calypso, Bebe, and Counterfeit, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. Merci beaucoup. And so that interview, and I'm really surprised because we're going to wrap up a little bit of first day, but I want to say that this has been the most exciting variety, talents, compositions, players we've had so far in championship, and I really appreciate that. We had a lot of fun. The arguments were very different between each other. There wasn't an obvious composition to look forward, and I've seen most of the players for regional go for AD compositions, and then games turned into full AP items, so they had to adapt. And it was really curious to see these players being flexible, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw it before. We've seen compositions we thought were completely dead. We've seen augments which just don't get played at all, somehow being turned into pretty solid finishes as well. But I think compositions aside, I think my big takeaway from today is how well the different countries have done here, or the sort of different regions have done here. Particularly from Southeast Asia and Brazil as well. Places we weren't necessarily expecting big things from. Nearly everybody's managed to put out a pretty solid showing in day 1.
Now, I feel the biggest thing about today's event is China's reign gonna come down to an end? Is this the new reign of a region that starts with an A and an 8 and that is not nearest airport? Is this how it's gonna happen? Is China gonna be called East NA? Like Latin gonna be called South NA? Is that what's gonna happen in the world now? I'm curious about that.
Huh? I didn't realize this was at stake, but now I realize it's higher stakes than I even imagined.
Okay.
You can take a moment. That was worth it. Good job, Amy.
Okay, I don't know about you guys, but after that, I think I'm full for today. We're gonna wrap it. Thank you so much, everyone that's been here with us for these amazing hours. And remember, tomorrow is day 2 of competition of 3 days. The last day, only the 8 best players in the competition. I'm gonna go for that great finale. And tomorrow, 24 players are going home. We wait for you tomorrow, same hour, same channel. Thank you so much, and I'll see you later.
Monsters attack. It's the championship. Spatula for Lobbies. It's time to finish this. Season up with a monster cook-off. Monsters like dice and synergize for a taste of that spicy prize. Superhero squads going up to the chase. Cooking up the meta with fresh flavor and taste. Chop, 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 all the way to the top. Where to go, the spatula is right there to be cupped. Feast your eyes and delight your minds on the best comp fries you could ever find. Monsters attack. Come watch with the pack. Monsters attack. Get back with a snack. It's the TFT Monsters Attack Championship. Monsters attack. We're back on attack. Monsters attack. The creepy cat's back. Yeah, you gather round. Spatulapolis. The Monsters attack. It's the championship. Spatula for Lobbies. It's time to finish this. Season up with a monster cook-off. Monsters like dice and synergize for a taste of that spicy prize. Superhero squads going up to the chase. Cooking up the meta with fresh flavor and taste. Chop, 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 all the way to the top. Where to go, the spatula is right there to be cupped. Feast your eyes and delight your minds on the best comp fries you could ever find. Monsters attack. Come watch with the pack. Monsters attack. Get back with a snack. It's the TFT Monsters Attack Championship.